But in any case. But, I mean, dude, damn, I was so thrilled, man. I appreciate that you stopped by today because it's good to see you, first of all. It's good to see that you're still here. You know, I see that you're being faithful in, like, walking the walk and you know, giving reasoned argumentations. You're one of the few people that I think can speak with philosophically minded people rather than just throwing Bible verses in their face. Like, you can actually talk to them on their terms, and I think that's a very valuable asset for the kingdom of God. And so it's really good to see you, man. Just to let you know.
No, appreciate it. Same here, man. Always good to see you. And you remember, like, I don't know if you remember, I used to always try to defend you, right? I used to always.
Did you?
I don't care what they like. There might be certain areas where I say, okay, maybe not that, John, or maybe. But I was always, if I did say something, like if I was to to disagree with you, I was always like, maybe not that. It was like correction. I was like, nah, maybe not that. But never, like, when I saw the attacks coming.
Oh yeah.
I used to be like, man, nah, that's
nothing new.
Not good. That's not, I was always like, man.
Well, you know what?
The room, I used to always, defend you, man, behind your back.
I didn't know that. I appreciate it. No, there's been numerous attempts for years and years and years now to sort of go after other Christians, maybe show them screenshots, maybe show them a few recordings, and try to say all kinds of things to have them pretty much turn on me and whatever. And if I may say, it's often worked because that's what their objective is. But I appreciate you.
That's what anybody, like, is you like, first of all, you should have, no matter Christian or non-Christian, you're supposed to have a certain amount of respect for everybody, decency, respect, anybody. Especially if you're Christian, there's a certain amount of respect and love for each other we're supposed to have, no matter how much we may disagree in our ideas and what we believe. It's like, at a fundamental level, you confess Christ. Even though you don't know who I am, and no one on this app knows who I am, really, personally, God does. And he could deal with me if I mistreat you as one of his children. You don't have to know it. You don't have to know me. God knows me. So even though I'm not giving my personal information, people don't really know all about me, who I am. That doesn't mean I was going to get on here and, like, just act any differently than the way I should be acting towards people when you are in person with me, right? So it's not like I'm like, oh, I can do whatever I want because you guys don't know who I am. No, God knows who I am. So I still understood that, yes, John Lee we may disagree here, or I may not, but at the same time, I'm not for attacking him and insulting him, because first of all, he's a human being, and he's, no matter how he's living his life, whether it's right or not, he's confessing to be a Christian, and just because of that, I have to treat you as such. Not my job to worry about whether you genuinely believe what you say or how you're living, or whether, no, we all, I just told you about an example of David, who, if you would have looked at his life and you came along at a certain time and you didn't know everything about how God used him, you would probably think he was unbelievable. The way he was.
All of the patriarchs.
All of the patriarchs. Okay, yeah. You extended to, So, I was just using him as an example, since he was specifically called a man after God's own heart, which I like, because we get to see, like, listen, we all fall short of the glory of God. You're not supposed to live in that shortness. You're supposed to eventually work on coming out of whatever trap or snare you may have, but it doesn't, for me, I have to show a certain respect to people. And when I'm in debates and argument with the most hostile and disrespectful atheists, when they get to that point, I don't know if you remember, but I used to always say, if you call me out my name and command me to do something you want me to do at the same time, I'm just gonna just like you have 9 heads and like I'm not answering your question after you talk to me that way. Now, when you come along and you talk to me the way you would talk to anybody you see in person, if I knew an atheist spoke to every theist the way that they spoke in person, the way they spoke to every theist on this app, the way they would speak in person, then I would say, oh no, this person is that way. They talk to everybody this way. They talk to every theist this way. I've seen them in person. No, but I can't respect you if you only talk that way. If I only know you can talk disrespectfully on an app. I call that keyboard courage or online courage. So now we're having a debate about a particular topic. Let's keep it there. Because now you're talking to me in a way that it'd be different. People just don't, I don't care how tough they think they are, what they can do. You just don't see people talking to people anyway in person. Talking about philosophy of mind or whatever. It's just, if we put us all in a forum, we're going to be just as respectful as you see anybody respectful when you see them on a YouTube channel, YouTube video, and you have them sitting down with each other. They're all respectful, the atheists and the theists. They're all respectful, right? Yeah, because they're in person. And they're in public, you can see who they are, right? But on these apps, this is why I say I can't really take them that serious. But at the same time, if we're going to discuss the topic and get into an argument about it, let's do that. Let's keep it on the topic. Because now you're going into an area where it's like, come on, now it's like I can't even say a child because I don't even say children do that. It's just a coward. I call it a coward because like if we were sitting down in person together, you just I didn't even disrespect you, but you just hate me because I'm a Christian, and then you curse me out of it. You know you wouldn't do that in person, man. You know you wouldn't do that in person. And it's not that you're scared or you can't fight or you can't defend yourself. It's just dumb to do. It's just dumb to do to sit down with somebody you don't know. You're in a room together. And you just start cursing them out because of what they don't believe, or you talk about their mother, or you just say
hard to say because
things. It just don't happen. Like I've never seen. Probably give me an example of just people who don't know each other sitting in a room together. And they got together, whether it was planned or unplanned, and they're talking about things like this that we talk about on Clubhouse. Yes, I've seen street preachers. I've seen things.
I was gonna say the street preachers.
But, yeah, I might see. Yeah, but it's like you might see that one person, and then like they go back and forth. But even then, when you hear what they're saying, they're not saying the violence things you hear here on Clubhouse. They're not speaking of violence, and you have to almost get them in, right? It's not like. Right? Somebody come out of nowhere. But here, you don't just see an individual here and there.
Somebody muted me. That is,
put that mic away. You
Jamal
know
did that.
because
Jamal did that. What's your question?
I don't have any ability to mute anyone.
It was a joke. Jamal, stay on mute, brother. Just
on the street.
What was your country? What's your country of
You
origin?
don't want to hear.
That's not a country, Jamal. Be quiet. What's your question of country of origin, ma'am?
My country of origin is Europe because I feel European and that's who I am.
Oh, that's interesting. Let me respond to what she's saying.
Interesting. Please don't be racist.
She actually... What?
It wouldn't matter. You just have an attitude.
Yeah, you don't have a race. How can I be racist? You don't have a race. You just said that. But let me... She actually lays out ideals. If the world functioned the way she said, it would actually be a great world. I actually think her ideals are admirable, and that's what a lot of activists and thinkers striving for that world. So I'm glad that you've been able to benefit from it, and our hope and prayer is that other people can too. So we
but
appreciate
you know where I found the best place
giving
to
you a
work.
compliment, man. I'm in the middle of giving you a compliment.
Thank you, but I want to just add that the best place in the world was New York. Do you know New York? New York was the best place in the world.
Now you're just trolling. All right.
No, I'm not trolling, but you know what? I
interrupted me in the middle of what I was saying. Yeah, you're done. Go ahead.
Can I ask a question?
She's trying to bond with y'all, man. I can see y'all Negroes. Y'all are the worst, bro.
Wait a minute. She's bonding. I'm in the middle of talking, and I'm giving her a compliment, saying she's a good idea. That's a way of bonding. By interrupting me to say New York is the best place. That's bonding?
No. She tried to
Any
bond.
non-black person you can find to agree with over us, you'll find. I'm literally giving the lady a compliment. She's talking about how New York is a great place.
I'm sorry that I interrupted
The initial plan was to bond, and then because there's been so much pushback and so lack of
Did someone mute him?
you haven't embraced her and taken a hug. Who muted me?
God.
Y'all niggas I know y'all niggas, bro. I seen this archetype of Negro before, and y'all are dangerous. Cause there's this guy, I forgot his name. He's a psychoanalyst in the school of Sigmund Freud.
I need a break.
He said,
we're letting this happen.
I'm gonna land real quick, if I may, first lady. I'm not trying to hurt nobody. I ain't trying to hurt nobody. He said that when you have moral,
you're in the matrix.
Yeah, we can't hear.
You're in the matrix.
Can I ask Danielle a question? Or we're waiting on?
Sure, you can ask me a question.
Yeah. So do you think in the world that you were talking about where like in every country, not just like in Germany, but like in America, that ethnicity doesn't matter, race doesn't matter, language doesn't matter. It's just your attitude that is ultimately what matters.
Thanks a lot for this very important question. What I try to say is that when I lived in Japan, I was like a foreigner, a gaijin, you call it. When I was in New York, in San Francisco, or in San Diego, when I worked there, I was nobody. I didn't have a lot of money, but I just went to the same behavior before. I just tried to work hard, and in New York, I started within 3 years a career, and I was thankful for this because I just tried to see everyone really like the person who they are, and really just look at their accomplishments, or just look at their if they want to work hard for their beliefs. And with this, I made my career in all these cities, in all these countries, in Japan, in Spain, in Germany, and in US. And I don't think, I believe it's difficult, and it have been difficult for me. It have been very difficult in Germany. I felt racism, and I felt racism in Japan. And I was not always welcome in the US, of course. So it is difficult. I just don't want to accept that. I don't want to accept to be discriminated by being a woman, a foreigner, or how I look. And that helps me myself.
Okay. So you're saying that because you don't want those things to happen, they won't just happen? You believe that you can just change your mindset and those things won't be a thing that actually affects you or other people?
See how he's twisting her words?
I think, no.
I mean, she's speaking from a lighter complexion and from another country. She don't know what the fuck is going on in this.
Well, Patty, I just want to hear break it down.
Patty, you really don't know how racism hit me. You know, like, you don't need to be
black. Yeah, but you don't know how racism hits us too. Daniela.
The thing is, like, getting really...
So, Daniela, check this out, right? Even working for the federal government where the rules should be even stricter, right? It's really hard to, like, move your way up. There's an article in USA Today, I think it was in 2005. The guy that I work for currently now, his name is Robert P. Ash, Colonel Robert P. Ash. He should be a one-star general. He was one of 5 lieutenant colonels that was promoted in a sea of fucking white men. 5.
Yeah,
you can look it up. 2005.
But Patty, I understand the frustration.
You're gonna understand the rest of this conversation. So I get it. This bootstrap shit, it doesn't always work that way. That motherfucker has. Check this out. He's from Albany, Georgia. Came from the bottom. Was the first college graduate. Had to change had to take the toughest assignments. has a burn on the side of his face to take stupid ass assignments just to get promoted to where he's at. He's not even a fucking 1-star general. So when you talk this crazy shit about this bootstrap shit, it doesn't always work like that in every fucking country. And this is where the advantage is for you. Your complexion is lighter. You may be able to fucking go into an area and fucking tan your skin, not tan your skin, but make your skin a little bit whiter when you're closer to white. Well, that's not an advantage for some.
You're right. Okay, let me say something. You're absolutely right. I can never feel a pain. I never feel from somebody really dark complexion. I just got a slight racism, and you're absolutely correct. The thing is that just
but racism doesn't ride the same for you that it does for somebody that's black. Even
I know,
black with nappy hair.
But Patty, the thing is, what I feel is being discriminated as a woman and have this image as a woman all the time. I mean, once I come in a room and I was the boss.
Yeah, but you're talking about one strike. We're talking about multiple strikes.
Multiple strikes every minute.
You can say women, even black men. It's a black man. Number one, the stereotypes that are placed on black men, and then their complexion. They're talking about their 2 strikes. We're talking about black women.
Okay, black women. But Patty, the thing is like that. I just want to. I never can be the person like I can never. I wish. I don't even wish. I can't even grasp how hard it must be for black women. I totally agree. I just wanted to share my perspective that even if my lighter complexion, you're right. I'm not white, but I'm a lighter complexion. It was difficult. I just got a glimpse of it how hard it is, but it have been really hard. And I just want to say that I just want to share my view because this is Clubhouse. That is something where you have actually can share something.
I appreciate your view, but don't sit around and say that everyone, because everyone is not the same.
Okay? No. I'm sorry if I came across like that. I didn't want to generalize my experience. Just a subjective view of mine. Thank you.
Well, I just wanted to. I wanted to, get clarification. You still think it's like an attitude thing, though, right? Like that's if we change our attitude around these things, and just try to work hard, we'll overcome a lot of these issues. Correct? Can you hear me?
Hello.
Oh, so Danielle, I just wanted to make sure that I'm understanding though. You still believe that it's an attitude thing, that if we just try to work hard, ultimately it will work out for us, correct?
Oh no, I never said it. I told that worked for me. That worked for me.
Oh, okay. Okay. Just making sure.
Brandy said y'all a bunch of colorists anyway, so now it's a problem. She's on the light skin's ass. Let's bring up Emphysema Matt. Are you here, brother? Wait, Emphysema Matt, can you come up?
Not
Emphysema. Yeah, Emphysema Matt. I need to talk to him real quick. I actually have a question for him.
Where's Emphysema Matt?
Yo, stop that voice. Take my CPAP machine off. The water burner. Emphysema Matt, can you come up, brother?
I think it's coming up. Give him a second.
I just had to stop and get some cigarettes without filter. Because I was at Whataburger at 3 a.m. and my blood pressure is 180 over 29, and it may feel like I'm constipated, but the samples from my cigarettes are actually blocking up my large intestine, and so I have a bilious blockage that I refuse to use insurance for because I don't believe that we should be pooling our collective resources and insurance because that's communist. I just want to not die before Texas A&M wins national championship.
The
Just
Matt, come up, brother. Brother Matt, come up, brother.
Oh my God, I got tears. He's not
Why
gonna
are you
cut
coming
that.
up? I had a question.
yeah. I
No,
wonder why.
I saw your question in the
After
chat.
that,
Oh, okay. Matt, I put the question in the chat. How can you, as a middle-class person, afford private school tuition? Now, the private school tuition is low, but I'm assuming $25,000, $30,000 a year. You know, what is that? No,
absolutely not.
$2,500 a month. So let's say $2,500 a month. That's high. Let's say $2,000 a month. That's not high, but let's say $2,000. How can a middle-class person
He's
afford?
using the voucher system. That's what they do. They use a voucher.
That's what I'm saying. It's a voucher. I want to know what it is.
Or this institution isn't that good.
I mean, you know, is it a segregation academy and you pay $80 to keep them away from the NEGARs and the public schools? Like, I just want to know the details. The average private school tuition in, I'll put his state. Oh, that's how he can afford to do it. The average in his state is $10,000.
Yeah.
Although in major cities it's 27 and up. Oh, so it's a shithole. Wait a minute.
Ding, ding.
$10,000 a year in 2025? I wouldn't send my kid to that school. I'm not saying this is his school. I'm just saying a $10,000 a year school in that state suggests that they're choosing between books and food.
Maybe it's prorated.
No, it says general state averages are around the 10 to 12,000.
That's what is his state spending per student? What is the average price per? What do they budget per?
Oh, I don't know. That's public. Let me see.
They take that funding, remove it from the public school. They say, I want to send my kid to private. I want a voucher. But he's going to get a better education at a private institution. And they get the voucher, pulling funding from the public schools and shoving it into the private school. And if they don't make it in the private school, guess what? The funding stays at the private school and they're going to go back to the public school, taking money away from the public schools.
Yeah, I don't know how they do their vouchers there. If it's follow the money or they take it out. Maybe. Probably. But he doesn't want to come up, so that's fine. I just didn't know a bunch of middle-class people. I knew some upper-middle-class people and rich people, but I don't know many without vouchers and public programs and public financing. Because if he's on vouchers, that means he's taking people's tax dollars. That's what that means.
But you know what, America?
Because he's definitely getting a higher voucher than he pays in property tax.
He's definitely doing that.
But vouchers are fairly new. They do got a lot of scholarship money at a lot of these private schools. And then not only that, they do this community service thing where you actually, so like with my mom, she had to do so many hours a month that went towards my tuition. So like, that's where I'm like, yeah, these fucking expensive. The school I went to was Sacred Heart, right? If anybody look up there now, that shit costs just as much as what my daughter's going to college right now. One of my girls are going to college. So it's like really weird that when people be talking about went to this private school, like, yeah, you're right. The average middle class American cannot really afford to go to that school without the vouchers that they have now, or even when I was growing up without scholarship and freaking parents volunteering to work for the school.
Well, Patty, we are talking
And what I love about that piece is all those triplets. The dude, triplet, triplet, triplet. And when you have 3 PhDs, you want your accomplishments to be reflected in the music. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, triplet, triplet, triplet. And so we will bring up the tri-doc herself, Dr. Joe B, to explain to us how this works. Because this actually is her expertise. School vouchers and school choice. So she should come. Now you can find her at 6 a.m. talking about black women, weave, dick and pussy, and baby mamas on the dark side, on stage talking. Now the tri-doc is needed. Tri-doc, please come up and tell us. Done.
You know what's interesting is that, do you think it's a coincidence that triplet has 3 syllables such that it could be used to express what it is in that manner that you did? I guess I'm gonna say sonically, triplet, because it actually works. Is that a coincidence, you think, or is that
Triplet has 2 syllables.
Fuck. Triplet. That's 3. Triplet.
No, when you're teaching music to young kids, you add an extra
there it is.
word, 2 syllables. It's
Triplet. Got it. I said this is some masterful trolling that took a lot of thought, and now, got it.
Anyway, Dr. Joe B, you coming up, brother? And sister, are you coming up?
Secondarily, y'all are squandering your resources in the white community who has a passion for the Negro plight, because they're, don't have the most polished presentations. They might not have the right focal points. They might be a little bit too complacent in terms of their vigilance against the whites, their own kind. Y'all niggas just throw them away. Y'all niggas just throw them away. And I say no, embrace the whites that want to embrace us. And I can't get y'all niggas to agree with that. So please, when we have good, clean whites that want to be a part of the movement, don't throw away because they haven't memorized the creed, the Negro creed of I hate all white people and all white people should die. Thank you. Have a nice.
Concrete, you don't want to be a part of the movement.
Great point, Concrete. Moving on. Great point. Thank you.
Yeah, what were you gonna say, Brother Mutt?
Well, Concrete, I was just saying that you don't want to be a part of the movement.
Fuck no, I won't be a part of your movement.
What the fuck do we care about your suggestion about the white people?
But your movement is subsumed within the greater movement, but your movement is dumb. Thank you. Have a nice day.
That's what you get, man. That's what you get.
Yeah, I said it is.
But I won't ostracize you, though. I won't ostracise you. I won't marginalize you. I won't, troll you. I will hear you out. I will, for a soft criticism, I will try to work with you. But as long as you keep your stance, no, hell no, not yours.
Yeah, I gotta stop engaging because this is making more airtime.
You knew it when you did it.
Wait, do you think you have the superior Negro position than myself or another white Negro? Not your kind, your type of Negro. Yours is the forever fucking eved. There's no amount of solidarity to be accomplished between the whites and the blacks.
Yeah, there can be
no, hell no.
When they pay reparations.
Hell no. Aggrieved.
When they pay reparations.
Yeah, see, you are the type of Negro that wants a white to get on there and kiss your feet. Yeah. No, thank you. No, you're probably a black hero in her life. No, thank you.
Yes, I am that type of nigga. I want them to pay.
Bro, you're in the land of fucking milk and honey. And you're talking about you want them to pay?
Okay.
There's niggas getting billions.
All right.
There's niggas getting billions. You're talking about they need to pay. The fuck?
I want y'all to understand. So, based off of Danielle's submission and Concrete's submission, this is why I hold the position I have on immigration.
I want them to pay. What type of fucking... Are you out of your goddamn mind? Somebody needs to tell them. Go tell them now, it's goddamn mind. I want them to pay. Tell them, somebody, please tell them.
I agree with everything Mud just said.
Listen,
You know what, Congressman? You have to have people like Mud to make progress. Without them, you don't get anything.
no, this is a step back. No, this is not a forward movement. This is backward. Saying I want them to pay, and that's your true, deep, fun, quiet kept fucking positions. No, that's dangerous.
I'm very loud.
Yeah, we know it wasn't quiet. It was quiet until you said it, but you don't always say it. So for some people, at some point, it is quiet.
Like everybody knows this is my conversation.
Yeah, that's some dangerous ass beliefs, brother.
I'm not hiding my hand. I'm not doing the cool shit you do.
And this is
I
the type
pretend like I give a fuck, but then really I'm on some other shit.
And I guarantee you that this nigga has a stronger, propensity for embracing the bunnies of snow than I ever would. This is the quintessential Negro who will have a white wife. He will tell her to get on her knees and kiss his feet, and he will have some biracial babies and be a revolutionary. This is like textbook. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Do you get paid for being this wrong? Just try.
Man,
It's hilarious.
do you remember the Sharif character? Do you remember the Sharif character or caricature from Don't Be a Menace to Society?
Yeah.
Or whatever other ones?
Yeah.
Where do you think that character came from?
Concrete. Say athlete.
Where?
I don't know.
Thank you.
I don't know, but everybody knows Mud has Mud is old. He's an old Negro with Negress wife and Negro children. What are you talking
I'm just talking about his archetype. His archetype is the Sharif archetype. And while he might have
No, he's not a
escaped it.
No, he's not that archetype.
He said, I want them to pay.
Yeah, that's the sensible thing for all Black Americans.
That's reparations. That's not Hotep.
Listen.
Like you wouldn't understand that.
Saying that you won't embrace
Y'all paid the reparations.
He
You
is
don't
of
want
the
the
lineage.
reparations.
He is of the lineage. Y'all gotta stop.
He's not.
Thank you, Go. Thank you for
He's not.
Thank you
I'm
for
Black American through and through.
Thank you. So to use they gotta pay as a reason why to say you gotta pay as a reason why you don't embrace the whites who want to embrace us is definitely a dangerous response. Now, if you saw my daddy's hair, you definitely would ascribe pretendian attributes to in that nigga's silky ass hair, which he gave me a little bit of the silky hair and the high cheekbones and the pretendian lineage. I'm sorry that it bothers me, but that's when I look at that nigga's hair, I say, damn nigga. And then my brother, who has also the silky ass pretendian hair, I say, goddamn. I only got a little bit of it. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Yo, pretendians do be talking about that texture though. I ain't gonna lie, bro. I heard this shit.
So now Concrete is a again. Every day I find something new to be mad at.
You see how MJ, I went to the hair as the bona fides for the pretendian lineage. Thank you. Have a nice day. Where did I learn that? Where did I learn that I go to the hair to know that I got pretendian lineage? Huh? Where did I learn that at? What book teaches that? Thank you. Have a nice day.
No, and there.
Hey, who's the main, for y'all that know this, I'll forget, Mud, you probably know. Who's the main guy online? Who's the main pretendian that's got the big following or relatively big following?
Big Cat?
Dan Colloway.
Dane Colloway, yeah. He's funny, yeah.
Is he funny? I seen one of his things. I just I couldn't understand the appeal. Like
That doesn't really tell me much.
The appeal is not being black, brother. That's all it is.
Because y'all are bad for business. I don't want to be black because y'all are bad for business.
Niggas are so tired of being black.
It's like
Yes,
he's like
Negro fatigue.
Hey, music,
it's
AI.
nothing. Like I don't get it.
How you doing?
He's like just rambling and babbling and like
Good. How are you doing, Rubenchik?
I'm very well, thank you. How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm about to go do some yoga.
Oh, you are?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm sure that has its benefits.
Oh yeah. Do you stretch?
I don't. I don't think it's a pseudoscience. Do I stretch? Not really.
Oh really?
Well, I stretch. I stretch time to time, but I won't call it anything.
Well, even cats and dogs stretch, let alone you'd think a man would be smart enough to stretch because he's not a cat or a dog.
Yeah, I stretch now and again. But I only stretch for pleasure, not for any other reason.
Well, I mean, it's very pleasurable. I mean, you know, every time I do it, I get the most amazing cracks and release in like my physical tension structure, my lower back, you know. But I wanted to answer your question. Does science answer anything which is not provisional?
Yeah.
So when you say, does science answer anything which is not provisional? So you're saying everything is provisional.
Well, I'm not saying anything. I'm just asking the question.
And then you have a survey set that says, can you prove God does not exist?
Not. Yes.
Why do you like asking things in this negative, a double negative way?
Well, I do have beliefs. I don't make claims. I do make claims, but I just made one there. But none about this. So I'm wide open here. But I do have beliefs. I do believe in the scientific method. I don't believe in I don't believe in a deity. I guess I'm an atheist or agnostic atheist, whatever. But these questions that I ask are influenced actually by people who make comments. So the people who hold science to high regard on here, I've heard them say that science does deal in proofs. Okay, that the Earth is the Earth's shape, whatever it is, onto a spheroid, has been proven, and it's impossible for it to be wrong. And I'm thinking, but when I asked them for the proof for that claim, instead of answering, they resort to name calling. Regarding the poll here, people make claims that God doesn't exist, and there's no evidence for God's existence. I believe that there isn't, but people go further than a belief and say they make the claims. It's impossible for a God to exist. I'm just I'm not trolling or anything. I'm asking in a serious way.
Well, do you think you're a comedian at all? Do you think you're a funny person?
Not really.
You don't think you don't like a good joke?
Well, I'm not a comedian, I can be a bit of a joker, yes, but not with this question. Not with these questions.
Do you think you're inflexible?
What do you mean by that?
Do you have a flexible attitude about life?
I think so.
So you're not inflexible.
Okay. Are you flexible?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, so I have a little essay about science I'd like to briefly read to you to help answer your questions. Is that okay?
Okay.
Dath. You know what dath is, right?
No.
It's knowledge in Hebrew. It is not a sephira. Do you know what a sephira is?
just answer this in a couple of sentences if you can. Try and summarize it.
Well, it's just easier to read it because it's math, pretty much. It is not on the tree of life. That is, there is in reality no such thing. Of this thesis, there are many proofs. The simplest, if not the best, is perhaps as follows. All knowledge may be expressed in the form S equals P, but if so, the idea P is really implicit in S. Thus, we have learned nothing. And of course, if not so, the statement is simply false. Now, see how we come at once to paradox. For the thought, there is no such thing as knowledge. Knowledge is a false idea, or however it may be phrased, can be expressed as S equals P. It is itself a thing known. In other words, the attempt to analyze the idea leads immediately to a muddle in the mind. Do you want me to continue? No, that's good. Okay.
You can continue if you want to, but I don't see why it's related to what I'm asking.
Well, we're getting there, but this is of the essence of wisdom concerning da'ath. For da'ath, or knowledge, is the crown of the ruach, the intellect, and its place is in the abyss. That is, it breaks into pieces immediately it is examined. There is no coherence below the abyss or in it. To obtain this, which is one of the chief canons of truth, we must reach neshama. For this there is another explanation, quite apart from the purely logical trap S equals P. Unless identical and therefore senseless, is an affirmation of duality, or we may say intellectual perception is a denial of somatic truth. It is therefore essentially false in the depths of its nature. The simplest and most obvious statement will not bear analysis. Vermilion is red, is undeniable, no doubt, but on inquiry it is found to be meaningless, for each term must be defined by means of at least two other terms, of which the same thing is true, so that the process of definition is always obscurum per boscurius, for there are no truly simple terms. There is no real intellectual perception possible. What we suppose to be such is in fact a series of more or less plausible conventions based upon the apparent parallelism of experience. There is no final warrant that any two persons mean precisely the same thing by sweet or high. Even such conceptions as those of number are perhaps only identical in relation to practical vulgar applications. These and similar considerations lead to certain types of philosophical skepticism. Neshamic conceptions are nowise exempt from this criticism, for even supposing them identical in any number of persons, their expression being intellectual will suffer the same stress as normal perceptions. I could go on. There's more, but back to your question, what I'm trying to say is, you're playing a game, and that's why I kind of brought up the comedy bit. I mean, your title and your survey, you're repeating yourself, and how many times will you repeat yourself, let alone hear the same answers? I mean, you're never going to hear the exact same answer, but I'm just trying to say, I hope you have a great day, but I just think that you can't even probably tell me what the hell I just read, but all communication is hypnosis.
Yep. Well, thanks for coming up. Hey Dennis, how you doing? I'm asking the question today, does science answer anything which is not provisional? This is my question. Also, if mathematics or math, as they say in America, if that deals in proofs, like 2 plus 2 is 4, I want you to explain how is that the case? Why can 2 plus 2 not be 8, for example, or 7? Okay, if you apply a logic to it, mathematical equation or whatever, something to follow, you're going to have to explain how you know that you are correct here. It's impossible that you're wrong. You're going to have to show me and prove that it's impossible that an all-powerful deity or whatever, an all-powerful blade in the grass, cannot manipulate your mind or manipulate the minds of all mathematicians into believing that they're being logical, but in all truth, they're not. Okay, this is what you're going to have to do for me. And on knowledge music AI, I would advise you to do some.
The power of interpretation.
So in the bush doesn't mean in the bush.
Dude, it's a matter of interpretation. Yeah, just go to their scholars, because that's ultimately where they're gonna get it from. They're not sola scriptura, so don't force that on them.
So it's not fair to ask what do you think this text says without going to the scholar?
It's not fair because they're not Quranists.
Those cats where they are, and then you get mad at us after you've retrieved the stray for us not living up to your standards that you set by bringing in the stray. That's what this person is. I know this for a fact. In fact, I went to First Lady's house. In the house, there were 4 dead cats and 3 gerbils that she had brought into the house that were wild and stray that she stopped taking care of after 2 weeks. And so this is who this person is. So that's the first thing. Thirdly, I don't know, back to number 1, I don't know what changed CEO's mind for this new persona he'll be adopting. But I'm going to be honest, CEO, and I mean this with all due respect. I'm fine with you having that persona, but I ask that you do not use your wife to threaten to smack the black any of the other ladies in the new year. I'm done speaking.
You love that. You love
No!
Not you brought it back.
I was here when CEO was crashing on me. Because he is who he is, he said he's going to get his wife to smack the black off of her.
Who was it? I can't remember. Who was that?
It was, you know exactly who it was. It was Reformed. I'm done speaking.
Oh, when did this happen? When did this happen?
Why do you have to do this?
Listen, how you start that conversation with your
not engage with this guy. He's bananas. He's bananas.
Baby, I was on Clubhouse today, and this motherfucker really got out of pocket. I'm gonna need you to, pull up. That shit is wild.
I mean, y'all remember that? That was a legendary crash out. Y'all remember that? Because she started making fun of...
Come on.
Yeah, you do. You just egged me on.
Start from the beginning.
Now, I'll just go to the...
Wasn't that where someone made a claim about having better white people?
Yes, they said, let's go white people for white people. I don't remember. Start from the beginning.
I don't think so.
I don't remember any of that. Start from the beginning. What happened?
It was over something else. What was it, Megan?
Not engaging.
Was Trin in here? Was this when we were talking about white partners?
No.
He said this was 6 months ago. It's a while back. So yeah, Trump takes questions as Netanyahu arrives at Mar-a-Lago.
That's that cat killing she doing. You see how quick
I don't like cats like that. I wouldn't pick up a cat. Actually, I would run from a cat. When we was in St. Thomas, they had a bunch of stray cats. It was weird. Hey, Jenny, what you doing? Hmm?
I got into politically correct and I was hearing cats. And I'm sitting here, yeah, they have lots of cats. All those places, Jamaica, Bermuda, all those islands have tons of stray cats. Mm-hmm. I was just thinking of all the places that I've been in the world. I was sitting here and I was gonna, it was weird. I signed in on my iPad and then I got on my iPhone and my iPhone, I had to restart Clubhouse. It's weird. All these devices they're all connected now and they're all watching me. So anyhow, what's up, Doc?
What's up, Doc? What's going on? How you feeling?
I'm feeling good.
So, First Lady, I checked on your last comment. I said, how much tax dollars will be spent bringing Netanyahu to Mar-a-Lago? I don't know. It seems like a lot, but not a lot. It says possibly $5 million based on previous similar trip. So $5 million of our tax dollars would be spent for Netanyahu to come to Mar-a-Lago.
It could be security reasons. It could be a lot of things. And the government is stupid in what they pay. My husband was a 35-year government employee. I worked for the government 5 months. I never did it again. They're crazy.
But the MAGAs will be okay with it. Not a big deal. You know, this guy's making money hand over fist. He goes to Mar-a-Lago. He's got to take Secret Service. I don't know. Are they charging back for the rooms? Like, I don't know how that works, but probably.
No, you're paying for it.
Is he invoicing for people to stay? He's invoicing the government for his Secret Service agent to stay in the rooms at Mar-a-Lago.
Yes.
Great.
And not a discounted rate either. Then he shouldn't come.
Why not put him at
Do not come.
He's got a hotel on the boulevard up there too, right? We don't even talk about
Do
that.
not come.
That hotel that he refurbished in D.C. where dignitaries stay.
I'm gonna
pay
come.
homage to him, right? This guy's the fucking master at making money at our cost, at our expense.
I want to see the first dance in the ballroom.
Do y'all think he would try to build something over in Nigeria? It just can't. I mean, I'm just throwing it out there.
Some roads, if he gonna build anything. I mean,
I just think I just know he's just got his eyes on something. You know, I don't know.
we were arguing yesterday that it's about.
Because Nigeria, like, why are people be thinking like it's just roads? Nigeria got fucking roads.
Exactly. Come on here. Sound like I'm crazy.
Fucking. That's the city in Nigeria that's fucking looks way better than half the cities. Half you motherfuckers.
Why wouldn't he build a hotel?
Abuja. Yeah.
Wait, build a hotel where in Abuja or Lagos?
You know, I was just thinking.
I hope you're talking about Abuja because I know you're not talking about Lagos.
I didn't say anywhere in particular.
No, I'm talking about Patty. She said.
I can tell you why you wouldn't want to build a hotel in Nigeria. It's a very simple reason.
Contract.
You'd like the invoices to clear and get paid.
Correct.
I hear you.
Wait, was that a politics over racial solidarity, I'm going.
Hooking on your chum, Concrete.
It's okay, brother.
But you don't think him as a president at this present time, having his sons try to negotiate something would better serve him? Like, yeah, you can get the shit clear now while you're the president. You're gonna use the United States.
I think you.
Well,
First Lady, did you hear Michigan got a new coach?
yeah, you told me it started last week.
Oh, I told you. Okay.
When the moon landing happened in 1969, someone came up and said, hey,
On the shoreline, black ships burning cold, ruins cutting my collarbone. Future in the smoke I hold. Salt wind bitter as a warning. Red sky white with rage. We launch like broken arrows. Hungry for another raid. I am the storm they sail into. Raven queen breaking through. Power in the blood, power in the veins. Enlightenment born from the flames. I am the storm they sail into. Water running straight through the chaos. Helmets under neon rain. Old gods in a mirrored screen. Battle plans and battery. Longboats in lucid dreams. Steel hearts marching in the glitch. Thunder in 1,000 feet. History repeats in stroke. As our shadows cross and meet. Choose your faith or choose your fear. Both will drag you, both draw near. We hold our sins in silver and bone. Cruel feather crowns on a silicone throne. I am the storm they sail into. Raven queen breaking through.
My friend.
The deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, let it go, let it go, 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 go. God, 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 God.
Welcome, my friend.
Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold,
So my friend, I was just reading to another friend, and that friend did not really enjoy what this friend had to say to that friend. And I would just say that, my friend, let's not be argumentative. We never are. And that's why we're friends, because friends are not argumentative. Am I correct, friend?
In general, I think you're correct.
Exactly, my friend.
What, he didn't like what you had to read?
Oh, he said it has nothing to do with the topic of the room or the question that I asked. That's what he said to me. And I said, well, we're going to get there. And then he criticized me again, but I left after the second criticism. But really, I was doing book club. So we're scheduled for Thursday at 10, which is 3 days from now. Don't forget, it's in your calendar, my friend. But don't forget, there's always the now. And in the now, if you're smart, you're always in the book club. This is what I read. I think I captured it. Oh, shit. Yeah, I think I recorded it.
Us not living up to your standard. You're pretending as if we talking about that sex shit. I ain't gonna lie, bro. I heard this shit.
So now concrete is in again. Every day I find something new to be mad at.
You see how I went to the hair as the bona fides for the pretendian lineage? Think you have a nice day?
Pretendian.
Where did I learn that? Where did I learn that I go to the hair to know that I got pretendian lineage? Huh? No. Where did I learn that? What book teaches that? Think you have a nice day?
No, in there.
Hey, who's the main, for y'all that know this, I forget, Mud, you probably know. Who's the main guy online? Who's the main pretendian that's got the big following or relatively big following? Big cat?
Provisional. Okay, this is what I recorded.
Yeah.
Dogs stretch, let alone you'd think a man would be smart enough to stretch because he's not a cat or a dog.
Yeah, I stretch now and again. But I only stretch for pleasure. Not for any other reason.
This is Rebenchik. Well, it's very pleasurable. I mean, you know, every time I do it, I get the most amazing cracks and release in, like, my physical tension structure. My lower back, you know. But I wanted to answer your question. Does science answer anything which is not provisional?
Yeah.
So when you say, does science answer anything which is not provisional? So you're saying everything is provisional?
Well, I'm not saying anything. I'm just answering the question.
And then you have a survey set that says, can you prove God does not exist?
Yes.
Why do you like asking things in this negative, a double negative way?
Well, I do have beliefs. I don't make claims. I do make claims, but I just made one there. But not about this. So I'm wide open here. But I do have beliefs. I do believe in the scientific method. I don't believe in a deity. I guess I'm an atheist or agnostic, atheist, whatever. But these questions that I ask are influenced actually by people who make comments. So the people who hold science to high regard on here, I've heard them say that science does deal in proofs. Okay, that the Earth's shape, whatever it is, onto a spheroid, has been proven. It's impossible for it to be wrong. And I'm thinking, but when I asked them for the proof for that claim, instead of answering, they resort to name calling. regarding the poll here, people say make claims that God doesn't exist, and there's no evidence for God's existence. I believe that there isn't, but people go further than a belief and say they make the claims. It's impossible for a God to exist. I'm not trolling or anything. I'm asking in a serious way.
Well, do you think you're a comedian at all? Do you think you're a funny person?
Not really.
You don't think you don't like a good joke?
Well, I'm not a comedian, I can be a bit of a joker, yes, but not with his questions.
Do you think you're inflexible?
What do you mean by that?
Do you have a flexible attitude about life?
I think so.
So you're not inflexible.
Okay. Are you flexible?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, so I have a little essay about science I'd like to briefly read to you to help answer your questions. Is that okay?
Okay.
Dath. You know what dath is, right?
No.
It's knowledge in Hebrew. It is not a sephira. Do you know what a sephira is?
Yeah, just answer this in a couple of sentences if you can. Try and summarize it.
Well, it's just easier to read it because it's math, pretty much. It is not on the tree of life. That is, there is in reality no such thing. Of this thesis, there are many proofs. The simplest, if not the best, is perhaps as follows. All knowledge may be expressed in the form S equals P, but if so, the idea P is really implicit in S. Thus, we have learned nothing. And of course, if not so, the statement is simply false. Now, see how we come at once to paradox. For the thought, there is no such thing as knowledge. Knowledge is a false idea, or however it may be phrased, can be expressed as S equals P. It is itself a thing known. In other words, the attempt to analyze the idea leads immediately to a muddle in the mind. Do you want me to continue? No, that's good. Okay.
You can continue if you want to, but I don't see why it's related to what I'm asking.
Well, we're getting there, but this is of the essence of wisdom concerning Da'ath. For Da'ath, or knowledge, is the crown of the Ruach, the intellect, and its place is in the abyss. That is, it breaks into pieces immediately it is examined. There is no coherence below the abyss or in it. To obtain this, which is one of the chief canons of truth, we must reach neshama. For this there is another explanation, quite apart from the purely logical trap S equals P. Unless identical and therefore senseless, is an affirmation of duality, or we may say intellectual perception is a denial of somatic truth. It is therefore essentially false in the depths of its nature. The simplest and most obvious statement will not bear analysis. Vermilion is red, is undeniable, no doubt, but on inquiry it is found to be meaningless, for each term must be defined by means of at least two other terms, of which the same thing is true, so that the process of definition is always obscurum per boscurius, for there are no truly simple terms. There is no real intellectual perception possible. What we suppose to be such is in fact a series of more or less plausible conventions based upon the apparent parallelism of experience. There is no final warrant that any two persons mean precisely the same thing by sweet or high. Even such conceptions as those of number are perhaps only identical in relation to practical vulgar applications. These and similar considerations lead to certain types of philosophical skepticism. Nishamic conceptions are nowise exempt from this criticism, for even supposing them identical in any number of persons, their expression, being intellectual, will suffer the same stress as normal perceptions. I could go on.
You're pretending as if we talking about that sex shit, I ain't gonna lie, but I heard this shit.
So now concrete is in again. Every day I find something new to be mad at.
You see how, MJ, I went to the hair as the bona fides for the pretendian lineage? Thank you, have a nice day. Where did I learn that? Where did I learn that I go to the hair to know that I got pretendian lineage? Huh? Where did I learn that? This book teaches that. Thank you, have a nice day.
No, in there.
Hey, who's the main, for y'all that know this, I forget much, you probably know. Who's the main guy online? Who's the main pretendian that's got the big following or relatively big following? Big cat?
Dan Calloway. Dan Calloway.
Dan Calloway, yeah. He's funny, yeah.
Is he funny? I seen one of his things. I just I couldn't understand the appeal.
The appeal is not being black, brother. That's all it is.
Because y'all are bad for business. I don't want to be black because y'all are bad for business.
Niggas are so tired of being black.
It's like,
yes, Negro fatigue.
It's nothing. Like, I don't.
he's like just rambling and babbling and like.
Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, let it go, let it go, 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 go. 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 Go, 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 go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, let it go, let it go, 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 go. Go, 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 go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, let it go, let it go, 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 go. Go, go. Go, go. Go, go. Stop thinking and your problems. The more you think, the more you speak, the further from the truth you will be. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, let it go, let it go, 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 go. Go, 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 go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, let it go, let it go, 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 go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 hold,
Oh, I see. Oh, I see.
Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, let it go, let it go, 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 go. Da, 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 da. God. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, let it go, let it go, 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 go. Da, 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 da.
I guess all.
Margin of error, right?
That's
You have
true.
a 5 or a 7 game NBA series. You have one game in football. You have a single game elimination.
Okay, so this is where CO and I fundamentally disagree.
Thinking and your problems. The more you think, the more you speak, the further from the truth you will be. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, let it go, let it go. Go, go, go. Go, go, go. Go, go, go. God, 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 God. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, let it go, let it go. Go, go, go. Go, go, go. Go, go, go. God, 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 God. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, let it go, let it go, 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 do, 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 go, 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 do, 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 go, 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 go. God, 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 take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 let it go, let it go, let it go, 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 God, 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 God. Stop thinking and your problems. The more you think, the more you speak, the further from the truth you will be. Take the deepest breath of the day.
When is your prime minister like the Pope?
This is Edison Park. Holy shit, it is a party here. But none of this shakes or even threatens the philosophy of Thelema. On the contrary, it may be called the rock of its foundation. For the issue of all is evidently that all conceptions are necessarily unique because there can never be two identical points of view. And this corresponds with facts, for there are points of view close kin, and thus there may be a superficial general agreement, as there is which is found to be false on analysis, as has been shown. From the above, it will be understood how it comes that there are no trances of knowledge, and this bids us inquire into the tradition of the grimoires, that all knowledge is miraculously attainable. The answer is that, while all trances are destroyers of knowledge, since, for one thing, they all destroy the sense of duality, they yet put into their adept the means of knowledge. We may regard rational apprehension as a projection of truth in dualistic form, so that he who possesses any given truth has only to symbolize it in terms of the intellect to obtain its image in the form of knowledge. This conception is difficult. An illustration may clear its view. An architect can indicate the general characteristics of a building on paper by means of two drawings, a ground plan and an elevation. Neither but is false in nearly every respect. Each is partial, each lacks depth, and so on. And yet, in combination, they do represent to the trained imagination what the building actually is. Also, illusions, as they are. No other illusions will serve the mind to discover the truth which they intend. This is the reality, hidden in all the illusions of the intellect. And this is the basis of the necessity for the aspirant of having his knowledge accurate and adequate. The common mystic affects to despise science as illusion. This is the most fatal of all errors. For the instruments with which he works are all of this very order of illusory things. We know that lenses distort images, but for all that, we can acquire information about distant objects which proves correct when the lens is constructed according to certain illusory principles, and not by arbitrary caprice. The mystic of this kind is generally recognized by men as a proud fool. He knows the fact and is ardent in his presumption and arrogance. One finds him goaded by his subconscious shame to active attacks on science. He gloats upon the apparent errors of calculation which constantly occur, not at all understanding the self-imposed limitations of validity of statement which are always implied. In short, he comes at last to abandon his own postulates and takes refuge in the hermit crab carapace of the theologian. But on the other hand, to him who has firmly founded his rational thinking on sound principles, who has acquired deep comprehension of one fundamental science, and made proper paths between it and its germans, which he understands only in general, who has finally secured the whole of this structure by penetrating through the appropriate trances to the neshamic truths of which it is the rightly ordered projection in the ruach. To him the field of knowledge, thus well plowed, well sown, well fertilized, well left to ripen, is ready for him to reap. The man who truly understands the underlying formulae of one root subject can easily extend his apprehension to the boughs, leaves, flowers, and fruit. And it is in this sense that the medieval masters of magic were justified in claiming that by the evocation of a given daemon, the worthy Octinomos might acquire the perfect knowledge of all sciences, speak with all tongues, command the love of all, or otherwise deal with all nature as from the standpoint of its maker. Crude are those credulous or critical who thought of the evocation as the work of an hour or a week, and the gain thereof to the adept, not the pure gold, certes, not the stone of the philosophers, but yet a very virtuous weapon of much use on the way, also a mighty comfort to the human side of him, for the sweet fruit that hangs upon the tree that makes men gods is just this sun-ripe and soft-bloom veiled globe of knowledge. Understanding the nature of knowledge, the culmination and stasis of the intellectual faculties, has been discussed in the previous essay. It implies a contradiction in terms. Understanding is the resolution of this antinomy. It is the chief quality of neshama, the intelligence, an idea insusceptible of true definition because supra-rational and only appreciable by direct experience. One can say at most that it is independent of any of the normal modes of motion of the mind. It is a significant illustration of the truth of this Kabbalistic theory, that women often possess most excellent intelligence, while totally incapable of the knowledge and reason on which logically it is founded. Samadhi, at first onset productive of bewildering ecstasy, ultimates in this understanding. One may say, therefore, that understanding implies a certain semotic quality of apprehension. Duality is perhaps not absolutely abolished, save in the superstructure of the state, but it assumes a form which would be absurd to call dualistic. It will be noticed that violation of logic is essential to every true effort to convey the conception. This fact lies at the root of all Trinitarian symbolism. The scheme is geometrical in idea, and even arithmetical, is shown by the attribution of bina to the number 3. But the solution of every dyad in a triune triad is misleading, insofar as it purports to interpret the phenomenon in terms of intellect, and only useful as it may train the reasoning faculties to supersede themselves in a sublime suicide upon the altar of the mystic intuition. Though this, after all, is a mean imitation of the proper process, for it is firstly unscientific in method, and secondly illegitimate in its denial of its own validity. The only correct and adequate mode of the attainment of understanding is to shut off and inhibit the rational mind altogether, thus leaving a tabula rasa upon which the entirely alien faculty de novo and sui generis can write its first word. But then it will surely be said, what is more unintelligent than this supposed intelligence, than this formless, even delirious ecstasy which sweeps away all shapes of thought? No sane man would deny this premise. But the explanation is that this ecstasy is, so to say, the throe of birth of the new faculty. It is surely natural for an observer to be startled, for the moment, by the discovery of a new universe. Ananda must be mastered manfully, not indulged as a vice in the manner of the mystic. Samadhi must be clarified by sila, by the stern virtue of constraint. And then appears the paradox that the new law of the mind has come not to destroy but to fulfill. The understanding takes full cognizance of all that vast material which the reason was unable to build into any coherent structure. The contradictions have disappeared by absorption. They have been accepted as essential factors in the nature of truth, which without them were a mere conjurier's effects. It will be clear from all these considerations that there need be no surprise at this primordial paradox, that skepticism, absolute in every dimension, is the sole possible basis of true attainment. All attempts to shirk the issue by appeals to faith, by mystic transcendental sophistries, or any other spiritual varieties of the three-card trick, are devoted to the most abject destruction. One cannot find the lady by any other way than that of the knight errant, of the great fool, the way of the eagle in the air, whose sacred number is the sacred 0. Yea, also, not being all and all being Pan, the only due address to Godhead is in the dual form. For all must be destroyed that all may be begotten. Chastity. Those works of ancient and medieval literature which more particularly concern the seeker after truth concur on one point. The most worthless grimoires of black magic, no less than the highest philosophical flights of the Brotherhood, which we name not, insist upon the virtue of chastity as cardinal to the gate of wisdom. But first we noted this word virtue, the quality of manhood integral with virility, the chastity of the adept of the Rose and Cross, or of the grown knights of Montsalvat, is not other than very opposite to that of which the poet can write. Chastity, that slavering sates his lust without the walls, muse it is gone, preening himself that his lewd lips relent, or to that emasculate frigga of Alfred Tennyson in the academic schools. The chastity whose magical energy both protects and urges the aspirant to the sacred mysteries is quite contrary in its deepest nature to all vulgar ideas of it. For it is, in the first place, a positive passion, in the second, connected only by obscure magical links with the sexual function, and in the third, the deadliest enemy of every form of bourgeois morality and sentiment. It may assist us to create in our minds a clear concept of this noblest and rarest yet most necessary of the virtues, if we draw the distinction between it and one of its ingredients, purity. Purity is a passive, or at least static, quality. It connotes the absence of all alien admixture from any given idea as pure gallium, pure mathematics, pure race. It is a secondary and derived use of the word which we find in such expressions as pure milk, which imply freedom from contamination. Chastity, per contra, is the etymology castus, possibly connected with castrum, a fortified camp, subnote. The root cas means house, and then house is Beth, the letter of Mercury, the magus of the terror. He is not still in a place of repose, but the quintessence of all motion. He is the Logos, and he is phallic. This doctrine is of the utmost Kabbalistic importance. Chastity, per contra, as the etymology castus, possibly connected with castrum, fortified camp, suggests that may be supposed to assert the moral attitude of readiness to resist any assault upon an existing state of purity. So dear to heaven is saintly chastity, that when a soul is found sincerely so, 1,000 liveried angels lackey it. Sang Milton, with the true poet's veil-piercing sword vision, for service is but waste unless action demands it. The Sphinx is not to be mastered by holding aloof, and the brutish innocence of paradise is always at the mercy of the serpent. It is his wisdom that should guard our ways. We need his swiftness, subtlety, and his royal prerogative of dealing death. The innocence of the adept. We are at once reminded of the strong innocence of Hippocrates and his energy of science. Chaste man is thus not merely one who avoids the contagion of impure thoughts, and the results but whose virility is competent to restore perfection to the world about him. Thus the Parsifal who flees from Kundry, and her attendant flower witches loses his way and must wander long years in the desert. he is not truly chaste until he is able to redeem her, an act which he performs by the reunion of the lands and the sangro. Chastity may thus be defined as the strict observance of the magical oath that is in the light of the law of Thelema. Absolute and perfected devotion to the holy guardian angel and the exclusive pursuit of the way of the true will. It is entirely incompatible with the cowardice moral attitude, the emasculation of soul and stagnation of action which commonly denote the man called chaste by the vulgar. Beware of abstinence from action. Is it not written in our lection? For the nature of the universe being creative energy, aught else blasphemes the goddess and seeks to introduce the elements of a real death within the pulses of life. The chaste man, the true knight-errant of the stars, imposes continually his essential virility upon the throbbing womb of the king's daughter. With every stroke of a spear, he penetrates the heart of holiness and bids spring forth a fountain of the sacred blood, splashing its scarlet dew throughout space and time. His innocence melts with its white-hot energy. The felon fetters of that restriction which is sin, and his integrity, with its fury of righteousness, establishes that justice which alone can satisfy the yearning lust of the womanhood, whose name is opportunity, is the function of the castrum or castellum, is not merely to resist a siege, but to compel the obedience of law and order. Every pagan within range of its riders, so also it is the way of chastity to do more than defend its purity against assault. For he is not wholly pure who is imperfect. Perfect is no man in himself without his fulfillment in all possibility. Thus then must he be instant to seek all proper adventure, and achieve it, seeing well to it, that by no means should such distract him or divert his purpose, polluting his true nature and hamstringing his true will. Woe, woe therefore to him, the unchaste, who shirks scornful the seeming trivial, or flees fearful the desperate adventure. And woe, thrice woe, and 4 times woe be to him who is lured by the adventure, slacking his will, and demitted from his way. For as the laggard and the dastard are lost, so is the toy of circumstance dragged down to nethermost hell. Sir Knight, be vigilant, watch by your arms and renew your oath. For that days of sinister augury and deadly charged with danger which ye feel not, to overflowing with gay deeds and bold, masterful, of manful chastity.
a man wants an abortion or not, she's allowed to get one if it's illegal in that state. If it's legal in that state, she can get rid of the baby. So the fact that a man doesn't even have a say so whether he can keep the child or not keep the child anyway, he don't have a say so either way. I agree with you on that. But I mean, shit, if you brought a kid into this world and you ain't even got the money for an abortion, you ain't got the money for this, that, and the third, you doing all of that, having children, bro, that child is your fault. You know what I mean?
I wanted to answer his question. Now I need to hear the question to truly. What was the
Gentiles, right?
Yeah, I'm saying generals, Gentiles are goats.
Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, let it go, let it go, 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 gotta go, 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 gotta go, gotta go, gotta go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, 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 go. Let it go, let it go, let it go, let it go, 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 go. Let it go, let it go, let it go. Stop. Thinking ends your problems. The more you think, the more you speak, the further from the truth you will be. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, 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 go. Let it go, let it go, let it go, 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 go. Let it go, let it go, let it go. Stop thinking in your problems. The more you think, the more you speak. The further from the truth you leave. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, let it go, let it go, let it go, 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 let it 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 go, 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 go,
It
go,
is a
go,
scientific theory that women often possess most excellent intelligence, while totally incapable of the knowledge and reason on which logically it is founded. Samadhi, at first onset productive of bewildering ecstasy, ultimates in this understanding. One may say, therefore, that understanding implies.
But none of this shakes or even threatens the philosophy of Thelema. On the contrary, it may be called the rock of its foundation. The issue of all is evidently that all conceptions are necessarily unique because there can never be two identical points of view. And this corresponds with facts, points of view close kin, and thus there may be a superficial general agreement, as there is which is found to be false on analysis, as has been shown. From the above, it will be understood how it comes that there are no trances of knowledge, and this bids us inquire into the tradition of the grimoires, that all knowledge is miraculously attainable. The answer is that, while all trances are destroyers of knowledge, since for one thing they all destroy the sense of duality, they yet put into their adept the means of knowledge. We may regard rational apprehension as a projection of truth in dualistic form, so that he who possesses any given truth has only to symbolize it in terms of the intellect to obtain its image in the form of knowledge. This conception is difficult. An illustration may clear its view. Architect can indicate the general characteristics of a building on paper by means of two drawings, a ground plan and an elevation. Neither but is false in nearly every respect. Each is partial. Each lacks depth, so on. And yet, in combination, they do represent to the trained imagination what the building actually is. Also, illusions, as they are. No other illusions will serve the mind to discover the truth which they intend. This is the reality, hidden in all the illusions of the intellect. And this is the basis of the necessity for the aspirant of having his knowledge accurate and adequate. The common mystic affects to despise science as illusion. This is the most fatal of all errors. For the instruments with which he works are all of this very order of illusory things. We know that lenses distort images, but for all that, we can acquire information about distant objects which proves correct when the lens is constructed according to certain illusory principles, not by arbitrary caprice. The mystic of this kind is generally recognized by men as a proud fool. He knows the fact and is ardent in his presumption and arrogance. One finds him goaded by his subconscious shame to active attacks on science, gloats upon the apparent errors of calculation which constantly occur, not at all understanding the self-imposed limitations of validity of statement which are always implied. In short, he comes at last to abandon his own postulates, and takes refuge in the hermit crab carapace of the theologian. But on the other hand, to him who has firmly founded his rational thinking on sound principles, who has acquired deep comprehension of one fundamental science, made proper pass between it and its germans, which he understands only in general, who has finally secured the whole of this structure by penetrating through the appropriate trances to the neshamic truths of which it is the rightly ordered projection in the ruach. To him the field of knowledge, thus well plowed, well sown, well fertilized, well left to ripen, is ready for him to reap. The man who truly understands the underlying formulae of one root subject can easily extend his apprehension to the boughs, leaves, flowers, and fruit. And it is in this sense that the medieval masters of magic were justified in claiming that by the evocation of a given daemon, the worthy Octinamos might acquire the perfect knowledge of all sciences, speak with all tongues, command the love of all, or otherwise deal with all nature as from the standpoint of its maker. Crude are those credulous, critical who thought of the evocation as the work of an hour or a week, and the gain thereof to the adept, not the pure gold, certes, not the stone of the philosophers, but ye, yet a very virtuous weapon of much use on the way, also a mighty comfort to the human side of him, for the sweet fruit that hangs upon the tree that makes men gods is just this sunripe, soft bloom veiled globe of knowledge. Understanding the nature of knowledge, the culmination and stasis of the intellectual faculties, has been discussed in the previous essay. It implies a contradiction in terms. Understanding is the resolution of this antinomy. It is the chief quality of neshama, intelligence, an idea insusceptible of true definition because supra-rational and only appreciable by direct experience. One can say at most that it is independent of any of the normal modes of motion of the mind. It is a significant illustration of the truth of this Kabbalistic theory, that women often possess most excellent intelligence, while totally incapable of the knowledge and reason on which logically it is founded. Samadhi, at first onset productive of bewildering ecstasy, ultimates in this understanding. One may say, therefore, that understanding implies a certain somatic quality of apprehension. Duality is perhaps not absolutely abolished, save in the superstructure of the state, but it assumes a form which would be absurd to call dualistic. It will be noticed that violation of logic is essential to every true effort to convey the conception. This fact lies at the root of all Trinitarian symbolism. Scheme is geometrical in idea, and even arithmetical, is shown by the attribution of Bina to the number 3. That the solution of every dyad in a triune triad is misleading, insofar as it purports to interpret the phenomenon in terms of intellect, and only useful as it may train the reasoning faculties to supersede themselves in a sublime suicide upon the altar of the mystic intuition. Though this, after all, is a mean imitation of the proper process, for it is firstly unscientific in method, and secondly illegitimate in its denial of its own validity. The only correct and adequate mode of the attainment of understanding is to shut off and inhibit the rational mind altogether, thus leaving
leaving a tabula rasa upon which the entirely alien faculty de novo and sui generis can write its first word. But then it will surely be said, what is more unintelligent than this supposed intelligence, than this formless, even delirious ecstasy which sweeps away all shapes of thought? No sane man would deny this premise. But the explanation is that this ecstasy is, so to say, the throe of birth of the new faculty. It is surely natural for an observer to be startled for the moment by the discovery of a new universe. Ananda must be mastered manfully, not indulged as a vice in the manner of the mystic. Samadhi must be clarified by sila, by the stern virtue of constraint. And then appears the paradox that the new law of the mind has come not to destroy but to fulfill. The understanding takes full cognizance of all that vast material which the reason was unable to build into any coherent structure. The contradictions have disappeared by absorption. They have been accepted as essential factors in the nature of truth, which without them were a mere conjurier's effects. It will be clear from all these considerations that there need be no surprise at this primordial paradox. Skepticism, absolute in every dimension, is the sole possible basis of true attainment. All attempts to shirk the issue by appeals to faith, by mystic transcendental sophistries, or any other spiritual varieties of the three-card trick, are devoted to the most abject destruction. One cannot find the lady by any other way than that of the knight errant, of the great fool, the way of the eagle in the air, whose sacred number is the sacred 0. Yea, also, not being all and all being pan, the only due address to Godhead is in dual form. For all must be destroyed that all may be begotten. Chastity. Those works of ancient and medieval literature, which more particularly concern the seeker after truth, concur on one point. The most worthless grimoires of black magic, no less than the highest philosophical flights of the Brotherhood, which we name not, insist upon the virtue of chastity as cardinal for the gate of wisdom. First be noted this word virtue. Quality, manhood, integral with virility. Chastity of the adept of the Rosen Cross, or of the Grand Knights of Montsalvat, is not other than very opposite to that of which the poet can write. Chastity, that slavering saints' lust without the walls, music is gone, preening himself that his lewd lips relent, or to that emasculate frigga of Alfred Tennyson in the academic schools. The chastity, whose magical energy both protects and urges the aspirant to the sacred mysteries, is quite contrary in its deepest nature to all the vulgar ideas of it. For it is, in the first place, a positive passion, in the second, connected only by obscure magical links with the sexual function, and in the third, the deadliest enemy of every form of bourgeois morality and sentiment. It may assist us to create in our minds a clear concept of this noblest and rarest yet most necessary of the virtues. If we draw the distinction between it and one of its ingredients, purity. Purity is a passive, or at least static quality. It connotes the absence of all alien admixture from any given idea as pure gallium, pure mathematics, pure race. It is a secondary and derived use of the word which we find in such expressions as pure milk, which imply freedom from contamination. Chastity, per contra, is the etymology, castus, possibly connected with castrum, a fortified camp, subnote. The root cas means house, and an house is Beth, the letter of Mercury, the magus of the terror. He is not still in a place of repose, but the quintessence of all motion. He is the Logos, and he is phallic. His doctrine is of the utmost Kabbalistic importance. Chastity, per contra, as the etymology castus, possibly connected with castrum, fortified camp, suggests that may be supposed to assert the moral attitude of readiness to resist any assault upon an existing state of purity. So dear to heaven is saintly chastity, that when a soul is found sincerely so, 1,000 liveried angels lack it. Sang Milton, with the true poet's veil-piercing sword vision. Service is but waste unless action demands it. The Sphinx is not to be mastered by holding aloof, and the brutish innocence of paradise is always at the mercy of the serpent. It is his wisdom that should guard our ways. We need his swiftness, subtlety in his royal prerogative of dealing death. The innocence of the adept. We are at once reminded of the strong innocence of Hippocrates. In his energy of science, chaste man is thus not merely one who avoids the contagion of impure thoughts, and the results but whose virility is competent to restore perfection to the world about him. Thus, the parsival who flees from country, in her attendant flower witches, loses his way and must wander long years in the desert. He is not truly chaste until he is able to redeem her, an act which he performs by the reunion
of the lands and the sun. Chastity may thus be defined as the strict observance of the magical oath. It is, in the light of the law of Thalim, absolute and perfected devotion to the holy guardian angel and the exclusive pursuit of the way of the true will. It is entirely incompatible with the cowardice moral attitude, emasculation of soul and stagnation of action which commonly denote the man called chaste by the vulgar. Beware of abstinence from action. Is it not written in our lection? For the nature of the universe being creative energy, autos blasphemes the goddess and seeks to introduce the elements of a real death within the pulses of life. The chaste man, the true knight-errant of the stars, imposes continually his essential virility upon the throbbing womb of the king's daughter. With every stroke of his spear, he penetrates the heart of holiness and bids spring forth a fountain of the sacred blood, splashing its scarlet dew throughout space and time. His innocence melts with its white hot energy. The felon fetters of that restriction which is sin. His integrity, with its fury of righteousness, establishes that justice which alone can satisfy the yearning lust of the womanhood, whose name is opportunity, is the function of the castrum or castellum, is not merely to resist a siege, but to compel the obedience of law and order. Every pagan within range of its riders, so also it is the way of chastity to do more than defend his purity against assault. He is not wholly pure who is imperfect. Perfect is no man in himself without his fulfillment in all possibility. Thus then must he be instant to seek all proper adventure, and achieve it, seeing well to it. By no means should such distract him or divert his purpose, rooting his true nature and hamstringing his true will. Woe, woe, therefore, to him the unchaste who shirks scornful the seeming trivial, or flees fearful the desperate adventure. Woe, thrice woe, in 4 times woe be to him who is allured by the adventure, slacking his will, demitted from his way. For as the laggard and the dastard are lost, so is the toy of circumstance dragged down to nethermost hell. Sir Knight, be vigilant. Watch by your arms and renew your oath. That days of sinister augury and deadly charged with danger which ye feel not, to overflowing with gay deeds and bold, masterful, of manful chastity. this shakes or even threatens the philosophy of Thelema. On the contrary, it may be called the rock of its foundation. The issue of all is evidently that all conceptions are necessarily unique because there can never be two identical points of view. And this corresponds with facts, points of view close kin, and thus there may be a superficial general agreement, as there is which is found to be false on analysis, as has been shown. From the above, it will be understood how it comes that there are no trances of knowledge. And this bids us inquire into the tradition of the grimoires, that all knowledge is miraculously attainable. The answer is that, while all trances are destroyers of knowledge,
silence. Of all the magical and mystical virtues, of all the graces of the soul, of all the attainments of the spirit, none has been so misunderstood, even when it all apprehended as silence. It would not be possible to enumerate the common errors. Nay, it may be said that to think of it at all is in itself an error, for its nature is pure being, it is to say nothing, so that it is beyond all intellection or intuition. Thus then the utmost of our essay can be only a certain wardenship, as it were a tiling of the lodge, wherein the mystery of silence may be consummated. For this attitude, there is sound traditional authority for Hippocrates. God of silence is called the Lord of defense and protection. But his nature is by no means that negative and passive silence which the word commonly connotes. For he is the all-wandering spirit, the pure and perfect knight-errant who answers all enigmas and opens the closed portal of the king's daughter. But silence in the vulgar sense is not the answer to the riddle of the Sphinx. It is that which is created by that answer. For silence is the equilibrium of perfection, so that Hippocrates is the omniform, the universal key to every mystery soever. The Sphinx is the puzzle, or puselle, the feminine idea, to which there is only one complement, always different in form and always identical in essence. This is the signification of the gesture of the god. It is shown more clearly in his adult form, as the Fool of the Tarot, and as Bacchus, Diphus, and without equivocation, when he appears as Baphomet. When we inquire more closely into his symbolism, the first quality which engages our attention is doubtless his innocence. Not without deep wisdom is he called twin of Horus, and this is the eon of Horus. It is he who sent forth I was his minister to proclaim its advent. The fourth power of the Sphinx is silence. To us, then, who aspire to this power is the crown of our work. It will be of utmost value to attain his innocence in all its fullness. We must understand, first of all, that the root of moral responsibility on which man stupidly prides himself as distinguishing him from the other animals is restriction, which is the word of sin. Indeed, there is truth in the Hebrew fable that the knowledge of good and evil brings forth death. To regain innocence is to regain Eden. We must learn to live without the murderous consciousness that every breath we draw swells the sails which bear our frail vessels to the port of the grave. We must cast out fear by love, seeing that every act is an orgasm. The total issue cannot be but birth. Also, love is the law, thus every act must be righteousness and truth. By certain meditations, this may be understood and established. This ought to be done so thoroughly that we become unconscious of our sanctification, for only then is innocence made perfect. This state is in fact a necessary condition of any proper contemplation of what we are accustomed to consider the first task of the aspirant. The solution of the question, what is my true will? For until we become innocent, we are certain to try to judge our will by some canon of what seems right or wrong. In other words, we are apt to criticize our will from the outside, whereas true will should spring a fountain of light from within and flow unchecked, seething with love, into the ocean of love, into the ocean of life. This is the true idea of silence. It is our will which issues perfectly elastic, sublimely protean, to fill every interstice of the universe of manifestation which it meets in its course. There is no gulf too great for its immeasurable strength, no strait too arduous for its imperturbable subtlety. It fits itself with perfect precision to every need. Its fluidity is the warrant of its fidelity. Its form is always varied by that of the particular imperfection which it encounters. Its essence is identical in every event, and always the effect of its action is perfection. That is silence, and this perfection is ever the same, being perfect, yet ever different, because each case presents its own peculiar quality and quantity. It is impossible for inspiration itself to sound a dithyramb of silence. For each new aspect of Hippocrates is worthy of the music of the universe throughout eternity. I've simply been led by my loyal love of that strange race among whom I find myself incarnate, to indite this poor stanza of the infinite epic of Hippocrates as being the facet of his fecund brilliance, which has refracted the most needful light upon mine own darkling entrance to his shrine of fulminating, of ineffable Godhead. I praise the luxuriant rapture of innocence, the virile and pantomorphous ecstasy of all fulfillment. I praise the crowned and conquering child whose name is force and fire, whose subtlety and strength mixture serenity, whose energy and endurance accomplish the attainment of the Virgin of the Absolute, who being manifested is the player upon the sevenfold pipe, the great God Pan, and being withdrawn into the perfection that he willed is silence. Love. Now the Magus is love, and bindeth together that and this in his conjuration. Formula of Tetragrammaton is the complete mathematical expression of love. Its essence is this: any two things unite with a double effect. Firstly, the destruction of both, accompanied by the ecstasy due to the relief of the strain of separateness. Secondly, the creation of a third thing, accompanied by the ecstasy of the realization of existence, which is joy until with development it becomes aware of its imperfection and loves. This formula of love is universal. All the laws of nature are its servitors. Thus gravitation, chemical affinity, electrical potential, and the rest, and these are alike mere aspects of the general law, are so many differently observed statements of the unique tendency. The universe is conserved by the duplex action involved in the formula. The disappearance of father and mother is precisely compensated by the emergence of son and daughter. It may therefore be considered as a perpetual motion engine which continually develops a rapture in each of its phases. The sacrifice of Iphigenia et olis may be taken as typical of the formula. The mystical effect is the assumption of the maid to the bosom of the goddess, while for the magical, the destruction of her earthly part, the fawn composes the rage of Aeolus, bids the Danaids set sail. Now it cannot be too clearly understood or too acutely realized by means of action that the intensity of the joy liberated varies with the original degree of opposition between the two elements of the union, heat, light, electricity, or phenomena expressive of the fullness of passion, and the value is greatest when the diversity of the energies composing the marriage is most strenuous. One obtains more from the explosion of hydrogen and oxygen than from the dull combination of substances indifferent to each other. Thus the union of nitrogen and chlorine is so little satisfying to either molecule that the resulting compound disintegrates with explosive violence at the slightest shock. We might say, then, in the language of Thelema, that such an act of love is not love under will. It is, so to speak, a black, magical operation. Let us consider in a figure the feelings of a molecule of hydrogen in the presence of one oxygen or of chlorine. It is made to suffer intensely by the realization of the extremity of its deviation from the perfect type of monad, by the contemplation of an element so supremely opposed to its own nature at every point. So far as it is egoist, its reaction must be scorn and hatred. But as it understands by the true shame that is put upon its separateness, by the presence of its opposite, these feelings turn to anguished yearning. It begins to crave the electric spark which will enable it to assuage its pangs by the annihilation of all those properties which constitute its separate existence, in the rapture of union, and at the same time to fulfill its passion to create a perfect type of peace. We see the same psychology everywhere. In the physical world, a stronger and more elaborate illustration might well have been drawn were the purpose of this essay less Catholic, from the structure of the atoms themselves and the effort to resolve the agony of their agitation in the beatific nirvana of the noble gases. The process of love and will is evidently progressive. The father who has slain himself in the womb of a mother finds himself again, with her and transfigured in the Son. The Son acts as a new father. And it is thus that the self is constantly aggrandized and able to counterpose an ever greater not-self, until the final act of love under will, which comprehends the universe in Samma Samadhi. The passion of hatred is thus really directed against oneself. It is the expression of the pain and shame of separateness. And it only appears to be directed against the opposite by psychological transference. This thesis the school of Freud has made sufficiently clear. There is then little indeed in common between love and such tepid passions as regard affection or kindliness. It is the uninitiate who to his damnation in a hell of cabbage soup and soapsuds confuses them. Love may best be defined as the passion of hatred, inflamed to the point of madness, when it takes refuge in self-destruction. Love is clear-sighted, with the lust of deadly rage, anatomizing its victim with keen energy, seeking where best to strike home mortally to the heart. It becomes blind only when its fury has completely overpowered it, and thrust it into the red maw of the furnace of self-immolation. We must further distinguish love in this magical sense from the sexual formula, symbol and type though that be thereof. For the pure essence of magic is a function of ultimate atomic consciousness, and its operations must be refined from all confusion and contamination. Truly magical operations of love are therefore the trances, more especially those of understanding, as will readily have been appreciated by those who have made a careful Kabbalistic study of the nature of Binah. Binah, for she is omniform as love and as death, the great sea whence all life springs, in whose black womb reabsorbs all. She thus resumes in herself the duplex process of the formula of love under will. For is not Pan the all-begetter in the heart of the groves at high noon, and is not her hair the trees of eternity, the filaments of all devouring Godhead under the night of Pan? Yet let it not be forgotten that though she be love, her function is but passive. She is the vehicle of the word of Chokmah, wisdom, the All-Father, who is the will of the All-One. And thus they err with grievous error and dire who prate of love as the formula of magic. Love is unbalanced, void, vague, undirected, sterile, nay, more very shell, the prey of abject aughts demonic. Love must be under will.
So I'll answer. Nobody wants to speak. But the church itself is the body of Christ. When God magnified the children of Israel in the lands of the Gentiles, He's going to do that. He's going to magnify the church, and the church is made up of
Like the
Gentiles that are called
shut up,
the king,
black
Israel,
rabbi.
making them Israelites.
We can unmute this man. He's not muted. Mute him. 3 points. Number 1, the Igbos are not Jewish. Okay. It's a lie concocted by fools who have nothing better to do with their time. The Igbos are not Jewish. They're not Israelites. They don't come from Israel. Okay. We are Nigerian who descend from the people who lived there before Nigeria was created by the white colonizers from Europe. Okay, that's point number 1. Point number 2, there are light-skinned Africans who do not have European descent of ancestors. Okay, you need to stop spreading the lie that if you're black and you're light-skinned, then that means that you have white ancestry. That's not necessarily true. My mother is light-skinned, and she ain't got no white daddy, granddaddy.
Raped by slave masters. We were raped. That's why we're white. We were raped by slave masters on plantations.
My parents are Nigerian immigrants, and they do not descend from people who were raped by any white people. But there are light-skinned people in my family, okay? And that's because Africans have a very...
There's a lot of them. Warwick, Rhode Island, Overland Park, Kansas, Burlington, Vermont, Juneau, Alaska, shout out to April, Yonkers, New York, I was not expecting that, Casper, Wyoming, South Burlington, Vermont, Plymouth, Maryland, Lewiston, Maine, Salem, Oregon, the bottom 10, Washington, D.C. This is according to the study. What? Washington, D.C. This is according to the study. Maybe it's because corruption is there. I don't know. Which comes from the top down. Cleveland, Philly, San Bernardino, California, Houston, Fort Lauderdale, Baltimore.
What is this on list of again?
This is the bottom 10 cities in terms of least safe, but it accounts for a lot of different factors, which includes natural disasters, and also violent crime, theft, all that kind of stuff. Anyway, so let me finish the list. Fort Lauderdale, Baltimore, Detroit, Baton Rouge, Memphis, and New Orleans. So I will post the link. I just think it's interesting, but they always throw out these, studies that come out during the
I think about stuff like that.
They always come out with these studies, and you can probably find a million others homeless, drug deaths, registered sex offenders, so I don't know, it's interesting on how it was, but we were already talking about so long ago.
Larry!
Did you know that? I feel like they're always doing military exercises. But Chicago was not on that list. There you go. There you go.
Baby.
Oh, cuties.
Time you put into making these sounds. Real.
It's
like I said, I never leave my friends behind. You have so many friends. And the other robots are my family. Everything will be okay.
Do we all have
I was going to do something.
Silence. Of all the magical and mystical virtues, all the graces of the soul, all the attainments
always been so misunderstood, even when it all apprehended as silence. It would not be possible to enumerate the common errors, nay, it may be said that to think of it at all is in itself an error, for its nature is pure being, that is to say nothing, so that it is beyond all intellection or intuition. Thus then the utmost of our essay can be only a certain wardenship, as it were a tiling of the lodge, wherein the mystery of silence may be consummated. For this attitude, there is sound traditional authority for Hippocrates. God of silence is called the Lord of defense and protection. But his nature is by no means that negative and passive silence which the word commonly connotes. For he is the all-wandering spirit, the pure and perfect knight-errant who answers all enigmas and opens the closed portal of the king's daughter. Silence in the vulgar sense is not the answer to the riddle of the Sphinx. It is that which is created by that answer. For silence is the equilibrium of perfection, so that Hippocrates is the omniform, the universal key to every mystery soever. The Sphinx is the puzzle, or puselle, the feminine idea, to which there is only one complement. Always different in form and always identical in essence. This is the signification of the gesture of the god. It is shown more clearly in his adult form as the fool of the tarot and as Bacchus, Diphilus, and without equivocation, when he appears as Baphomet. When we inquire more closely into his symbolism, the first quality which engages our attention is doubtless his innocence. Not without deep wisdom is he called with Horus, and this is the on of Horus. It is he who sent forth, I was his minister to proclaim its advent. The fourth power of the Sphinx is silence. To us, then, who aspire to this power as the crown of our work, it will be of utmost value to attain his innocence in all its fullness. We must understand, first of all, that the root of moral responsibility on which man stupidly prides himself as distinguishing him from the other animals is restriction, which is the word of sin. Indeed, there is truth in the Hebrew fable that the knowledge of good and evil brings forth death. To regain innocence is to regain Eden.
We must learn to live without the murderous consciousness that every breath we draw swells the sails which bear our frail vessels to the port of the grave. We must cast out fear by love, seeing that every act is an orgasm. The total issue cannot be but birth. Also, love is the law. Thus every act must be righteousness and truth. With certain meditations, this may be understood and established. And this ought to be done so thoroughly that we become unconscious of our sanctification. For only then is innocence made perfect. This state is in fact a necessary condition of any proper contemplation of what we are accustomed to consider the first task of the aspirant. The solution of the question, what is my true will? For until we become innocent, we are certain to try to judge our will by some canon of what seems right or wrong. In other words, we are apt to criticize our will from the outside, whereas true will should spring a fountain of light from within and flow unchecked, seething with love, into the ocean of love, into the ocean of life. This is the true idea of silence. It is our will which issues perfectly elastic, sublimely protean, to fill every interstice of the universe of manifestation which it meets in its course. There is no gulf too great for its immeasurable strength, no strait too arduous for its imperturbable subtlety. It fits itself with perfect precision to every need. Its fluidity is the warrant of its fidelity. Its form is always varied by that of the particular imperfection which it encounters. Its essence is identical in every event. And always the effect of its action is perfection. It is silence, and this perfection is ever the same, being perfect, yet ever different, because each case presents its own peculiar quality and quantity. It is impossible for inspiration itself to sound a dithyramb of silence. For each new aspect of Hippocrates is worthy of the music of the universe throughout eternity. I have simply been led by my loyal love of that strange race among whom I find myself incarnate, to indite this poor stanza of the infinite epic of Hippocrates as being the facet of his fecund brilliance, which has refracted the most needful light upon mine own darkling entrance to his shrine of fulminating, of ineffable Godhead. I praise the luxuriant rapture of innocence, the virile and pentamorphous ecstasy of all fulfillment. I praise the crowned and conquering child whose name is force and fire.
whose subtlety and strength makes your serenity, whose energy and endurance accomplish the attainment of the Virgin of the Absolute, who being manifested is the prayer upon the sevenfold pipe, the great God Pan, and being withdrawn into the perfection that he willed is silence. Love. Now the magus is love, and bindeth together that in this and his conjuration. The formula of tetragrammaton is the complete mathematical expression of love. Its essence is this: any two things unite with a double effect. First, the destruction of both, accompanied by the ecstasy due to the relief of the strain of separateness. Secondly, the creation of a third thing, accompanied by the ecstasy of the realization of existence, which is joy until with development it becomes aware of its imperfection and loves. This formula of love is universal. All the laws of nature are its servitors. Thus gravitation, chemical affinity, electrical potential, and the rest, and these are alike mere aspects of the general law, so many differently observed statements of the unique tendency. The universe is conserved by the duplex action involved in the formula. The disappearance of father and mother is precisely compensated by the emergence of son and daughter. It may therefore be considered as a perpetual motion engine which continually develops a rapture in each of its phases. The sacrifice of Iphigenia, et Aulis, may be taken as typical of the formula. The mystical effect is the assumption of the maid to the bosom of the goddess, or for the magical, the destruction of her earthly part. The faun composes the rage of Aeolus, bids the Danaid set sail. Now it cannot be too clearly understood or too acutely realized by means of action that the intensity of the joy liberated varies with the original degree of opposition between the two elements of the union: heat, light, electricity, a phenomena expressive of the fullness of passion. And the value is greatest when the diversity of the energies composing the marriage is most strenuous. One obtains more from the explosion of hydrogen and oxygen than from the dull combination of substances indifferent to each other. Thus the union of nitrogen and chlorine is so little satisfying to either molecule that the resulting compound disintegrates with explosive violence at the slightest shock. We might say, then, in the language of Thelema, that such an act of love is not love under will,
It is, so to speak, a black, magical operation. Let us consider in a figure the feelings of a molecule of hydrogen in the presence of one oxygen or of chlorine. It is made to suffer intensely by the realization of the extremity of its deviation from the perfect type of monad, by the contemplation of an element so supremely opposed to its own nature at every point. So far as it is egoist, its reaction must be scorn and hatred. But as it understands by the true shame that is put upon its separateness, by the presence of its opposite, these feelings turn to anguished yearning. It begins to crave the electric spark which will enable it to assuage its pangs by the annihilation of all those properties which constitute its separate existence, the rapture of union, and at the same time to fulfill its passion to create the perfect type of peace. We see the same psychology everywhere. In the physical world, a stronger and more elaborate illustration might well have been drawn were purpose of this essay less Catholic from the structure of the atoms themselves and the effort to resolve the agony of their agitation in the beatific nirvana of the noble gases. Process of love and will is evidently progressive. Father who has slain himself in the womb of a mother finds himself again, with her and transfigured in the Son. The Son acts as a new father. And it is thus that the self is constantly aggrandized and able to counterpose an ever greater not-self. Till the final act of love and will, which comprehends the universe in samadhi.
I love the holiday.
Passion of hatred is thus really directed against oneself. It is the expression of the pain, shame, and separateness. It only appears to be directed against the opposite by psychological transference. This thesis the school of Freud has made sufficiently clear. There is then little indeed in common between love, such tepid passions as regard affection, kindliness. It is the uninitiate to his damnation, the hell of cabbage soup and soap suds confuses them. Love may best be defined as the passion of hatred, inflamed to the point of madness, when it takes a refuge in self-destruction. Love is clear-sighted, with the lust of deadly rage, anatomizing its victim with keen energy, seeking where best to strike home mortally to the heart. It becomes blind only when its fury has completely overpowered it, thrust it into the red maw of the furnace of self-immolation. We must further distinguish love in this magical sense from the sexual formula, simple in type though that be thereof. For the pure essence of magic is a function of ultimate atomic consciousness, and its operations must be refined from all confusion and contamination. truly magical operations of love are therefore the trances, more especially those of understanding, as will readily have been appreciated by those who have made a careful Kabbalistic study of the nature of Binah. Binah, for she is omniform as love and as death, the great sea whence all life springs, in whose black womb reabsorbs all. She thus resumes in herself the duplex process of the formula of love under will. For is not Pan the begetter in the heart of the groves that I knew?
Here's another slogan. Here's another slogan, you like.
Trees of eternity, the filaments of all devouring Godhead under the night.
Here's one more item for you, the last in our civics book. People just refuse to be realistic. Children have to be told there's bullshit.
Let it not be forgotten that though she be love, her function is but passive. She is the vehicle of the world.
I was dancing with a woman, she told me she had a yeast infection.
Wisdom, the all Father who is the will.
Here's one more item for you, the last in our civics book.
One.
But say what you want about American land.
Unless they err with grievous error and die of praise of love, the formula of magic. Love is unbalanced, void, vague, undirected, sterile, nay, more very shell, the prey of abject orts demonic. Love must be of the will.
Corbin Bobby.
Silence. Of all the magical and mystical virtues, of all the graces of the soul,
She's still a much better actress than she is musical performer. Thank you.
Horrible taste. How dare you?
So, what else is good? They arrested several Somalis and immigrants on fraud charges, and President Donald Trump recently referring to Somalis as garbage, and he didn't want them in the United States. The arrest came after a state audit earlier this year.
So do you think that because, what's his name, Bibi, the criminal, is in Mar-a-Lago now, and Trump had been dunking on Somalis, and Bibi recognized, or Israel recognized Somaliland, do you think Trump's going to come out and recognize Somaliland next?
I don't know. Cash Patel said this is just the tip of the iceberg. They were. Damn. Oh, wait a minute. He said award under the Rural Health Transformation Program, a $50 billion initiative established under President Trump's Working Families Tax Cuts. What? Legislation to strengthen and modernize healthcare in rural communities across the country. You know anything about that? It's a remote. Now, how you tying Netanyahu in with the Somalis?
I'm just saying the timing of it with Israel wrecking Somaliland, which Somalis don't like. The fact that Trump's been dunking on Somalis for quite some time now, and now Bibi's at Mar-a-Lago with Trump right after they just recognized Somaliland. I'm saying the next thing is probably Trump recognizes Somaliland. That's my guess. The timing just seems like it would work out.
So what's the whole Somaliland thing, Spirit?
Oh, don't ask me. I don't get involved in that. I'm just saying if the Israeli government decides, makes a decision on something, I'm just reflexively going to go against it.
So, Spirit, as I found it, I'll read it. It's in the chat. Mayoral inauguration block party will be held on Broadway in Lower Manhattan, stretching along the famous Canyon of Harris, which is Broadway between Murray Street and Battery Place by Liberty Street. I don't know this. I hope they got enough. Well, we got a lot of safety measures, but
Okay.
Yeah.
So right near like World Trade, the Oculus Mall.
Yeah.
I'll actually be down there tomorrow, but okay. Well, that's easy for everybody to get to. That's interesting because it's right near City Hall, basically.
Exactly. I think they're going to do it on the steps of City Hall and then just have everybody out, on the street to witness the inauguration, the swearing in of Mayor Mandani.
I mean, half the police force is already down there, like 24/7. Anyway.
One police plaza is right there. You're right.
So, have you heard this? It says no taxes on Healthcare Act. Senator Josh Haley proposed no taxes on Healthcare Act aims to allow households to deduct up to $25,000 in out-of-pocket medical costs, including premiums paid directly for coverage. This proposal is framed as no taxes on healthcare and would expand the existing medical expense deduction.
That's a good bill.
Yeah, expanded medical expense deduction. The proposal would move to medical expense deduction above the line, allowing any taxpayer to claim up to $25,000 per person in out-of-pocket medical spending. This would be in addition to the standard deduction, which most taxpayers currently claim.
Is it going to be standard, or do you have to make a certain amount?
It's proposed. It isn't. No, it just says anybody. It says the proposed would move to medical expense deduction above the line, allowing any taxpayer, not a specific class of taxpayers, any taxpayer.
Interesting.
Yep, aims to allow households to deduct up to $25,000.
This is what me and Kimberly Foster, but she's still mad at me. And she won't tell me why.
I told you why. Now go ahead now. You don't want to accept it. Hello? Did he leave again?
Continue, because I'm still like...
Oh, sorry. I was talking. I apologize. I'm sorry. I was saying this is the guy I was telling you about, First Lady, to watch out for Republicans. He's trying to find a way to help people with health care while still being a Republican. So the idea here is to get all those things. They're going to have it probably would, you have to look at the bill, it probably would have a cap, but they probably haven't made it out yet. But this is the dude from Missouri.
You mean a cap on income?
Yeah.
Well, I think that's...
So there's two different ones. So wait a minute. So one is called No Taxes on Healthcare Act, right? And that's from Josh. But then this says expanding medical expense deduction. So they one and the same? Still all underneath of that bill?
What's the current health care deduction? I don't know what it is. It's currently
3, 4, 7,000. It's not much.
It's 7.5% of your. If the expenses exceed 7.5% of your AGI, let's see if it has an income cap. They usually have income limits. The income limit is. It's on Schedule 1. There is actually no upper income. So maybe they'll lower the 7.5%. I don't know.
I don't know, but it specifically says the proposal to medical expense deduction above the line, in quotation, above the line. So whatever the line is, they're saying they're moving it above the line, above the ring, allowing any taxpayers to $25,000 per person, allowing any taxpayer to claim up to $25,000 per person. Per person.
Still gonna be less than credits though. Like you still would be getting less. I don't know why they just won't give people the credits. Like if you disagree with the Obamacare credits, stop playing around with the rim. Just leave the rim alone. Don't even go near the rim. Don't touch the rim. You don't have to be above it or below it. Just say you disagree and move on. But they know they have to do something.
Right. All right, so the impact on the ACA premium tax credits. The proposal does not extend the ACA premium tax credits, which help millions of Americans afford health care premiums. The credits, which have been at the heart of debate on Capitol Hill, are set to expire, obviously, on the end of 2025, unless Congress acts. I doubt it. Future of tax credits. The House has passed a GOP-backed health care bill that does not include an extension of expiring tax credits that help millions of Americans pay for health insurance under the Affordable Care Act. The bill faces an unclear future in the Senate, where it would need support from several Democrats to pass. The premium tax credits. The enhanced premium tax credits under the ACA are scheduled to expire in 2025 unless extended by federal legislation. These credits are nice and they will expire on December 31st, 2025. The amounts may be lower than 2026, meaning you could pay more out of pocket for marketplace coverage.
Right. That's
exactly. The employer health benefits. The expiration of the enhanced premium tax credits could make recruiting and retention more difficult for employers filling jobs that do not with employer-sponsored health benefits. Employer-sponsored health benefits may surge in 2026 if ACA premiums become unaffordable.
Yes, I'm
So the Democrats can argue that it commits more. Is that going to be the argument? Just across the board, everybody can deduct.
I don't know, but this is saying that the way I just read that, that's saying to me that the employees aren't required to offer health insurance anymore.
Oh, that would repeal a portion of Obamacare then.
Exactly.
Oh yeah, that's going nowhere.
That's what I said. The expiration of the enhanced premium tax credits could make recruiting and retention more difficult for employers filling jobs that do not come with employer-sponsored health benefits.
Yeah, that's a no-go. Ain't nobody doing that. Businesses don't even want that shit. That's one of your main. That's one of your main recruiting tools. The health insurance.
Yeah, but they can't afford it. The cost is gonna be crazy.
I mean, the employers.
Yeah, because if they small. I'm talking about like for small businesses.
No, I know what you said. Yeah, for sure.
Risk base is really high.
So, all the attainments of the Spirit, none has been so misunderstood, even when it all apprehended as silence. It would not be possible
to enumerate the common errors. Nay, it may be said that to think of it at all is in itself an error, for its nature is pure being, that is to say, nothing, so that it is beyond all intellection or intuition. Thus then the utmost of our essay can be only a certain wardenship, as it were a tiling of the lodge, wherein the mystery of silence may be consummated.
Oh,
For this
damn, look.
attitude,
See there? You got that?
there is sound traditional authority for Hippocrates. God of silence is called the Lord of defense and protection. But his nature is by no means that negative and passive silence which the word commonly connotes. For he is the all-wandering spirit, the pure and perfect knight-errant who answers all enigmas and opens the closed portal of the king's daughter. But silence in the vulgar sense is not the answer to the riddle of the Sphinx. It is that which is created by that answer. For silence is the equilibrium of perfection, so that Hippocrates is the omniform, the universal key to every mystery soever. The Sphinx is the puzzle, or puselle, a feminine idea, to which there is only one complement. Always different in form and always identical in essence. This is the signification of the gesture of the Lord. It is shown more clearly in his adult form as the Fool of the Tarot, and as Bacchus, Diphus, and without equivocation, when he appears as Baphomet. When we inquire more closely into his symbolism, the first quality which engages our attention is doubtless his innocence.
Say what?
Not without deep wisdom is he called Twin Horus, and this is the on Horus. It is he who sent forth I was his minister to proclaim its advent.
Too pretty, can't be.
The fourth power of the Sphinx is silence. To us, then, who aspire to this power is the
Too pretty,
crown.
can't be.
It will be of utmost value to attain his innocence in all its fullness. We must understand, first of all, that the root of moral responsibility on which man stupidly prides himself as distinguishing him from the other animals is
399,000.
which is the word of sin. Indeed, there is truth in the Hebrew fable that the knowledge of good and evil brings forth death. To regain innocence is to regain Eden. We must learn to live without the murderous consciousness that every breath we draw swells the sails which bear our frail vessels to the port of the grave. We must must cast out fear by love, seeing that every act is an orgasm. The total issue cannot be but birth. Also, love is the law, thus every act must be righteousness and truth. With certain meditations, this may be understood and established. And this ought to be done so thoroughly that we become unconscious of our sanctification. For only then is innocence made perfect. This state is in fact a necessary condition of any proper contemplation of what we are accustomed to consider the first task of the aspirant. The solution of the question, what is my true will? For until we become innocent, we are certain to try to judge our will by some canon of what seems right or wrong. In other words, we are apt to criticize our will from the outside, whereas true will should spring a fountain of light from within and flow unchecked, seething with love, into the ocean of love, into the ocean of life. This is the true idea of silence. It is our will which issues perfectly elastic, sublimely protean, to fill every interstice of the universe of manifestation which it meets in its course. There is no gulf too great for its immeasurable strength, no strait too arduous for its imperturbable subtlety. It fits itself with perfect precision to every always varied by that of the particular imperfection which it encounters. Its essence is identical in every event, and always the effect of its action is perfection. It is silence, and this perfection is ever the same, being perfect, yet ever different, because each case presents its own peculiar quality and quantity. It is impossible for inspiration itself to sound a dithyramb of silence. For each new aspect of Hippocrates is worthy of the music of the universe throughout eternity. I have simply been led by my loyal love of that strange race among whom I find myself incarnate, to indite this poor stanza of the infinite epic of Hippocrates as being the facet of his fecund brilliance, which has refracted the most needful light upon mine own darkling entrance to his shrine of fulminating, of ineffable Godhead. I praise the luxuriant rapture of innocence, the virile and pantomorphous ecstasy.
And having women work is not liberal. I mean, it's not the kind of liberal I want in any Western country, or in America, or even in.
I praise the crowned and conquering child whose name is force and fire, whose subtlety and strength mixture serenity, whose energy and endurance accomplish the attainment of the Virgin of the Absolute, who being manifested is the prayer upon the sevenfold pipe, the great God Pan, and being withdrawn into the perfection that he willed is silence.
Can't learn from anyone else, Joe.
I do not. Love. Now the magus is love, and bindeth together that in this and his conjuration.
I be jerking on the
Formula of tetragrammaton is the complete mathematical expression of love. Its essence is this: any two things unite. The double effect.
It's the craziest TikTok
First,
background
the
shit.
destruction of both, accompanied by the ecstasy due to the relief of the strain of separateness. Secondly, the creation of a third thing, accompanied by the ecstasy of the realization of existence, which is joy until with development it becomes aware of its imperfection and loves. This formula of love is universal. All the laws of nature are its servitors, thus gravitation, chemical affinity, electrical potential, and the rest, and these are alike mere aspects of the general law. So many differently observed statements of the unique tendency. The universe is conserved by the duplex action involved in the formula. The disappearance of father and mother is precisely compensated by the emergence of son and daughter. It may therefore be considered as a perpetual motion engine which continually develops a rapture in each of its phases. The sacrifice of Iphigenia, all this may be taken as typical of the formula. The mystical effect is the assumption of the maid to the bosom of the goddess. But for the magical destruction in a figure the feelings of a molecule of hydrogen imposes the rage of Aeolus, bids the Danaid set sail.
It is the
Cannot be
uninitiate.
too clearly understood, or too acutely realized by means of action, that the intensity of the joy liberated varies with the original degree of opposition between the two elements of the union: heat, light, electricity, or phenomena expressive of the fullness of passion, and the value is greatest when the diversity of the energies composing the marriage is most strenuous. One obtains more from the explosion of hydrogen and oxygen than from the dull combination of substances indifferent to each other. Thus the union of nitrogen and chlorine is so little satisfying to either molecule that the resulting compound disintegrates with explosive violence at the slightest shock. We might say, then, in the language of Thelema, that such an act of love is not love under will. It is, so to speak, a black, magical operation. Let us consider in a figure the feelings of a molecule of hydrogen in the presence of one oxygen or of chlorine. It is made to suffer intensely by the realization of the extremity of its deviation from the perfect type of monad, by the contemplation of an element so supremely opposed to its own nature at every point, so far as it is egoist. Its nature, its reaction must be scorn and hatred. But as it understands by the true shame that is put upon its separateness, by the presence of its opposite, these feelings turn to anguished yearning. It begins to crave the electric spark which will enable it to assuage its pains by the annihilation of all those properties which constitute its separate existence. The rapture of union, and at the same time to fulfill its passion to create a perfect type of peace. We see the same psychology everywhere. In the physical world, stronger.
I had razors hidden in the
That administration, like what had been drawn, were, I say, less Catholic from the structure of the atoms themselves and their effort to resolve the agony of their agitation.
Niggas really want to pay up.
I can't learn anyone else. The process of love on
I be jerking on the toilet while I'm shitting. I started going soft, but you know that I ain't quit.
Father who has slain himself in the womb of a mother finds himself again.
I can't learn anyone else, so I don't.
Transfigured in the sun. The son acts as a new father. And it is thus that the self is constantly aggrandized and able to counterpose an ever greater not-self. To the final act of love under will, which comprehends the universe in samadhi.
Are you telling me you haven't changed at all?
Should be self-moving against oneself. It is the expression of the pain and shame of separateness. It only appears to be directed against the opposite by psychological transference. This thesis the school of Freud has made sufficiently clear. There is then little indeed in common between love and such tepid passions as regard affection, kindliness. It is the uninitiate who to his damnation, the hell of cabbage soup and soap suds, confuses them. Love may best be defined as the passion of hatred, to the point of madness, when it takes a refuge in self-destruction. Love is clear-sighted, at the lust of deadly rage, and never minding its victim, seeking where best to strike home mortally to the heart. It becomes blind only when its fury has completely overpowered it, thrust it into the red maw of the furnace of self-immolation. We must further distinguish love in this magical sense from the sexual formula, simple in type though that be thereof. For the pure essence of magic is a function of ultimate atomic consciousness, and its operations must be refined from all confusion and contamination. Truly magical operations of love are therefore the trances, more especially those of understanding,
as will readily have been appreciated by those who have made a careful Kabbalistic study of the nature of Binah. Binah, for she is omniform as love and as death, the great sea whence all life springs, in whose black womb reabsorbs all. She thus resumes in herself the duplex process of the formula of love under will, for is not Pan the begetter in the heart of the groves at high noon, and is not her hair the trees of eternity, the filaments of all devouring Godhead under the night of Pan. Yet let it not be forgotten that though she be love, her function is but passive. She is the vehicle of the word of Kokma, wisdom, the All-Father, who is the will of the All-One. And thus they err with grievous error and die who prate of love as the formula of magic. Love is unbalanced, void, vague, undirected, sterile, nay, more very shell, the prey of abject aughts demonic. Love must be under will. This will readily have been appreciated by those who have made a careful Kabbalistic study of the nature of Binah. Binah, for she is omniform as love and as death, the great sea whence all life springs, in whose black womb reabsorbs all. She thus resumes in herself the duplex process of the formula of love under will, for is not Pan the begetter in the heart of the groves at high noon, and is not her hair the trees of eternity, the filaments of all devouring Godhead under the night of Pan. Yet let it not be forgotten that though she be love, her function is but passive. She is the vehicle of the word of Kokma, wisdom, the All-Father, who is the will of the All-One. And thus they err with grievous error and die who prate of love as the formula of magic. Love is unbalanced, void, vague, undirected, sterile, nay, more very shell, the prey of abject aughts demonic, love must be under will. This will readily have been appreciated by those who have made a careful probabilistic study of the nature of Bina. Bina, for she is omniform as love and as death, the great sea whence all life springs, in whose black womb reabsorbs all. She thus resumes in herself the duplex process of the formula of love and will. For is not Pan the begetter in the heart of the groves at high noon, and is not her hair the trees of eternity, the filaments of devouring Godhead under the night of Pan. Yet let it not be forgotten that though she be love, her function is but passive. She is the vehicle of the word of Kokma, wisdom, the All Father, who is the will of the All One. Thus they err with grievous error and dire who prate of love. It's the formula of magic. Love is unbalanced, void, vague, undirected, sterile, nay, more very shell, the prey of abject aughts demonic, love must be under will. This will readily have been appreciated by those who have made a careful probabilistic study of the nature of Bina. Bina, for she is omniform as love and as death, the great sea whence all life springs, in whose black womb reabsorbs all. She thus resumes in herself the duplex process of the formula of love and will. For is not Pan the all begetter in the heart of the groves at high noon, is not her hair, the trees of eternity, the filaments of old devouring gold head under the night of Pan. Yet let it not be forgotten that though she be love, her function is but passive. She is the vehicle of the word of Kokma, wisdom, the Old Father, who is the will of the Old One. Thus they err with grievous error and dire prate of love. It's the formula of magic. Love is unbalanced, void, vague, undirected, sterile, nay, more very shell, prey of abject orts demonic. Love must be under will. This will readily have been appreciated by those who have made a careful probabilistic study of the nature of Binah. Binah, for she is omniform as love and as death, the great sea whence all life springs, and whose black womb reabsorbs all. She thus resumes in herself the duplex process of the formula of love under will. For is not Pan the old begetter in the heart of the groves at high noon? It is not her hair, the trees of eternity, the filaments of old devouring gold head under the night of Pan. Yet let it not be forgotten that though she be love, her function is but passive. She is the vehicle of the word of Kokma, wisdom, the Old Father, who is the will of the Old One. Thus they err with grievous error and dire prate of love. It's the formula of magic. Love is unbalanced, void, vague, undirected, sterile, nay, more very shell, the prey of abject orts demonic. Love must be under will. springs in whose black womb reabsorbs a She thus resumes in herself the duplex process of the formula of love under will. For is not Pan the begetter in the heart of the groves at high noon? It is not her hair the trees of eternity, the filaments of all devouring Godhead under the night of Pan. Yet let it not be forgotten that though she be love, her function is but passive. She is the vehicle of the word of Cockman, wisdom, the All-Father, who is the will of the All-One. Thus they err with grievous error and dire prate of love. It's the formula of magic. Love is unbalanced, void, vague, undirected, sterile, nay, more very shell, the prey of abject orts demonic. Love must be under will. This will readily have been appreciated by those who have made a careful probabilistic study of the nature of Binah. Binah, for she is omniform as love and as death, the great sea whence all life springs, in whose black womb reabsorbs all. She thus resumes in herself the duplex process of the formula of love under will. For is not Pan the begetter in the heart of the groves at high noon? It is not her hair the trees of eternity, the filaments of all devouring Godhead under the night of Pan. Yet let it not be forgotten that though she be love, her function is but passive. She is the vehicle of the word of Cockman, wisdom, the All-Father, who is the will of the All-One. Thus they err with grievous error and dire prate of love. It's the formula of magic. Love is unbalanced, void, vague, undirected, sterile, nay, more very shell, the prey of abject orts demonic. Love must be under will. once whole life springs in whose black womb reabsorbs old. She thus resumes in herself the duplex process of the formula of love and the will. For is not pan the begetter in the heart of the groves at high noon, and is not her hair the trees of eternity, the filaments of old devouring gold head under the night of Pan. Yet let it not be forgotten that though she be love, her function is but passive. She is the vehicle of the word of Kokma, wisdom, the old father who is the will of the old one. Thus they err with grievous error and dire praise of love. It's the formula of magic. Love is unbalanced, void, vague, undirected, sterile, nay, more very shell, prey of abject orts demonic. Love must be underwing. This will readily have been appreciated by those who have made the careful probabilistic study of the nature of it. Bina, for she is omniform as love and as death, the great sea, whence all life springs, in whose black womb reabsorbs all. She thus resumes in herself the duplex process of the formula of love and the will. For is not man the old begetter in the heart of the groves at high noon, it is not her hair the trees of eternity, the filaments of devouring gold head under the night of Pan. Yet let it not be forgotten that though she be love, her function is but passive. She is the vehicle of the word of Kokma, wisdom, the old father who is the will of the old one. Thus they err with grievous error and dire prate of love. It's the formula of magic. Love is unbalanced, void, vague, undirected, sterile, nay, more very shell, prey of abject orts demonic. Love
soul life springs in whose black womb reabsorbs a She thus resumes in herself the duplex process of the formula of love under will. For is not Pan the begetter in the heart of the groves at high noon? It is not her hair the trees of eternity, the filaments of old devouring gold head under the night of Pan. Yet let it not be forgotten that though she be love, her function is but passive. She is the vehicle of the word of Kokma, wisdom, the old father who is the will of the old one. Thus they err with grievous error and dire prate of love. It's the formula of magic. Love is unbalanced, void, vague, undirected, sterile, nay, more very shell, prey of abject orts demonic. Love must be under will. Appreciated by those who have made the careful probabilistic study of the nature of Bina. Bina, for she is omniform as love and as death, the great sea, when soul life springs in whose black womb reabsorbs a
Okay, that actually came. Regime was throwing packets at you to silence you or not, but we got most of what you had to say. Thank you, Murad. We'll now go to Persian, followed by Abby.
Hello, Gary. Hello, everybody. Nice to be finally, after 4 years, on your stage. Thank you, Marshall, for inviting me. Actually, I just wanted to, because it's dinner time in Germany now, and honestly, frankly, I just want to say, listen to what also maybe other speaker wants to share with us, and of course, a lot of voices and people here on the stage. Maybe I just, of course, wanted to listen also to Tiger first, and maybe after that, if you allow me, Gary, dear Gary, I will share with you my opinion about the happening events right now, Thank you.
Hopefully you can stay awake long enough. We'll do that.
Thank you, yes, I try.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anthony, followed by Saman.
I think you forgot me.
Gary,
What happened to Abby?
I'm right here.
She dropped way to the bottom. Okay, Abby followed by Anthony.
Thanks, Gary. I'm not going to get into this much. I actually want the right to rebut if Brett starts talking about how bad Trump is. So I just want to put that on the record. But I do want to talk about. I mean, there's a lot of ties between what's happening with Russia, with other issues in diplomacy, with what's happening in Iran. Basically, we have an Ayatollah that some of us think maybe wants to go back to the times of Cyrus the Great and what they've done to the country and restrictions and living in 550 BC, or it's kind of unclear exactly what their full intentions are with their country, but they definitely took their country backwards. I think what's important, though, is to look at in the U.S. that we have focused so much, and definitely in the prior administrations, in the Obama and the Biden administration, was to possibly curb their right to get nuclear weapons, which was so important. But people were not focused, and which the Trump administration is focused on, their, let's call it their malign behavior. And that's Iran's status in the world as the foremost state sponsor of terror. And they've claimed countless lives on multiple continents. The regime's murdered Iranian dissidents around the world. They tried to assassinate our senior American officials, among them President Trump. They've supplied missiles and drones that have used all over the world, including killing thousands of Ukrainians. They've helped, obviously, with their proxies, ignite the issues that are happening in Israel between Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthis. And they also enable, at least not forget the Syrian dictator Bashar al-Assad to massacre 500,000 of his own countrymen. I mean, what they've backed in the world has just been a horror to the world. And they also did this as they brutally oppressed their own people, their LGBTQ people, all ethnic minorities there. But this behavior was just not the focus of our foreign policy. Our foreign policy was to figure out a way to curb the nuclear proliferation. You finally have a president that is going after the regime and ensuring that the regime not only will not have nuclear weapons, but that these Ayatollahs are defeated, overthrown, and that they are crippled. And by the coordination of Israel going after them with the original attack before the U.S. came in, but also Israel crippling their proxies, crippling Hamas, crippling Hezbollah, and now the Houthis getting pushed back and also getting crippled by what they're going after in Yemen. You've taken away Iran's power. Along with all of that were the financial sanctions and ramping up financial sanctions under the Trump administration, which unfortunately in the Biden administration were loosened and they were able to get rich again. So by all of these factors coming together, the economic sanctions, the getting rid of their proxies and their reign, their access of evil and terror, and also from the dissidents within, it all adds up to finally crippling this regime. And hopefully the Trump administration will do this and finish the job for not just for the Iranian people, but for the rest of the world, as this reign of terror has been a reign of terror on the world. And that's my feeling on it. I feel like they are crippled. I think there's one other side note, I put this in the chat. that they claim to have hacked the cell phone. I don't know if you saw this, of the chief of staff, Netanyahu's chief of staff, by leaking comments between the Russians and the Israelis. Having a kumbaya. It's interesting. It's probably not the way that they've really hacked. They claim that they're going to release lots of other information. Who knows what's actually in that cell phone or not? But that's just a side note of them trying to lash out. That just came out in the last 24 hours. But just my feeling generally is that it will topple. I think the Iranian people need to get a lot stronger within Iran. I know there's been grassroots efforts to support them and help them go after this regime, but it's going to be a combination. But I have to give great credit to the Trump administration and also to the Netanyahu administration for really going after their proxies and crippling them and taking away their power, both nuclear, which was a disaster, and I'm here to counter if we start hearing about how great the Iran deal allegedly was, which it was just the worst deal, and by now they would have had weapons. And for the Trump administration to have ended that, which was incredibly smart, as well as taking away their ability for delivery of any of those weapons, which the prior administrations did not focus on. So now that other crippling, I think, ultimately will factor in to bring them down. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
So as you know, Abby, I've been very critical of the president for his demeanor. Not his actions as much, although sometimes his actions. I take them on a case-by-case basis. But I've been very critical consistently about his demeanor. He was unambiguous today with regard to a number of issues, and in particular Iran, which I listened to with perhaps greater interest than anything else he addressed following his meeting with Netanyahu. And he said, he was asked, would you have direct discussions with Iran? He said, yes. He said, we offered it before we attacked, and they didn't believe us. They didn't believe that we would do this. And he said, we will attack, we will, send them back to kingdom come, or whatever words he was using. Strong words. But he says, we don't want to do that. We would rather talk to them. But they didn't believe us before, they better well believe us now. So a lot of times, Abby, the president says things, whether it's with regard to domestic policy or international policy, where I get so frustrated with his ambiguity. There was none today.
No, I agree. I think he was very strong on it. But I think the actions of this administration are very clear when it's come to Iran. And again, look at all of those factors. Look at how they've been crippled. Economically, their axis of evil, their tentacles. Look at all the bad that they've done into the world and into how far those tentacles have gone and the crippling of them. And not just focusing, obviously it's an existential threat for them to have nuclear capability, but they had other capabilities that they needed to have, their arms sliced off. And I think the president's actions have been very strong on that. And for all the critics and the people that have only horrible things to say, just look at where they're at now and where they were at under the prior administration. Big difference.
By the way, I mentioned this in the opening salvo.
It's the formula of magic.
That they are trying to develop chemical weaponry, which could be just as devastating to a populace as nuclear weaponry.
Will readily have been appreciated by those who have
to have chemical weapons. That's a red line as well that ought not to be allowed to cross. And
it is the uninitiate
the president wasn't
to his damnation
sliding into hyperbole when he talked about 50 plus nations willing to go in there and take care of Gaza. And because I would hope that those
Let us consider in a figure that
would be willing, if God forbid it's necessary, to go in and take care of this regime in Iran. They are a threat to humanity. It's not a
the
question
particular
of
imperfection which it
it's a question of
encounters.
humanity, and we need to think in that perspective with regard to Iran in particular, and other players on the world stage right now as well. Anthony, followed by Samat.
Thanks for taking
His
my
adult
call.
form.
We talked in the past. I don't think this regime is going to fall anytime soon. I agree with Marshall.
Whereas it may be said that to think of it at all.
There is no alternative to this regime. I remember somebody asked Reagan when he was the president. Asked him, why don't you just knock this guy out?
Whereas it may
So he said, it's a ball they're throwing to the crowd. You don't know who's going to pick up the ball. It means you don't know who's the replacement is going to be. The opposition, the 90% opposition in Iran against this regime. 90%, maybe more, 95%.
Well, what about the Shah's son?
Maybe we shall live with this regime till kind of.
Okay, what about the Shah's son, Anthony?
I don't think he can do it. He has some followers, but there is a big opposition in the left. There are nationalists down there. There are separatists down there. They're not in a how do you say, in a group that they can take arms. You need the arm to replace these people. You cannot just go talk to them and sign some agreement and they walk away. It's not that way. You have to have a long, big parties with money and guns. Without the guns and some sort of military, you cannot replace them. They know the system well. That's how they came to the power. So I don't think this is going to happen at all. They are losing big time in economy point. People are very angry. One thing you said, the head of the central bank, he wasn't resigned. He was replaced by the new guy who has more experience. And then last time I checked, about 2 hours ago, there is no shooting on the demonstration on the street, mostly in Tehran. There was some tear gas.
The only correct and adequate mode of the attainment of understanding.
There were several thousand people, but you need millions of people. Plus, you need guns. Without the guns, you cannot do much. Americans are not going to send the troops, Marines down there. They cannot afford it. You're talking about 3 times the size of Iraq. Iran is 3 times the size of Iraq, and it's all mountain area. It's not easy. You cannot change a regime by attacking them from the air. You need troops on the ground. So whatever Trump is trying to do, I have no idea, because he's changing his mind like he's changing his underwear every day. But you cannot do it that way. The best way to help the Iranians is to topple the government, topple this regime, and that takes time. So far, we couldn't do it. So far, we have to admit we were defeated because we're not in the same page with each other. There are several big groups that are fighting each other with the Shahs, as I said, people, and with the other group. So I don't think anytime soon this regime is going to fall down. They're going to stay. On the other side, the Ayatollahs, like the first Ayatollah, the Khomeini, when things got rough with the Iraq war, 2 weeks before that, he was saying, I'm going to drove dark tanks all the way through the Baghdad, we're going to Jerusalem. 2 weeks after that, he gave up. And he surrendered, and then he said, okay, we're going to sign an agreement with the Iraqis and end the war. There is a good opportunity for them to sign an agreement with the Israelis and with the Americans not to interfere with their interests in the region, and then walk scot-free. But Trump all the time, he come out and said, I want to talk to you. I want to make a peace with you. I want to meet you. I want to have an agreement with you. All the time, since he came to the power, he said all this stuff. And now the Ayatollahs realize they are in a rough place because the economy really tanked. People are very, very angry, and they want to, if they get their head, they're going to chop off all these people's head. Like, we won't see a single Ayatollah, little big one on the street. That is going to happen. But American policy from the beginning, from Second World War, they was going to go fight in the Soviets when the Second World War finished. Tell them to leave Iran. The power. So I don't think it's
Silence. Of all the magical and mystical virtues, of all the graces of the soul, all the attainments of the spirit, none has been so misunderstood, even when it all apprehended as silence. It would not be possible to enumerate the common errors. Nay, it may be said that to think of it at all is in itself an error, for its nature is pure being, that is to say, nothing, so that it is beyond all intellection or intuition. Thus then the utmost of our essay can be only a certain wardenship, as it were a tiling of a lodge, wherein the mystery of silence may be consummated. For this attitude,
Listen to what also maybe other.
there is sound traditional authority for Hippocrates. God of silence.
You don't really love it because they don't want to bring my blood.
Why you don't try to get to know
The
you?
Lord of defense and protection. But his nature is by no means that negative and passive silence which the word commonly connotes. He is the all-wandering spirit, the pure and perfect knight-errant who answers all enigmas and opens the closed portal of the king's daughter. Silence in the vulgar sense is not the answer to the riddle of the Sphinx. It is that which is created by that answer. For silence is the equilibrium of perfection, so that Hippocrates is the omniform, the universal key to every mystery soever. And Sphinx is the puzzle,
will readily have been
Shelley, a feminine idea to which there is only one complement. Always different in form and always identical in essence. This is the signification of the gesture of the god. It is shown more clearly in his adult form as the fool of the tarot and as Bacchus, Diphus, and without equivocation when he appears as Baphomet. When we inquire more closely into his symbolism, the first quality which engages our attention is doubtless his innocence.
But they didn't believe us before, they better.
Ramping up financial
Not without deep
sanctions
wisdom is equal in Horus, and this is Leon Horus. It is he who sent forth. I was his minister to proclaim its advent. The fourth power of the Sphinx is silence. To us, then, who aspire to its power as the crown of our life, it will be of utmost value to attain his innocence in all its fullness. We must understand, first of all, that the root of moral responsibility on which man stupidly prides himself as distinguishing him from the other animals is restriction, which is the word of sin. Indeed, there is truth in the Hebrew fable that the knowledge of good and evil brings forth death. To regain innocence is to regain Eden. We must learn to live without the murderous consciousness that every breath we draw swells the sails which bear our frail vessels to the port of the grave. We must cast out fear by love, seeing that every act is an orgasm. The total issue cannot be but birth. So, love is the law. Thus every act must be righteousness and truth. With certain meditations, this may be understood and established. This ought to be done so thoroughly that we become unconscious of our sanctification. For only then is innocence made perfect. This state is in fact a necessary condition of any proper contemplation of what we are accustomed to consider the first task of the aspirant. The solution of the question, what is my true will? For until we become innocent, we are certain to try to judge our will by some canon of what seems right or wrong. In other words, we are apt to criticize our will from the outside, whereas true will should spring a fountain of light from within and flow unchecked, seething with love, into the ocean of love, into the ocean of life. This is the true idea of silence. It is our will which issues perfectly elastic, sublimely protean, to fill every interstice of the universe of manifestation which it meets in its course. There is no gulf too great for its immeasurable strength, no strait too arduous for its imperturbable subtlety. It fits itself with perfect precision to every need. Its fluidity is the warrant of its fidelity. Its form is always varied by that of the particular imperfection which it encounters. Its essence is identical in every event. And always the effect of its action is perfection. It is silence, and this perfection is ever the same, being perfect, yet ever different, because each case presents its own peculiar quality and quantity. It is impossible for inspiration itself to sound a dithyramb of silence. For each new aspect of Hippocrates is worthy of the music of the universe throughout eternity. I have simply been led by my loyal love of that strange race among whom I find myself incarnate, to indite this poor stanza of the infinite epic of Hippocrates as being the facet of his fecund brilliance, which has refracted the most needful light upon mine own darkling entrance to his shrine of fulminating,
And ramping up financial.
of ineffable Godhead. I praise the luxuriant
rapture of innocence, the virile and pentamorphous ecstasy of all fulfillment. I praise the crowned and conquering child whose name is force and fire, whose subtlety and strength mixture serenity, whose energy and endurance accomplish the attainment of the Virgin of the Absolute, who being manifested is the prayer upon the sevenfold pipe, the great God Pan, and being withdrawn into the perfection that he willed is silence. Since, for one thing, they all destroy the sense of duality, they yet put into their adept the means of knowledge. We may regard rational apprehension as a projection of truth in dualistic form, so that he who possesses any given truth is only to symbolize it. In terms of the intellect to obtain its image in the form of knowledge, this conception is difficult. An illustration may clear its view. Architect can indicate the general characteristics of a building on paper by means of two drawings, a ground plan and an elevation. Neither, but is false in nearly every respect. Each is partial. Each lacks depth, so on. And yet, in combination, they do represent to the trained imagination what the building actually is. So, illusions, as they are. No other
opportunity to support the people. I want to say that one of the things that I've seen over this last couple years of being in the Clubhouse, people come here into Clubhouse in the Iranian rooms and they say, "Oh, I'm against the regime, but
nothing you can do to change her mind. She's she's very adamant on what she believes, and nothing's gonna change it. So that's when I feel like certain people like that, you just kind of gotta let them go like a fart in the wind. Just let them do their thing.
Yeah, I don't really understand. When I got on here about a year and some change ago and got introduced to her, people just hated her guts. Like, couldn't stand her. And I can understand why people would not stand her, but it's just kind of like nobody's tired of just kind of like being like, you just can't stand her. Like, you know what I mean? There's got to be something else.
Monica loves to interject if there's a political conversation or a race conversation happening, and she jumps in the middle of the conversation when she has nothing to do with it, and her remark is usually hyper racist in either one of those. That kind of that's what Tia Pocket says about how she trolls, or how she rage baits, but she does it in a conversation that she had no part in. She'll jump in her and start doing it.
Can someone explain to me like something that she said that was rage baity and ping up people? Because interesting to know. And it's not just that, but I also want to see how banned this room could possibly be. So the title.
I can give an example of what you would do.
Okay.
So, for instance, let's say there's a room talking about reparations, right? And, it's not really like, the room is not necessarily a for or against room. It's more how do we deal with reparations? What do we do? Stuff like that. And she'll come in a room and she would say something to like, but do you guys really think reparations would work? I don't think you guys are able to keep the money in the community anyway.
Good question. I mean, I don't find that. What's the issue?
Well, it's very racist.
It's a good question.
And I'm telling you, that's what she.
Y'all don't think that's a good question?
I'm telling you, that's what she does. Because she asks those shock factor questions.
Those are shock factor questions.
Well, to people like would be like, what the fuck would you do?
The reason why it is a shock value question is because the conversation is about what to do if it happens. And for her to come to ask that very condescending.
Okay. It's disruptive. She's disruptive.
It's very disruptive in a very negative, racist, borderline way.
I mean, shit, it's a good question to me.
I mean, if someone else asked it,
I'm not saying that's what you asked. I'm just spitballing here.
Are you racist?
Huh?
Are you racist?
For me?
Yeah.
Yeah, a little bit. That's all.
Oh.
That's right, Panda.
Yeah.
And that's why it's a good question.
Why is that not a good question? That's a great question. Do people really think you can keep it in a community? Think about it. We live in fucking America. Hello? Does your money not go to taxes and to everything else? Is this not a capitalistic society in which the money goes all over the place? That's a great question.
But there was a
think about.
There was a stance where Monica mentioned that it should start with where redlining started.
That's not a racist thing. That's some real shit. Say that again.
Because Monica, the reparations thing, she said that people shouldn't get checks. It should start within the communities that were destroyed, so like redlined communities. And then people fucking freaked out, thinking that she said.
Wait, she said that people shouldn't what?
Get checks, but that the money should be allocated toward the redlined communities that were destroyed. Talk about like Flint, or places that.
What do you mean not get checks? What do you mean by that?
Personal checks, Panda. Like people shouldn't get personal reparation checks. That's what she said. Personal checks, like get written out like 20,000 each person. That's what she said. Like a money check.
That's kind of whack. I think everybody should get a little money now.
I mean, yeah.
But I do think that they need to actively be building up communities. I mean, that's pretty much that.
I mean, even asking someone's opinion who not even in the realm of making that choice, having this shit be done. To me, it's just like, why would you ask that question to somebody? What they think, you know what I mean? Don't be asking people what the fuck they think if you don't want to hear their answer. You know what I mean?
About what?
What they think about, when it comes to like, so say if someone asked Monica what they thought, why would you ask her what she thought?
Yeah, I would never ask a white woman what she thinks about reparations.
Exactly.
Unless she's leading a movement when it comes to reparations. Otherwise, her opinion is irrelevant. And asking a racist white person their views about black people is intentionally like kind of inciting the crowd. So at that point, you're just as responsible as she is for whatever she says.
So people are asking her opinions to get the rooms.
Mm-hmm.
That's rage baiting.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And they're participating as well. So
3 hours.
Yeah, that's fucked up. Because that's not just her at that point.
Yeah.
And it would to get rooms popping too. We can't forget a lot of the shit was to get rooms popping. Once you whole race thing was a huge thing, really, like, throughout Clubhouse, still is, to where it would get a room popping if you saw like one group of people trashing on another. So they would use Monica for that topic for a long time on Clubhouse. Her name has been in plenty of titles, so this is just not new to her. So I think it's to the point where Monica just stopped giving a fuck about people's feelings and just started saying the shit that, basically that was on her mind and just not giving a fuck about it, really. Because her name used to be in titles for years, like 2021 to like 2023. Her name was almost in every title on Clubhouse. It was what?
You think she really cared about other people's feelings?
I really not anymore. Absolutely not. I think at first she didn't really understand, like, the play that was at hand, like that she was being used as a pawn to prove a point to other people, about race relations and, how white people are, whatever the case may be. I just don't think she cares anymore. And I feel like people should just stop asking for her opinion. They stop asking what she thinks. They know it's not going to be what they agree with. That's just like setting yourself up to be bothered. So I feel like people just need to stop, playing that game if they don't want to play the game.
Yeah, I'm trying my best to pick some people in here that's part of politically correct and also chillism. They'll be able to speak to that. It's not just instances where she's asked a question, she inserts herself in the conversation.
Well, of course, but the people don't move her down or kick her out the room. Why are
They
she still
definitely do. The only place they really protect her is chillism. That's really the only place that they protect her. Now, say for instance, in politically correct, MAGA, if she's making sense, or he'll try to interrogate her point, for example, we'll engage with her. But the moment she steps out of line, he puts her in the goose. He checks her and all these other stuff, as well as the other people that I'm trying to ping in the room.
Okay, so she's being checked, so that's good.
Yeah, that is good.
What more can we do? You know what I mean? Blow up her house? Like, what more can we do, really? At this.
I mean, I thought this was just a harmless grievance room.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah, it's just a grievance room. I mean, it's not that big of a deal. It's just Monica.
We good to you. It's all.
But remember, there is a bit of research going on here. I would like to know. Something must have happened recently. I would love to know what it is. Something must have happened for her to just pop up. So far we got one. She got demodded, but everybody got demodded. There was some rearrangement, some corporate restructuring of one of the rooms, and there was something else that happened a month ago, right? Bro, what was it again? Or it was the topic title, the one about what's it called? We would zip tie your kids, that shit.
Oh yeah.
Ooh,
She made
violation.
a title saying, we'll zip tie your kids. I don't care.
What?
After that, after ICE raided that apartment building in Chicago, and they were zip tying children, and so that's what she was referring to. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't even see that room. Oh, that's not okay.
I wonder how that conversation went. And what room did she do that in?
No, they said she opened a room with that title herself. Oh, you said what house? I don't know.
Yeah.
Monica opens public rooms sometimes with the replays on, and she sits in there and talks to them. So it's, you know what I'm saying? There's no telling if it was a room that like is attached to a house. You know what I'm saying? I'm not attached to a house, but if it's a room that people attended, like Monica doesn't need specifically people to attend. She'll open a room for 10 minutes, rant about whatever she felt about, and then close it.
I must say that I have noticed that when Monica does rage bait and people question her, she has a good way to turn the question back to the person and people don't catch it. As they got caught explaining the question that they asked her and never getting her to answer the questions, and I think that's why she's kind of escaped the ridicule for so long, and so she kind of got fed up with it. I didn't know that she was good at doing that.
I really don't think she escaped shit because people know her tactics, Almost everyone on Clubhouse knows who this girl is. And I think it's because, people aren't surprised really anymore, colonizing, you know what I mean? No one's shocked anymore.
Correct.
She's been doing this for years, literally since COVID, y'all. This has been, so it's just, I feel like, we're just not, shocked anymore.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I think it's a very interesting type of troll, in my brain. I'd actually, I told her this a long time ago. I was like, it would kind of be a little better if you just stood on that shit. You know what I mean? Like, stop, throwing stones and hiding your hands type of style. Like, that shit is kind of whack to me.
like it would probably be a little bit more entertaining if you just if you wanted to troll that way and just fucking live in that shit. Like, I don't know, to me, I don't know. But like when somebody talks about it and then you're like, oh, I didn't see it, I don't know what's going on, I don't know what you're talking about. Then you spend a lot of time having to act like you don't know exactly what the hell everybody's talking about. I just don't like that shit. It's style. It's just not. It's not really my thing. You know what I mean? I'd rather get to the nitty gritty of what exactly you had said, not what the intention was behind it. Because who gives a fuck, right? Because we know what your intention is. It is to troll. So skip over that. What exactly did you say? Does that? What is that? What is that exactly? You know what I mean? Whatever it could possibly be.
Yeah, but she won't answer it though.
You won't get there. Yeah.
No, she'll pose another question to try to circumvent the question you ask, and the more you ask it, then she's gonna play victim card and be like, you know what, guys? If you guys are gonna keep accosting me, I'm just not gonna be in this room anymore. I'm just gonna go back down in the goo, and then she's gonna start chatting.
Like the exact behavior that she had when she came in the room. Oh, I'm gonna sit here for 30 minutes and let you guys harass me. Nobody's harassing you. You want to sit here for 30 minutes to hear the grievances? Fine. But she's going to make it seem like, oh, you guys are harassing me. You guys are attacking me. Like, that's why I said Karen, right? She feigns ignorance about the racist, dumb shit that she says and wonders why people are questioning her or possibly, even attacking her based on what she said. Oh, look who's back. Are you going to pretend like you didn't know this is just a plain old having fun grievance room, Monica? Or are you going to pretend like people are harassing you and attacking your character and all this other shit? Let's see what happens. Oh,
you left again.
See what I'm saying? So that's the type of shit that she does. That's the type of shit that Karens do, right? They don't acknowledge the fuck shit that they do or the fuck shit that they say, and they play like, oh no, why are you acting this way towards me?
Now they're the victim. Mm-hmm.
Right, exactly.
What specifically is the grievances with
you can run off that.
We have a list. Do you want to add to the list?
All right, so far, this is what we got. Hold on, let me read the list and let me know if you would like to add anything. Hold on, let me get the list together. All right, so the list is 1, acting oblivious. 2, name spelling. 3, made a room titled, we will put your kids in zip ties, I don't care. 4, centering herself. 5, presenting fake political facts. 6, has crabs. 7, smells like fish. 8, being annoying. 9, voice too high pitch. 10, too many mythical creatures and PTRs. 11, spamming Discord. 12, being a racist bitch. 13, putting sugar in her grits. Would you like to add anything?
No, I mean a lot of those are ad hominems, but the
doesn't matter. Just a grievance. It's a grievance, dang it.
Yeah, no. Like, you can do your thing. I'm not telling you what to or what not to do. I'm just trying to understand this all.
Would you like to add anything that you know?
No, I kind of fuck with Monica. I don't really know her like too deep, but like
okay.
She don't really come like in a different way when I've been in the room. So I'm just trying to understand this all. When you said when you said she was racist, like what happened?
Racist bitch.
Wait, hold on. Question for you, Vic. How long have you known Monica?
No, I don't know anyone on this fucking app.
Not like that,
Well, yeah, you're saying like
how long have you been acquainted with her?
Yeah, conversations. I don't know, maybe 6
or heard her talk in a room, anything.
He said like 6 months. That's why he has that question. That makes sense. So he probably hasn't had a chance to see a lot of her. But she's been racist for years. Like,
monkeys, flying monkeys.
Okay.
I thought Flying Monkeys is a group or something, right?
Nope.
Is it?
Nope.
Talking Apes. No, she used to be in Talking Apes. That's where the Flying Monkeys.
What is Talking Apes?
It's a clubhouse.
Group.
Yeah.
Who named themselves? Somebody named themselves Talking Apes.
They believe in evolution. That we came.
Okay. So that's why they get Talking Apes.
Not racist or nothing. It's just because they believe in evolution.
But I'm not talking about the house. I'm not talking about the house. I'm not talking about the rooms that she may be in. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about it politically correct. But we were talking about racist topics. She had it out with some guy named Hurricane, for example. I don't know if y'all familiar with him.
No.
But she called him and some others in the room that were on stage, including myself, monkeys. Flying Monkey specifically, and what she tried to do. Oh, well, I just said that because I just watched Wicked the other day. Bitch, please.
Wow, that was a terrible one. Goodness. Yeah, that's the worst part, right? It's like, just shit. If you don't say it, it's just not say it.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean? If you want to act the way that she wants to, go ahead and act this way. Who cares?
I think that, you know, I've done this before. I was about to try and mind read somebody, but no, fuck that. I ain't tripping.
Yeah, I mean, hey, I don't like that one.
God, they used to call her all types of names, man, like Bleach Demon, Sun Runner, fucking like all these names, man. And she just, I guess, started clapping back. I mean, if you're to push, you know, if you're to do something, don't, you know, people are having
Wait. Back up, Pockets. You're saying that there was a time period in which Monica only had 1K in her name and she was not.
Yeah, it was.
You get what I'm saying? What I mean is truly, like, you know, what I mean truly is that, like, she simply was not on the same trolling shit that she does.
She was not. The first year or two of Clubhouse was very different. When I put the 3Ks in her name is when she ended up taking that name back, because we had that room up to like 300 people. But it was very different. You know,
back up. You gave her the 3 names?
I did.
3Ks? Pocket, you're responsible for the 3Ks.
I did. Yes, that was me.
God.
You created this monster.
Pocket, change your name now.
Yeah, my bad, dude.
It's gonna be Pocket with 3Ks.
Yeah, Pocket with 3Ks. I mean, I could if I could just change my name. I'll change it in a few weeks.
Yeah, it could be Pocket with 3Ks.
Yeah, I'll change it back in a few weeks. I got you.
No, don't you dare change your name. Pocket, okay, so explain to me how you creatively figured out the 3K thing and that all happened.
So it was just the room, you know, where we were arguing, you know, who can be racist and who can't. And, you know, I believe that, you know, black people can't be racist because that means that they are prejudiced, and that means it's based off of no facts or experience. But they have the facts or experience, so that's what we were arguing together. And so me and what was his name? I forget this fucking dude's name, man. Ariota, I think was his name. Crazy ass dude. Oh, yeah. We made the room together. And and it came to like almost 300 people. And people started calling her that, putting her name in the title for months after that. And so she just changed her name and said, fuck it.
Was the room itself something like what was happening in the room is really what I'm looking for. Like what happened in the room that made it like you know what I'm saying?
It was just me and Ariota kind of doing what you guys are doing here. We were just talking our shit about Monica, and it basically started this huge thing on Clubhouse, and everyone just started calling her Monica, and it just stuck, and she took that name and owned it, and kept it as her name since then.
Well, to be fair, on a larger matter conversation here, I have been saying this since like 2017, 2016. I've been saying it for a long time. I've been saying that there is white people who, if consistently get told that they are racist, they will begin to either be racist and or push the foot back. Whether that's with genuine malice. Oh, brother.
Hold on, let me hear this out because I find this really interesting.
My point is, right?
White people, social media.
My perspective of society as it pertains to people just getting along, right? There are going to be people who are bigoted. Let's just use that as a generic term to describe people that just hate anybody else who's not like them. They're bigoted. There are people like that. We're always going to have some degree of that. We have to try and make sure that these people do not rise to positions of prominence. We need to make sure that their will is not enacted within policy and law, but we're always going to have it, okay? Now, on the flip side, you also have people who are just trying to, like, figure the fucking changing circumstances or the different kind of people that they live amongst, trying to figure it out. My point has been, over the last almost 10 years, that people who have genuine questions haven't been allowed to raise these questions and discuss these questions without being instantaneously referred to as racist. And my fear has always been that with the reluctance that listen to these people, you push them further into the direction of the far right, because they are the only ones that are actually going to say, yes, we will listen to you. So I don't know what Monica's intent is. I don't know what she has or hasn't said. I'm not here defending her. I'm simply speaking to the point of, if there are white people in society today who are on a level of rhetoric, becoming more or more combative, we have to kind of consider why. You can roll your eyes, brother. You can rise. But I'm saying
your point. I didn't interrupt you. Just
no. But my point is,
I want to hear people's responses. I find this really interesting.
Okay, cool.
Because you know what's funny is that I want to tell you guys something. A while ago, gosh, I'm trying to remember exactly what it was. Yeah, okay. So a while ago, I think some Puerto Rican chick was in here, and she was chilling for a minute. And then, she was talking, she had, showed up, it was, her first time in the room, probably. I'm almost sure it was her first time in the room. And, this guy comes up, starts trolling the hell out of her. And, racist bitch, blah, blah, racist Puerto Rican girl. He's, some black guy, I guess. I'm pretty sure he's black, right? And then another person comes in, same thing. So, they're both kind of, tag teaming on her. And, I let it go on for a little bit because I'm just, kind of curious, what the fuck is happening? Anyway. They end up explaining that she called them a racial slur in a room years ago. And I was like, well, damn. Well, explain that.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Okay.
And the girl says, hold on. And the girl says, talks about how, yeah, she did. She said, she said something. She made a joke about, she didn't call him racist slur. She made a joke about George Floyd. And first of all, that right there, forget the race, that's just that. But anyway, it doesn't matter. I don't give a fuck. Anyway, not like that, but you know what I mean. I'm trying to just get that part of the story right now. The thing is that the Puerto Rican girl says something racist, right? And this guy, and maybe I think it was a girl, was trolling her for years on the app ever since, and vowed every single room I see you in, I'm going in, blah, 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 that whole thing. That's what they had been doing, literally for years. When the story was told, they had actually talking about her and her being Puerto Rican for mad long. And then she made the George Floyd joke. And it was just kind of Now, as much as I don't think you should need to be joking about George Floyd now, because that's just nasty. Dang, what do you do? What do you say? What do you say in that situation? You know what I mean? It's they had been, going in, and she says it. She's like, this is actually what happened. And she's told they had been saying this, and this, and then I said this. I'm like, is that true? They're like, yeah. So what do you say?
At that point? Exactly. What do you say?
Yeah, it's like, yeah. What do you say to that point? Because it's kind of like, ooh.
See, the thing is, I think one of the big problems that we've kind of just accepted as a dogma, and it's really fucking retarded and really toxic for multicultural societies. This idea that black people can't be racist, that gay people can't be discriminatory towards heterosexuals, that women can't be misandristic towards men. And it's this idea of people who have historically been marginalized and oppressed can't therefore in the modern world, in different contexts, be oppressive and bigoted in their own way. That's a retarded methodology of thinking about human beings. And it's a retardation that, if not addressed with logic and empathy, leads to aggression and the actual kinds of racism, homophobia, and misogyny that we don't want. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I think that's sweet and romantic and all. If you don't mind me asking, how old are you?
I don't understand why that's relevant.
Well, the reason why, and it's not to exclude you from the conversation, I'm just trying to understand this fancy romantic idea that you have about people as far as like extending this infinite amount of empathy in the face of things that oppress you and impose upon you and stuff like that. So when it comes to, say, for instance, Monica, I can see where you're trying to have
again. I'm not
done speaking.
Yeah,
I
I
didn't
was
interrupt
just
you.
about to come off the mic and say I'm not saying this happened with her though.
Okay,
but I am saying something else. You know what I mean?
Just let me get my point across, because you did ask a question in regards to that. But I'm trying to address this. I feel like this is just some apologist behavior when it comes to just bullshit that's come across. Monica she's not a victim. She has been extended a exorbitant amount of patience and labor in trying to answer her questions when she did have questions and they were open to the floor for her to ask. It has been years. If she is truly as ignorant as she claims to be when it comes to these type of topics, I must be boo-boo the fucking fool. I refuse to believe for you to have a phone in your hand and access to the internet and all this other stuff, and you're able to pull up all this other bullshit to support your point, and you just still play after all these years ignorant. Like I said, this shit is annoying for people to feign ignorance in the face of all this information and shit that happens out here. She's annoying as fuck. I will just continue to move around her when she makes her little fucking comments, and if she does ever say anything directly to me, I mean, hell, I can just clap back, right?
Bro,
yeah, that's it.
Yeah, you have every right to clap back.
Yeah,
People should clap back. Like, let's go.
What's up? I'm simply saying, I'm not even talking about Monaco.
I would like to ask what ignorance that you're talking about.
I don't think both.
You're saying she's ignorant, but you're not actually providing any kind of evidence of her ignorance. Prince.
She's talking to Miss.
No, Prince.
Wait. Hold on. Relax. Everybody relax. Okay, sorry. Whoever, okay, big respond.
Thanks. I was simply saying, I'm not talking about Monaco. I don't understand the particular previous grievances. I was not present. I'm not going to comment on them. That's beyond the remit of what I'm speaking. I'm talking about the meta conversation.
That's what I was talking about too.
Yeah, and I was kind of referring to what Panda said. Like, there was this Latina girl. She was getting critiqued for a while, and then she responded in some way or another to some black people, and then the black people then doubled down on the fact that this Latina girl said some racial shit, almost avoiding the fact that they'd almost aggravate her to the point where she said it. Now, my point is, what we doing, right? We can't live in a multicultural society whereby only one group of people are absolved from any kind of racial discrimination. You can't say black people can say whatever they want around white people, Latinas, Asian people, this, that, and the third, not say nothing because they can't be racist. That's an illogical assertion. It doesn't make any sense from my stand. And I made some extra points while I'll be quiet.
So I don't want to take this too far down the rabbit hole, like as if we're really talking about it, because we're actually, now this is still a Monica grievance room, right? I do think I get exactly what you're saying. I find that, I do find it a weird, interesting thing that does happen on social media. I actually felt that the person that looked the most stupid in the situation that I talked about was the people that were following her for literally years. It had literally been years. They admitted it. They said it had been years. These were some young kids, you could tell. Like, it's like you didn't have shit else better to do. Like, really? So it was actually quite interesting to me over some shit like that. I said, well, has she said anything ever since? No, nothing else. Just one thing from a couple years ago, and they were trolling the shit out of her. Don't think it's right on both sides, but I think one person making themselves look a little bit more stupid than the other. And at what point do you just, stop,
You stop listening.
What are you looking for with that? Yeah, you know what I mean? So
you stop listening. It really is that's what it is. You stop listening after years of you stop listening. To me, like when at the beginning of Clubhouse, people used to bombard me with being like, you're a racist,
you're a colonizer, this, and that. And it's just like, at this point, I stopped listening. I stopped giving a fuck about racism because it was bombarded so much on me that I was the problem in America for the longest time, right? So I was like, no, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that though. I'm not doing that, brother. I'm not doing that. It's not. But can you let me talk though? Yeah. Can you let me talk? Because it wasn't an entirety group of black people. It's just a few people here and there. I'm not gonna put that on the whole fucking community. When it was just a few fucking assholes here and there that were trying to get me started, trying to get me riled up. I'm not gonna do that. That's the type of shit that we have a problem with. That's the problem in our society, is that we literally generalize the entire group.
I agree with you.
I'm not gonna call something black fatigue, bro. That's just sounds.
That's what he's referring.
Because I'm just not, because that's just so.
She's referring to. Hold on, I'm sorry. Back up. What is this?
I don't even know what black fatigue is. Like, what the fuck?
And I still don't think that gives it any.
I'm not saying this is my opinion. I'm saying there is a terminology online at the moment being referred to as black fatigue, which is indicative of what she's saying. She just said a second ago she became so overwhelmed, so consistently bombarded. Annoyed by the constant racialization of black or white kind of issues that it kind of led to a fatigue of racial issues. And this online.
But what is it called, black fatigue?
You know that's not what that is, right? Oh my God, I'm so tired.
Yeah, I don't think that's.
Tell me if I'm right or wrong.
You're so confused.
I think that's the wrong term.
I'm willing to be proven wrong, but I'm
going to take what it means.
Hold on. I'm sorry. Here's what we're gonna do.
Okay.
Here's what we're gonna have to do, guys. Because this is one thing that I can't do right now. Let's not have this conversation right now. Let's make sure that we are talking about Monica grievances, okay? We're actually switch it up because there are a few terms. There's a very interesting conversation that's around that, but it just right now ain't the room to do so. We're talking about something that actually doesn't have much to do with what you guys are talking about right now. And what we're talking about is someone who has created a persona around pissing a group of people off. So whether the other terms or the situations apply, I get what you're saying, and I think it's good. Like just listening to it and understanding it, seeing what he's all talking about and everything. I think it's great to listen to. I wanted to listen to it for a bit just to understand, a future conversation or whatever. But right now, at this moment, I feel like we could go down a whole rabbit hole, but we're actually not talking about any of that right now. That stuff is real in its own situation. In this situation, we're talking about a blatant, disregard for, people's feelings and an intentional, plot to actually piss people off. Rage baiting, right? So it's totally different. Those things would not apply here. So, I get it. I understand it. I've seen it. I appreciate you bringing it to the table. But let's actually switch it up now because I can't get that satisfaction right now in this room. All right. So anyway, more grievances. Let's go. Can I add to the list? Do you guys want to hear the list again?
The crowd. Yeah, go ahead.
All right. Let me see. Let me show you. Back to the squads. All right, our list so far. These are the grievances with Monica. We have acting oblivious. That is number one, and that will remain number one, okay? This is not supposed to be in any order, but number one, acting oblivious, that's the top one for me. Name spelling, made a room titled, We Will Put Your Kids in Zip Ties. I don't care. Has anyone ever been in that room? If you have, please come to the stage. I want to hear about it. Centering herself, presenting fake political facts, has crabs, smells like fish, being annoying, voice too high-pitched, too many mythical creatures in the PTRs, spamming Discord, being a racist bitch, and putting sugar in her grits. Oof. Those are serious. Very, very, very serious grievances. What else do we got? Is there anything else on here? Hold on, I'm going in the chat right now. Go ahead, whoever I just heard.
Amber, you're
off mic, love.
Oh, I thought someone was actually trying to speak.
No, I think so.
So, good lord. Y'all calling her a yeast yeti? My goodness.
Oh yeah, bred a different breed.
Jennifer says, why is this racist demon being centered again? Because, I don't know. I had a mission. I'm not going to lie. And the mission was, Monica, you have... Where is she? Monica, I might as well just ask you up front because I'm just a little confused. You popped back into RPO recently. Welcome back. Something must have happened, girl. Come here on stage. Hold on. Something must have happened, girl. What's been happening recently? What's going on? Who get you out? Did somebody exile you? Did somebody kick you out of somewhere? Why are you back? And busy. Like, you know what I mean? I just feel like something happened. Can you just tell me if something happened recently? You need a new space. That's really all I wanted to know. It wasn't anything big. I just kind of wanted to know a little bit of tea around that. Nothing major.
It was the way you said, why are you back? How you said back?
Yeah, why are you back? Why are you back, girl? Where did it come? Like, what is going on? Like, you popped up right up out the freaking woodworks. There's something that must have happened. Does anybody know of something that happened recently and why Monica is back? That's what we're trying to figure out. Why are you back in RPO? I mean, I don't really care. I mean, I ignore your messages and the chat. I ignore everybody's messages, actually. I don't. I do want to know. Dave, what happened to you? Somebody must have cussed you out, girl, huh? And that's the only thing I'm really looking for.
I think Monica gets cussed out a lot. So
yeah, but I mean something to where she like popped back up over here. It's like somebody must have kicked her out of a space or something like that. Oh, are you fighting with Pepe again? Yes. Is there something like that happening? Thank you.
Oh my God, Jennifer, what the fuck, dude?
Hi, Jennifer. Pepe again? They fight? Jennifer, come on.
Nah, Jennifer trolling, man. Don't listen to her. Jennifer fucking trolling.
Wait, hold on. Hold on. She fought with Pepe before? She had a little thing with Pepe?
Pepe a menace to society, so yes, they fight a lot. Well, not really fight, but they definitely go back and forth a lot.
Oh, okay. So they don't even like each other?
Not really. No.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So, like, what is it? It's got to be something. Usually if somebody...
And if Pepe doesn't like you, that's a good thing, because Pepe is a menace to society.
But my thing is just like something really truly must have happened. Pepe can't stand her and says it on stages all the time. Why can't he stand her? Oh, y'all better hurry up and tell. I can't look. I'm over here trying to do my eyeliner. Can y'all just tell me? Like, come on up here and tell me. Does anybody know why Pepe don't like her?
Well, what's interesting to me, just being an OG on this app for over 5 years, is that you're putting a person's name at the top. And that actual name with 3 Ks was never Monica. That was a troll. That was 5 years ago. But most of you probably weren't even born yet using this app, except for maybe Pockets. I've known Pockets for a period of time. All the rest of you can't speak on it.
Wait a minute. Back up.
Monica never actually was on an account with Monica with 3 Ks ever. That was a troll account. And everyone keeps talking about that. Okay, whatever, Mr. Whoever you are.
Wait, this is the first time I ever heard anything like this. This is interesting.
Yeah,
You're telling
that was a troll account.
That
was not her. She never had an account with, this Monica down here never was ever on here with 3 Ks in her name, period. Someone decided to fuck with her.
Then, because I just heard her voice.
You know what, I could change my name right now and call myself Panda and use your exact same PTR, you know what I mean? But do I do that? No. That's what happens to her.
Yeah, but here's the thing, though. But Sean, here's what's interesting. That Monica right there, for sure, had 3 Ks in her name when I first met her. And that's the exact same Monica we just
absolutely
spoke.
Wrong.
No, I'm telling you. Hold on, Monica, confirm that you absolutely did.
I don't think she ever did. I actually asked her, and unless my fucking mind is off.
No, Monica, when I met you, you had 3 Ks in your name, correct?
I've had room titles with the spelling like that, the spelling like Monica, the spelling all the nicknames that people get me on the app, but I've never had that as my username, never. And you can go back through all the multiple replays that I've done in the history of my house and won't find.
Well, Monica, why do you have?
No, wait a minute. Back up. So what he's claiming, though, Monica, is that you're a whole other Monica than 3K Monica, right? Is that what you're saying, Sean? You're saying that there was a Monica with 3 Ks. That was was that an original Monica? Oh, you're breaking up a bit.
Decided to make one.
Hold on, you're breaking up a bit. Go back. Sorry, say that one more time. You were breaking up.
There might have been an alt account that used that nickname because, there's people on the app who make fake accounts to drive people. Brad has one.
Oh, so you're saying like there was another 3K account, but was that like some short? Okay, what I'm trying to understand is what are you trying to say, Sean B? You're trying, because what it sounded like to me was that there was like basically a clone Monica out there in the world who really trolled people, and that's who people are truly talking about, not this one right here. Because I could have sworn this one right here is this one, the original one. Same voice, all that other stuff.
I'm outside. I had to step away from where I'm at. There was another account that was trolling her.
Okay.
She's the OG. This Monica is the OG, but someone obviously didn't like her, decided they wanted to make an account and do the triple K thing.
Gotcha.
And it lasted maybe a week. But I do remember that specifically because she's been getting shit for this ever since then. Because that troll account was the one that was saying all the N-word, this word, and that word kind of shit that Monica's never said out of her mouth.
Wait, so let's start over. So that one came in at what time period during this whole thing? Like when? So you've been here
I'm talking like 2021, like somewhere around 2021.
So that would have been a year into the app. So Monica, confirm the story for me. Are you how did you become?
Because I even asked her about it, and she never even met. Monica, you never even met this person I was talking about. But I know who could vouch for me on that is Red Bottom Rich.
Listen.
We remember when that Monica, right now, not this Monica, came into the room and was saying all kinds of shit and trying to talk just like her.
Yeah, what you're implying right now, Sean, is that Monica was regular, person, didn't have like the racist shit attached to her. A year later, after she's on this app, a troll Monica comes around and is acting racist and crazy, and that's how she ended up becoming this one. So she took that racist. So you're saying that she took the racist, crazy Monica's persona a bit and started acting.
No, she didn't. She never
trying to be provocative in the racist.
She's not racist though. Like I don't even know where that comes from.
Hold on. But this Monica right here absolutely will go ahead and try to irritate black people. Let's be for real, right?
Okay,
so,
give me an example right off the top of your head.
Well, for instance, she had, Monica, did you open a room recently that said, we will put your kids in zip ties, I don't care?
No, I didn't open that room, but I did moderate.
Who opened it?
It doesn't matter. I moderated.
Were you in it?
I moderated it. So
okay, there you go. So she was in.
What makes that racist?
What the heck is that?
First and foremost.
Like an explanation.
First of all,
Can you
understand?
speak better?
My frustration is that a lot of people don't understand the definition of racism. No, I'm coming in because I'm defending a friend of mine. Just like I defend.
Okay, no, it's fine to defend, but you have to let her finish, though.
But just let her speak. Let her speak.
No problem. You can defend as much as you want. I don't have an issue with that, but just let her finish so we can hear her. Okay? I don't know if we may have delays or whatever it would be, but I really didn't catch the end of her sentence because you came in. That's what's going on.
So I can't find any username with that spelling of Monica to substantiate Sean's, but I don't know Red Bottom Rich very well. And I never was in a room with that poser account, so I don't know about that. I do know that the zip tie title caused some buzz around Clubhouse, and it was related to the story that kids were being put in zip ties that turned out to be fake news.
Okay.
So the title was inflammatory on purpose to make people wake up and realize that mainstream media knew to us.
Okay. So, So let's start with this one, right? So the racist Monica thing, is it the thing that gave you the bad name with the racism shit? You don't know anything about that
We
part.
go down the list of charges, and I actually replied to
Hold on, stop. I just want to make sure that we get that piece together. He mentioned that there was another person that probably could have put you in a bad light because they were in a troll account, and they were the ones who were the original racist Monica 3K in their name person. You have no recollection of that.
If the charge is, do I use the black slur against Black Americans?
No, wait, stop. I'm just trying to understand that part, and we can move on to what you're saying. Did that account actually, like, do you remember that account at all?
No.
Okay, just trying to get that straight. Now, to your question.
All right, so going down the list quickly, because I am being called into another room. Acting oblivious, guilty. What's the penalty for that? Y'all think about that. Name spelling.
Oh, wait, do you think there's any penalties for this stuff?
DJ Friday, the topic accounted for that. I never put 3 Ks in my name. Not guilty. 3, made a room title.
It's just a grievance. There's no, like, penalties for anything.
I can go have things to do.
Yeah, I don't know why you need to read down the list. That's why I'm trying to help you out if you need to go.
Grievance charges.
They're not charges, boo. They're just grievances. That's all I'm telling you. So you don't need to read down the list. There's no charge that you're going to get. There's no guilty, not guilty. That's what people said, and that's it. That's how they feel, and it is what it is. Whether you feel it's true, not, it doesn't really matter. It's just a fucking grievance. Who gives a fuck? We didn't have RPO court for this shit.
So I don't need to address them.
You don't have to. But to go this when you're in a rush, it doesn't make any sense on my end. It's not that big a deal.
How about I go down the list, and if there's anyone you want to pick through, we can do that.
None.
Oh, cool. Well, this number 4 is centering yourself, and I laughed at that because there's no need. There's many people in Clubhouse who do it for me. I don't have to center myself. I'm kind of not guilty. The presenting fake political facts, I'd like to dig into that one actually. What specifically are you referencing? Because I work really hard not to lie.
The room you had with Maggie politically correct. He called you blatantly a liar on stage, called you out on the lie, and informed you of the misinformation you were putting.
Hold on, Prince. Hold on. It's just.
Thank you. Has crabs. Well, I eat crabs. Dungeness are my favorite. I had some today actually.
That's terrible.
But I have no STDs though. Thanks for asking, you creeps. But can you say the same? Because I think the guy who just spouted out might want to get checked. Not guilty. Number 7, smells like fish. Not guilty. It's an audio app, you dweeb. You're smelling yourself. Go take a bath. Number 8, being annoying. Guilty. What's the penalty for being annoying?
Why do you keep asking what's the penalty? There's no penalty. It's
okay, well, I'm sorry. Okay,
well, no, if enough people report she could.
Number 9, we're almost done.
So there is
we're almost done. Number 9, voice too high pitched. Guilty. Too many mythical creatures in VTRs. I stand by my mythical creatures. You can't take them away from me. Stop telling me how to run my life. Number 11, spamming the Discord.
Not telling you anything. It's just a grievance.
Spamming the Discord.
Again, I don't know why you have to respond to every single one. You're wasting your own time. You have to go.
Done. Okay, well,
you're gonna get the same thing. There's not gonna be anything in which it's like, unless you have an issue with it, you're just sharing whatever issue you have. If it's something that's like, oh, I can agree with that. We don't need to go through the list. It's just what people decided to share. Because the only thing is that here's the reason why, right? The room is open, and it's really, Monica. I personally, Monica, Panda doesn't personally could not give 2 fucks. Okay, but it seems that you've been making a lot of noise in the Discord recently, right? So it's just kind of like, personally, like I said, I opened the room because I wanted to know what the fuck has been going on with you lately. Why did you pop back up recently?
Yeah, I'll tell you.
Okay, tell me. Yes, that's really what I wanted.
Well, spamming the Discord though, I do need some feedback from UNT. I think I'm providing content, but if I'm doing too much, I can't use that. There's bunches of places that I post breaking news and memes and
I haven't seen it much. I just heard about it. So the only question I had again was, what's been going on recently? Why did you pop back into RPO's Discord? I don't know. I just thought there was a little tea behind that. Like, girl, like, who you got into it with? Somebody say you fighting with Pepe. Like, what's going on? Like, that's mainly what I want to know. Did you get kicked out of somewhere? What happened? Like, you know, and that's really the only thing I really wanted to figure out with this, to be honest with you. And I wanted to hear the tea behind it because I'm a little messy. I don't really know much about what's even going on in RPO's own Discord. I don't. If everybody's having an issue with it, let her know, and then fucking ease back or whatever the fuck. Who gives a fuck?
Well, a couple of people are telling me don't talk to them, and then they're talking to me, and it's confusing me. Like, I will be happy to honor you. I don't fuck with you, Monica. Leave me the fuck alone. But you gotta kind of reciprocate, right? Don't tag me or mention me or do 7 reacts to my post because it's gonna attract my attention, and then I'm gonna think you're wanting to engage. But if you tell me to leave you alone, I'd be happy to. Just
Can you put a name on it?
Yeah, Kirko and Tatiana.
Ooh, first of all, never mind. I'm mad you put a name on it. What could Kirko and Tatiana possibly have? That just doesn't have. I don't think they do anything. It's just Kirko and Tatiana. They don't do anything. I've never seen it. I've never seen it. Okay.
So being a racist.
I've never seen it.
No, that's fine, Panda. That's fine.
They can never do a thing.
Sure, they're angels. They're God's gift to RPO. Absolutely.
Yes.
Being a racist bitch.
So what ended up happening? So tell me the truth. What happened?
Last 2, and then I'll tell you everything.
Okay, go ahead.
Being a racist bitch, I'm like, well, awfuls are difficult to like. Awfuls are affluent, white, feminist liberals. So I guess half right, but I am a bitch sometimes. I'll own that label. It doesn't insult me. And then putting sugar in grits, I find this incredibly offensive. I have shrimp with my grits. You moronic.
Shrimp and sugar, girl. Shrimp and sugar.
No, we don't put sugar in our grits. That's disgusting. I'm so offended. I can't believe
cream of wheat.
Tell me who wrote that so I can block them.
Do you eat cream of wheat?
That was me.
Do you eat cream of wheat? I just want to know.
Now I'm back in the who admitted to saying I put salt and sugar in my grits.
Hold on. Do you eat cream of wheat though?
No, not really. It's too sweet.
Oh, okay, all right. Well, guys, she don't put sugar in her grits.
What's wrong with that, Panda? Oh, no, I just do some shit.
Okay, who the fuck said what's wrong with that? Kick him off the stage.
Oh, yeah. Get the fuck.
Yeah, fucking sugar in your grits ass.
Yeah, I threw that shit in there. I ain't gonna lie to you. I just threw that shit in there because I wanted to throw something.
Now we're talking about
okay, all right. Now let's get back to what. Please. First of all, this Kirko and Tati you already lost, all right? Because I don't see them ever doing anything. They're just too nice. They're so sweet. And Tati is so cute. How could they ever do anything wrong? So tell me what happened, and then tell me what you're all talking about, and then we'll chop that up, and then that's it, and we figure out a solution.
So I enjoy RPO for the most part. You guys have dynamic conversations. You hold people accountable when they're talking stupid. You tell them quite clearly. You have reading tests, which I think are freaking hysterical.
They crack me up.
They're so good. I like the spelling. I like the definitions rooms you guys used to hold. You guys have a quality house here. And I left in February and March because of a couple things. Cleo didn't want me as a leader in the house. And I still think we had a major miscommunication with the profiling. But
I
left because it was time to take a break. And then Cleo's coming.
That was a lie.
Yeah, I thought.
Yeah, Cleo did not say she didn't want. She didn't say she didn't want Monica to be a leader or moderator or any of that. Cleo simply said, "I will not be moderated with her."
With her.
When that happened, Cleo took her own moderator badge away.
Yes.
She did not suggest that Monica's be taken. She said, "I actually don't care if she is. I just won't be modded with her." So now I want to add to the list that it's a fucking liar. It is a fucking liar.
So Monica, that is how it went down, right?
No, it's
remember that there was
what happened
literally had.
Don't forget. Cleo said, I don't think she represents the culture of RPO, and her leadership status should be taken away from the House. And all I ask is that y'all let
You mean for court, right? Remember that little court case that was done?
Her leadership status. I wasn't an admin. I was a leader in RPO. I was in rooms and content that T said, told me, maybe not truthfully, but she did tell me that
I see what's happening here. Yeah, go ahead.
Right. So there's a replay, bro. You might not remember it, but I do work hard not to lie down.
No, hold on. So let's be clear, right? There's two different situations you're all talking about. The first one was between you and Cleo only, all right? And we did have to straighten that out and figure out, because both of you guys would get modded and we didn't really know exactly like what all was going on. Something must have happened with you guys in another room. Cleo says she doesn't want to be a moderator with you. She would literally yield to your moderation and just leave the room, or she would, not be, she did not want to be in the same stage moderating with you. And that was pretty much it. You didn't like that she would make those changes when you would step into the room / be moderated, right? So you brought that up, and it was like there really was not much of a change that really needed to happen. She simply did not feel comfortable being modded with you. So whatever that was going to be, then that was it. So you were trying to adjust to her, but she had already adjusted to you, and she was like, fuck it. Like she didn't even, that situation didn't need that much attention. She already said what it was, and that's what it was. And that's what happened, right? The second thing was about you and the acting oblivious type of thing. So that led more into court. So when you said that Cleo said that what should be taken from her was the leadership, blah blah blah. That's because that was an RPO court. As far as what would the penalty, that's where that would have happened. The penalty had been for you being oblivious to some shit. You know what I mean? And that's where it was like, all right, violation. It was too much. Whatever the fuck. I can't remember specifically the situation, but that was separate. If she had made a comment there, it was not. You're bringing both of those together. You get what I'm saying?
Check your chat. There's a link being provided where it shows the account.
And Cleo's here so she can substantiate. I think that's exactly right. And there was an incident in February where I told Joe B to leave me alone.
I remember that a bit. Yeah, go ahead.
I was Cleo's Joe B. But I did.
No, I think that you're mixing a couple things. I think you're taking what the whole Cleo thing, like like I said, like the Cleo thing. Here's the thing: you leaving RPO, you left RPO not because hold on, listen. If you left RPO and you, first of all, you're jumbling everything together. The Cleo thing to the court date and your leadership being taken away happened it was gradual. It was not like it was one situation that lumped together and just took it was multiple situations. All right, so that's really what it is. So if you got your leadership taken, then yeah, sure, you got your leadership taken, and then that's why you weren't here. Sure. Now, why are you back, girl? Because that's the tea that I wanted to hear. Who done kicked you out their room?
Nobody, but Cleo started coming to white belts in chillism, and she started getting.
Okay. Wrong again. Hold on, let's hear it though, Cleo. Let's hear it. Nice and clean.
Oh, now she's about.
Hold on, nice and clean for the replay, Cleo.
Yeah, I
nice
got
and clean.
you.
So you said that she started coming into.
Shut up.
Hold on, you're saying she started coming into where, and yeah, I'm just trying to understand what happened recently while you back in RPO? What's the tea?
Right, because she keeps distracting talking about me, but I want to clear up something that's a blatant lie.
Okay, we'll get back to it.
Okay.
So go ahead, Monica. What happened? Because I want to know the tea. Dang, can I get some? Oh, gosh, I just want to hear some gossip. Go ahead, Monica.
I'm sorry. I remember going into White Belt's Chillism one morning, and Cleo was a moderator. That over the last couple months, that didn't happen, Cleo.
You framed it as if I just magically one day went over there, and that was like the only time. Like for years, I haven't been going to that space. Like if you ask Nathan, I've been going to Chillism for years. That was not the first or only time I've been a moderator. And you try to position it, mind you, you're saying it after this thing like,
when people are asking you here, you're like, oh, Cleo was over there. The way you're positioned,
I see. Yep.
I don't, that narrative, yeah, I've been moderated. I mean, almost every place I go to, I get moderated. Like, this is just who I am. Like, you know, so to bring it up,
Right.
like, it's kind of odd to me. So, like, yes, I was. And what does that have to do with the question Panda's been asking you since I got into the role?
Sure.
Like, wait, hold on. So, wait, hold on. Before we get too deep into that, is that actually why you are back RPO? Because you've seen, you saw Cleo in a space in which you're usually at, and you're like, well, let me go into her space. Is that really what was going on? Is that why that's happened recently?
Hearing Cleo's voice reminded me of RPO and what great
Yikes! Hold on, let me hear it. Go ahead, say it again.
And then I was listening in one of the rooms, and the Discord link came up, and I'm like, oh, I probably have some stuff in there, some old replays and some things that I might want to tap back into and listen.
And then you just decided to you just decided to be back in RPO's Discord.
Didn't you welcome me 30 minutes ago? Am I not?
Oh yeah, no. Listen, I'm just asking because I'm gonna tell you right now, this wasn't the tea I was expecting. I thought something happened, and that was the tea I wanted to hear. I wanted to know, did you get kicked out of the street somewhere?
I can make something up. How's he?
Oh no, I'm not gonna lie. I'm a little disappointed. Now Cleo has to. I'm not joking. I actually.
Ben, I'd love to.
Listen, hold on. Listen, Austin. I literally thought there was gonna be some tea behind. This is not tea. This is just.
Well,
something else. All right.
I told you, man, that was the most basic shit. I told you.
You and Cleo. I just wanted to see you got kicked out on the street. That was it.
Yo!
I really did. I really thought she got kicked out on the street, and that's why she came back. I was like, damn, somebody must have kicked her out the room.
There's some fabricated tea.
You know what?
Fabricated tea
I
is
just
what
thought
happens
it.
in the community clubhouse. I
Sorry,
said you guys fabricated tea is what was created over Monica in clubhouse on the streets. So it was really being discriminated and biased and racist. Not only Monica, not than everyone else.
I'm sorry, is this mic kind of crazy?
You sound like
Did y'all hear him? Did anybody
No, I don't know what he's saying. I heard street.
Can you, maybe drop and come back? It sounds like it's an app thing because he sounds like it's like overall kind of just.
Real quick, Ben, I just want to throw something.
Yeah.
So I actually had kind of. I thought Monica was racist, and I was kind of I got into it for a minute with her, and she'll tell you this, right? But we actually took some time and talked. She's not. I've never actually heard her say something overtly racist. She says things that are uncomfortable, controversial, but they're not if that's how you think racism is, I guess. But she's not using that as a way to insult people. She's exploring topics, and once I took the time to kind of understand that, I was surprised, and now her and I get along. I don't know if that matters to anyone, but I'm just sharing.
It doesn't matter at this point in the conversation. I thank you, but what the thing is that Monica used to be a frequent RPO member, right? She had been gone for a minute, came back recently, and this is kind of where we are right now. Where we are is just understanding, Monica, you back, your presence is back, whatever. Whatever. And I just wanted to know. I thought there was some situation behind it. This is the worst. I thought it was going to be something good.
My ability to influence her.
But now here's where we are. Yes, go ahead.
Yo, according to her, I'm both why she left and why she came back. Did y'all hear that? Y'all, I am a motherfucking G. I can get somebody to leave a space, come back to a space, all just because I exist. Oh my goodness. You notice that I intentionally don't actually talk to you? Did you notice that? In the Discord, I haven't responded to you. You're in the thing that I moderate specifically. And even in the room, I wouldn't even give you credit for what you did. You didn't notice that? That wasn't an accident. That was intentional. Because actually, what you complained about, shut up. This is my only engagement with you, and it's not bilateral. It's one way. Thanks.
Oh, okay.
My only engagement with you was earlier to tell you to shut up. I'm actually not trying to talk with you. because I actually believe exactly what you said is that people engaging with you encourages you. It brings it to your attention. You think you're wanted because of it. I intentionally have it.
Cleo,
So
is it the same? Could it the same be
Why,
said?
why are you interrupting her? Why are you interrupting her? Why are you interrupting her?
Sean,
Let her fucking
it's
finish.
not the best either. So if you could, can you just let
I'll come
them
back with
speak
my big
about?
mic. I'll come back.
Oh wait,
with
no,
the big mic.
that one's better. Okay, I don't know if you just fixed something, but I actually understood you this time.
Miss
But here's
Cleo,
the
I
thing.
mean, we
Hold
haven't
on,
come to you for a
hold
free
on,
meeting.
Sean, there
Miss
is
Cleo.
something going on between both of them that happened in here months ago. Okay, so that's what they're discussing as well, and that's what I'm talking about as far as with how Monica just kind of popped back up, right?
See,
So
tell me your
can
friend
we
of
let
mine.
them? Can we
Miss
actually
Cleo was
let
a friend of
them?
mine, but apparently she decided to drop my ass at some point in time in
Sean,
band.
it's not about your brother.
Sean, it's not about. So Sean, Sean.
But it's silly to see like the way people move on the set.
Can you hear? It's my mic, Sean.
Yeah,
Hey,
work it.
if you could kind of let them kind of hash out whatever they have going on.
you got it.
Yeah,
I'll
'cause
be
that
quiet.
will,
Go ahead.
yeah, thank you. Appreciate it.
And Sean, I'm happy to talk to you individually because I'm not sure exactly what you're getting out of this. Like, I've been very clear with her about why I don't rock with her because actually I did rock with Monica. My issues with Monica, I made very clear to Monica about what I didn't like, and I actually disagree with Austin's assertion about who she is and how she moves. I think she intentionally does what allows her to have people say what Austin said. She intentionally says things that are just on the cusp. So if you listen to it, you go, well, not really. But an insistence on doing that same thing over and over and over, and then doing some line steps here and there, right? Because mind you, there's another person who this happened with, and I said, look, I don't rock with her anymore. Here are my reasons. You make your own decision. She's like, oh, I haven't seen anything. I'm cool. And then literally within 2 weeks, she did it because she doesn't actually have ability to not, right? She's doing these things to upset people, to incite them. And if you actually care about a community, as she often will say she does, you wouldn't continuously do that. And there's a lot of behaviors I don't rock with. So I don't know what your problem is with me, Sean. I don't know why you think I have a problem with you. All I did was call a spade, according to what's in my hand, right? And leave it at that. If you have issue with that, I'm happy to privately talk with you because I don't have no smoke with you.
We were friends, but now apparently we ain't. I don't know what the hell that is, but that's
I don't
probably the problem
actually
with having 3,400 friends and not being able to move around every day on
The
Clubhouse.
the app moved people off of people's page. I didn't unfriend you. I know the people I've unfriended. Like I didn't unfriend you. So
Yeah,
what that
because we
came
were
from?
cool too. So
Yeah,
anyway,
that's what
that's
I don't
cool.
have. I literally told you I don't have smoke for you. If you would like me to create smoke, I can build a fire.
No, I used to give you shit. You remember? I used to give you the whole Miss Cleo spiel. I'm gonna call you for the free reading, and then you had the PTR right now. You're reading the book, so I thought that was funny as hell. I don't know if that rings a bell, but we had a conversation. We were laughing about it one day.
Yeah, I just added you back. I have no problem.
I got you back too.
There's no smoke. Like I told you, I will tell somebody who I don't rock with. I got no smoke.
Yeah.
So don't.
Well, I appreciate, and I just want to say, I appreciate the communication, period, across the stage. Monica's a friend of mine, just like you guys are friends of mine, and I haven't ever had any kind of hints in any way, shape, or form that Monica, in any way, shape, or form, is a racist. There's certain things she says that people might take as something that's racist. That's one thing, but she absolutely does not hate people of color or any color for that matter. And I can testify to that because she's been a friend of mine as long as some of you on this app that we've been friends with and are friends with and have been around for a long time. Because if you don't remember me, you might remember me as Psychic, and I also rolled with Red Bottom Rich in the Red Room for a few years in the old school days of Clubhouse. If that brings back any memories. So there you go.
You've inspired a part 2 to the zip tie room, and I'll be called over there to moderate it. Just let me know if I'm doing too much in the Discord, and I'll back up. I'm interested in sparking discussions and conversations. I really am not interested in raising people's blood pressure or causing heart attacks on either platform.
Monica, please invite James up here.
The topic is about you.
Yeah, but it's boring. I don't like talking about myself.
I actually thought you were supposed to be going. I thought you had another room to go to. That was what 15, 20 minutes ago now? 15, 20 minutes ago? Like you lie about the smallest shit, right? You lie about the smallest shit, but you still here. You still here though.
Here, who are you? I don't know you.
Wow. That's right. Keep it that way. Hey James, come up here. Do you remember when Monica had the KKK Monica name on her?
Angry. Yeah, and that was a troll account.
Fuck
That was neither
are
Monica.
you? Who the fuck are you?
Who the fuck are you, bro? All you are is a dude.
Because I can claim to be the
You fucking
and all this
hating on white women. That's all I'm getting right now.
Relax. Guys, relax.
Like, a white woman in here. You gotta talk to her too. Degradation.
Okay, you can protect your wife from
Hello?
You're really angry at Monica for no reason at all.
You made this shit
I'm angry for no reason.
With that whole little
Why are you angry for no reason?
That was weird. You censored yourself just like.
Why are you angry for no reason?
Guys, what is going on?
That's what you must be. Well, angry man. Your feelings get hurt so weak.
Hold on, guys. I know y'all don't hear me. I'm trying to talk to y'all. It's not that deep. What is going on? Why are y'all yelling like this? This is crazy.
It's black on white crime.
All right. So what's happening? There's okay. So I'm assuming there is some type of account with 3Ks or something like that. Okay. So explain to me. It's something about the account thing. What's the issue?
Promoting hate.
Who gives a fuck?
The people that's on the other side of that hate that's getting promoted, them the people that give a fuck.
I mean, there's no issue with it if I can just speak without this guy interrupting. That'd be cool. My only issue is that she just sat here and blatantly lied about wanting to leave the room to go to another room. She's been here for 20 minutes more. But also, more importantly, she lied about that account. Everybody engaged with that account. She admitted it that she even talked about using the fucking 3Ks and why she was using it. And I'm trying to get people in the room that were there engaging in conversation with her. This whole idea about the 3Ks account was created a year and a half ago. That's not true. I mean, a year and a half after Clubhouse was, that's not true as far as that. Because she's engaged in multiple rooms with that 3K Monica account. We asked her, why did you change your name? And she explicitly said why. Because people like TA, as TA even said, and others, called her a part of the KKK because of the dumb shit that she was saying. Now, was that hyperbolic to say? But again, for y'all to paint her as a victim, this guy that's coming up on stage painting her as a victim and responding, and the other person that's being all fanciful, people spent time and labor to try to answer her questions when she had them. And when people realize, well, damn, it's been, 3 years now, and you still on this same fuck shit, you obviously are feigning ignorance, ignorantly racist. That's a term that people called her at first, giving her grace, but then they realize, okay, you just on some fuck shit. All right.
Okay, all right. Hold on. Listen, here's the thing. Sean, I don't know what you're talking about. Monica doesn't even know what you're talking about. So if you're saying that some random account came up, was trolling, acting racist, blah, 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 whatever, and that, the real Monica got some flack for that nobody recalls that. You're the only person that knows about that. She doesn't even know about that. That's why I had to ask her those questions a little bit ago, and I asked her specifically, do you recall this account? She did not. So what are you talking about?
And that's exactly what she said to me when I brought that to her. Because apparently that person, that trolled for about a week on Clubhouse, it was about a week long, was going under her name, spelled the same way, but with 3Ks instead of one capital K. And apparently from there, it just went on. She didn't even know. Like, I addressed her privately about it over once, like, during that year, and once again, like, 3 years later, because apparently people just can't drop it and move on. It's crazy. So, my opinion.
So
people are too sensitive on this end.
Okay, so where did you get... So, first of all, I'm going to say one thing. Let's say that back then there was an account that trolled for a week and was saying all this crazy shit with the 3Ks of the name, yada, yada, whatever, right? Does that take away from some of the things that she's discussed
recently, or under what we know is for sure her account. You know what I mean? And that people do have issues with, or some of the things that she says that can be very provocative or could be very controversial or whatever that people are having issues with, right? That's the thing that I don't necessarily understand even bringing up this account, if that actually even matters. Right, but my
I guess where I'm
main
coming
thing,
from is
yeah,
between people should be between those people. Like apparently it's. I mean, when I see a person's name brought up in the title in Clubhouse, it's usually not a good look. You know, it's an attack. It's like surviving Clubhouse. Yeah, we used to do that in the Red Room too. Surviving Clubhouse, and we called out the pedos and the predators and the weirdos. Well, yeah, I get that. So yeah, she gets a lot of shit. For no reason.
So here's the thing.
I've been on long enough
Monica knows
to listen and witness and hear all the shit from white belts and all the other rooms. I've seen it.
Sean,
yeah, that's
she
all I'm
knows
saying.
she gets a lot of shit. She wants to get a lot of shit. That she has a person.
That's what she wants. That's her personality. That's her issue,
so
not mine.
I don't know why you're defending her.
I came forward on my own experience.
Sean, I don't know why you have an issue with her getting a lot of shit if this is what she's built a name to do. You're saying even already, we're agreeing that her getting a lot of shit is part of what she does. So there shouldn't be much of an issue with her getting shit. That's her thing. So we're going to toss that little piece up out the window. Now, what we are going to do is I'm just going to understand because, you know, I don't want to sit here and talk about how I don't really care about that, right? I want to know, where did you get that? Somebody randomly came up, trolled Monica for. This is my first time hearing this. She's never even heard of it. Why is this only? Why are you? What? And how does this kind of make sense to the story? And here's the reason why I'm asking: if people on this app referred to that 1 week in which the troll account was around and said Monica said this and Monica said that and blah blah blah, and this 1 week, that week back then she did this, she had 3 Ks in her name, and I remember when she said this, then I can understand that. People literally brought up things that happened last month. So where did you hear this? Why are you bringing it to the table?
Why was that so prolific? Well, because many a times back in that day, rooms weren't like 20, 30 people. They were hundreds of people. If not half a thousand to thousands of people.
Okay.
Yeah. No, and it's gone on for a long time. I just didn't listen. And I've heard it multiple times, like where she gets called out like this, and I just think it's fucking hilarious. So today I decided when I saw that her name in the title of a room, I was like, okay, well, let's fucking listen to this shit for a second. And then when I heard the points of contention, I think that was fucking hilarious too, because she basically just like closed the door on y'all with her responses. And
I think that you also got to realize that there's a level
talking about how she smells between her legs is crazy, right?
I think that one thing that you have
down there.
Hey, Sean, I think one thing you got to realize in this room. I don't know how in the world you don't have a pink ticket and you don't know this by now. We're very light-hearted in this room, so I'm literally gonna throw everything on that because it's just fucking stupid. Who gives a fuck?
It's all good. I roll with you.
Okay, it's called the joke. All right.
I got
so that's it. All right. We can joke about fucking her putting sugar in her grits. Like, I mean, it's fucking duh. You really think anybody's taking that shit seriously? Like, what? Come on. All right. Now,
the only person taking
let's
it
get back
seriously
to because you didn't actually answer the question regarding why that was such a big deal about that troll account that you had to bring up. Because again, people were bringing up things recently, not during that time period. Okay. So if people were only bringing up bullshit from that time period, then I could understand why that made sense. But
the title refers to the time period of the account, the troll account.
Okay, so that's the only reason why you brought it up.
That was why, exactly. If I didn't see the 3K,
okay, well then shit.
That was where I was coming from.
Can I get in there?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead, do your thing.
Sean, are you friends with Monica, or did she send you?
She didn't send me at all. I just got done taking care of my shit in California, got my hair trimmed up, and got my car smogged, and I just saw the hallway and I saw the title.
So you know what's
You got his haircut in his car fog.
Monica came in when the was first made. Her main point of contention was, why is my name in the title? And I just think it's funny that seems to be your point of contention as well. Now, see, here's one thing you don't know. Like, you seem to be off a little socially.
is that her saying that and you coming back and saying that too gives me 100% like affirmation or confirmation, whatever word. I'm high right now. That she sent you.
Well, that's so you're so credible because you're high right now and you're saying that. But where I'm coming from is if your name was at the title of the room and it said Dr. Doom grievances, I'm sure you would be like, what the fuck? And anyone who knows you would be like, what the fuck?
No,
same for Prince or anyone else on here. If your name was on the title of the room, I think you would feel the same.
If I had a problem,
you'd have issues.
I would close the app. It's not that important to me.
It isn't.
Doc, hold on.
So then, why is it so serious for you to care to ask questions then if it doesn't matter to you?
Doc, I don't know if it's even worth the. Because like, what do you expect? Let's say it was true, right? I'm not saying that this is true nor false, right? I'm saying let's say it was true that she sent him. What's the issue there?
Yeah, what he gonna do?
Just Sean,
I know. So I'm like, I was just saying my piece. That's all I was saying.
Cares about somebody eavesdropping on
Like
this
y'all taking it way out. I'm just explaining what I know about the 3K
trying to
Monica.
defend her and then pretending that he's not at the same time. Like,
No, he's not.
Whatever, I'm not
Defending
doing
her,
that.
and he's been saying he's defending her.
Yeah, she's a friend of mine. Just like Panda's a friend of mine.
Go back to the blunt. Go back to the blunt.
Yeah.
Come up with something else. Go back to the blunt. Come up with something else.
Yeah,
That nigga is defending her, okay?
Yeah,
You don't care how stupid he looks. You just defending her.
The points were
That's
stupid. She spoke for herself on the 10 points of grievances. You know, she answered it.
Yeah, you over here upset because somebody said she don't put sugar in her grits. My goodness, nobody gives a fuck about her damn grits. Nobody would eat at her unseasoned house anyway. Okay? It's okay.
It's a goddamn audio app.
Okay.
I log out. No, none of you call me. Right?
Huh?
I said it's an audio app. We got friends.
What's happening?
I don't know.
It's just audio app.
You're taking this way too serious.
Some people take shit a little too serious.
Okay, and that's what we're trying to tell you.
Right.
Okay?
I'm talking to Prince on this one right now.
No,
Prince seems to be the one that seems so.
we don't even think he actually has little party in her crib.
Get some food in your stomach,
I'm
Prince.
sorry, hold on real
You
quick.
sound a little
Does
angry,
anybody
bro.
in here even believe that she even buys the proper grits?
No.
Does anybody believe that she even cooks grits? We don't give a fuck about her damn grits.
I don't care.
Nigga,
I
for
eat
real?
at your house. You eat
Okay,
at my
well then
house.
Sean,
So why are we even talking about this anymore?
Sean.
And it's funny. And we're gonna talk about it because it's funny. And we're gonna keep, and we're gonna laugh, and no one's
Everybody is
gonna stop us from laughing about it because it's a fucking joke.
It's not a joke. My goodness, Sean.
H.A. Ho, ho, ho.
Sean, are you good?
Sean, practice. Go after me.
Sean, where are you, Sean? Sean, are you at home?
I am fire right now.
Sean, are you at
I'm
home?
good.
Are you at home?
I'm actually at my studio right now.
All right, sit your ass down.
Let's chill back and listen to y'all.
Down. Why are you standing up in a conversation? My goodness.
But got a couple
You
people
don't know
that
how to stand up. Everybody in here sit. Look at the
I'm
good.
talking to ladies. I'm talking to Prince. Talking to Dr. Doom. That's who I'm talking to.
Okay, but when you talk to him,
you want to talk to the men?
My goodness.
You want to talk to the men? You want to talk to the men?
My
Yeah,
gosh.
the men are the ones that got some issues.
Sean, you don't realize you're the only one hype right now. You gotta sit down. Doom.
I'm good.
Doom,
Somebody said, shut up, Sean.
Pass the fucking blunt to Sean, because good God, you are just, it's golly.
I just don't know. Why you're talking about people's kitchens? You've never been in anyone's kitchen, maybe a pantry or the refrigerator. You're like, what?
You don't know what kind of sugar she has. Well, I'll tell you one thing, it ain't brown sugar. All right, I'm just joking. Just joking.
Not the dark water light.
Don't calm down before shit. Sean's panties getting a bunch. My goodness. Sean, you good now? Good gosh.
I promise she has salt and pepper
Wrong room,
and
Sean. If you want to go
paprika.
into bed,
You want to go and defend your cousin/sister, all right? Go do it in another place, all right? We used to mod her in here. You understand?
Last girlfriend.
Yeah.
Cousin sister girlfriend.
Your cousin sister girlfriend.
The hell?
If you want to go ahead and fucking what's this? Oh damn, we got receipts.
Wait, let me
click the link. What is that?
Hold on. I just want to let it be known that the people who are posting receipts follow and mod with Pepe. So I just want to let that be known. And if anyone knows who Pepe
What is
is,
that supposed to mean to me?
if anyone knows who Pepe is, calling one racist out while supporting and modding with another, I don't take that shit. Yeah, if you're gonna mod with someone who says black people are genetically more uneducated than any other race, that black that says the N-word like it's oxygen coming out of his mouth, I don't want to hear this shit. Yeah, I don't want to hear that shit, KK. Post Pepe's receipts before, if you're gonna post Monica's, if you're gonna call out races, call out all of them. Don't just be favoritism, just one racist over the other, because it still makes you an asshole. Supporting one.
I don't think it really matters.
Yeah, this ain't pick your favorite racist.
Yeah, exactly. Pick your favorite racist.
Pocket. I'm gonna be honest with you. This ain't a Pepe room. I'll take any receipts that I can get.
Take them all.
I'm gonna take whatever receipts.
Take them all. Yeah, fucking two.
Decide to get in here.
Yeah,
That's
fucking
pretty much
two.
it. So, no grease too.
Hey, anybody else?
So the thing is that I don't really really care. I feel like I've encountered Pepe like maybe once or twice in my life. I don't really know. I don't really care about him. Ugh. His name is Pepe, damn it. You think I'm gonna take him seriously?
Right. Why you gotta be racist with a name like Pepe?
KK has receipts. She said, she showed me. All right, can somebody go through the receipts? I need to get ready. I've been playing around with y'all for too long. I'm supposed to email some people. Oh God, I had too much stuff going on. But y'all got me Sean over here.
I can help. You need my help?
I got it.
I can help.
Sean's standing the hell up. I'm over here trying to. God, you know what? I'm working too hard. All right, go ahead.
Nobody else come at Miss Cleo. Leave Miss Cleo alone.
They better not come at Miss Cleo.
I'm trying to help Miss Cleo. I love Miss Cleo. I love Miss Cleo.
No, I'm saying I don't want nobody coming at Miss Cleo. That's my job.
Yeah, they're gonna say I got
let them come for Miss Cleo. Let them come for Miss Cleo. See what happens.
Oh, that's Miss Cleo right there. Miss Cleo is beautiful. I better leave Miss Cleo alone.
Tell them to come for Miss Cleo.
And I put the
They ain't gonna like
that's
it.
my PTR that
They ain't gonna like it. Alright, I forgot. Wait, hold on. What is happening?
Okay, so you asked me screenshots. I went to the link. I went to the link that was provided in the chat. Screenshot.
Cleo comes for Cleo? Oh, sorry. What?
Cleo? Yeah, they're crazy for
Cleo,
Cleo.
Okay, sorry. Okay, go ahead. I'm serious now. Okay,
All right, so you asked for the screenshots that you asked for what was provided in the chat. I went to the links that was provided. I can't right now because I'm driving. All I can do is screenshot them. I put them in my PTR.
Okay, thank you. I really appreciate that too. But I even for the replays, we do need somebody. Can somebody read it? Who can read?
All right, hold on. Let me take a minute to talk.
I can't say the words out loud, so not me.
I can read. Okay, hold on.
You can read?
No way!
Beaver Maxwell says, never apologize. Dr. Jasmine Love says, I'm crying. Roddy Yaba blah 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 says, I don't apologize to pieces of shit like this. Scarlett No K says, it's very sad. Scarlett No K says, all the niggers begging for attention. Negging. Oh, Beaver Maxwell.
Neggers?
Yeah, she put neggers. Neggers.
Oh my God, you're so slick.
Negging.
That's her alternate account in case some people don't realize why.
Yeah, the Scarlett No K. Yeah.
Okay. It's a play on the No K.
I mean,
meaning
very clear. Yeah. Unbelievable. But go ahead.
Beaver Maxwell responds and says
hold on. Actually, hold on. Sorry, I'm so sorry. Before you continue, Sean, where's Sean? Sean.
He's down in the goo having a fucking fit.
Okay, Sean, could you just before Tati continues reading, I just want to ask you, What do you think about that? And that's all. Tati, you can go ahead and continue.
Slippers responds and says, "What's up, Beaver?" Beaver Maxwell says, "It's obvious of what you are doing." That's one link. And I'm going to tell her.
Okay.
This is a screenshot from November 6th at 10:55 p.m. It says, it's kind of cut off. All I see is was working and was running her mouth about you. She said both her and Monica have the right to call you an quote-unquote Asian egg roll because you called Indian a quote-unquote hoochie coochie clubhouse whore or CH whore for sending nudes. The thing she did.
Hey,
Not egg rolls. Not all egg rolls are made equal. So I really don't appreciate the egg roll comment. Monica, if you're there or listening to the replay.
Wait, isn't she Asian too though?
Not all created equal.
Panda and Tatiana.
Is Monica Asian?
Some of us are lumpia. Okay.
Tatiana.
Huh?
Panda and Tatiana.
Yes.
Who's that?
Hello?
Yes, ladies.
Who are you? I can't see my screen. I'm sorry. Who's that?
Yes, I'm sorry. How many times do you ladies wear your bonnet through the day?
I don't wear a bonnet through the day. Why?
Yeah.
You ladies are not advocates of wearing bonnets.
Nathan, who's a part of Children who's done Monica for a while, wants to say,
Do you wear
I
bonnets?
have one though. I wouldn't necessarily say an advocate, but I don't mind. I absolutely have a bonnet somewhere in here.
So look, I've been friends with Monica for years.
I'm sorry.
And that comment,
She's not. Okay.
and the comment about egg roll was warranted because what happened
No,
was
it
that
wasn't.
KK. Let me finish. What happened was that KK used a racial joke initially. KK said that, and it's unfortunate.
Racial jokes are be the funniest, man.
all right, home, we got you, brother.
She said something.
And then we're gonna go
She
back
said-
to the bonnets.
Yeah, she said something to the effect of, "You white trash," and then the comment about egg roll was mentioned because it's equivalent. If you're gonna talk about my race in a negative way, I have to talk about your race in a negative way as well too. But hers was a little bit funny, and the other one was hurtful. But I think it was a difference.
Which one was
Yeah,
considered
somebody said that her mom is Asian. So is her mom Asian or not?
Who fucking knows? I mean, people check searches or found her, which is.
But which one was hurtful though?
Y'all gonna give the
That's subjective comment at this point. That's
So
subjective.
Monica gave it. So Monica did an Asian.
Yeah.
Mind
so
you,
I don't like it.
Monica was dissed because of her whiteness. So she dissed the person because of their Asianness.
wow. But Mike, I think there's a way.
Asianness are similar.
That's actually Nathan's point. Y'all are kind of, oh goodness, that's Nathan's point. My point is, if she stands 10 toes on not being racist, why would somebody being racist prompt you to be racist if you're not racist? I don't, that doesn't work for me. This idea that, just because somebody said people are people, does that mean I become a murderer? It's just kind of flawed. If you're not a racist, somebody else's actions don't dictate yours.
Yeah, but that racism,
Come on.
Hold on. That type of racism doesn't even count, though, man. It doesn't even count, though. It's not as deep and hard.
How does that not count?
Calling an Asian person an egg roll?
Racism.
It doesn't count.
So look,
it's not that deep.
No, it does. It count. It is that deep. The Asian hate.
You think only oppressing you hurts more than anything?
One second. I think that you guys are not missing.
We're comparing racism amongst white people and Asians.
No, we're not. You just all
No one inserted black in this scenario.
I also think lumping all Asians together with a dish that comes. Yeah, I think we can try and do all this weird stuff. Lumping all Asians together under a dish that is made from their culture to then use it to insult them, to actually think that that's okay. Like I said, if you want to move, I'll finish. If you want to move with this theory that if somebody's racist to you, your best response back to them is to be racist, you are also racist.
Miss Cleo, but you're talking about this.
Would y'all feel the same way? Would y'all feel the same way if she said okay fried chicken? Would y'all feel the same way?
It's not the same way.
She said worse than that.
Hold on. So just to be clear, number one, it's still racist. So that's it. And Cleo is absolutely right. If she's responding to racism with racism and not being racist, then you just showed that you are indeed being racist. That's what's at question. What that question is not the Asian bitch racism, okay? And she could be a motherfucking egg roll. Do I know if she's a fucking spring roll? I don't know. Okay? And Cleo is right. Not all of that.
Okay.
Listen, not all of that is made equal because Lumpia is the best. Okay?
Okay, so to Miss Cleo, to Tatiana,
and don't get me started
Miss
on
Cleo.
dumpling.
Okay, to Miss Cleo, Tatiana, and Panda. So what happened was this, right? So
I don't care. You don't call
what
her.
Monica
She's
was
not an egg roll. She's not an egg roll.
was not being racist. What she was doing was just pointing out like how hypocritical you sound by you calling them white trash. It's obvious. But it's obvious that what you're doing.
White trash is definitely racism. That's definitely racist.
I know. That's the point what I'm saying. It's like, hey, you're being racist.
Can you not let him
1 second.
explain it?
So what she's doing is pointing out the hypocrisy. Look here, you're being blatantly racist. And what I'm doing is showing you how it feels to be blatantly racist. I'm not doing this because I have a itch of racism that I have to scratch whenever I need to. No, that's not what Monica was doing. And by you guys assuming those intentions, that just says quite a lot about you and how you feel and how you feel about white people. You think white people are inherently racist?
Listen, I'm going to speak for the
Oh, wow.
Speak for the Hello, I want to speak for the lumpia community, okay, not the egg rolls. Some people do confuse us with egg rolls.
Lumpia is delicious.
And I do. Lumpia is way better than egg rolls. Just letting y'all know. Nobody want that thick, nasty dough.
But not
shit
as good
outside
as
of
Sam
their
Boo's,
face. Right? So we ain't doing it. So go get yourself a lumpia. That's number one. Number two, okay, number two. Here's the thing. To whoever was talking, I didn't see my phone. The thing is that what Cleo was trying to say is that even if she's trying to call the girl out for racism, to even utilize something racist is actually probably wouldn't have been the best way to show I'm the proper person to call you out for your racism because you're going ahead and being racist. Why couldn't she just simply call her out for a racist comment? Hey, that's racist stuff, and then here you go, right? So the thing is that that's not the best way to have even went by. And if we are going to use it, hold on, listen. And if we can't, so in this particular case, it probably wouldn't be best to utilize the situation to show how she's not racist, because it actually puts both of them in the racist box, right? It doesn't matter what it truly does not matter what she was responding to or what she was trying to prove. She still did something racist. This is an example of one person being racist and another person being racist, and that's
Panda.
Okay.
I burn on, baby. I burn on.
Can I say something? I want to say something really quick.
Hey, but Panda, do you realize that people don't get fired for being racist? Do you guys realize that?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, they do. They do.
That's really dumb as shit. Anyway, we're gonna skip over that. I want to say this really quick.
They absolutely got fired for being racist.
I want to say this really quick.
Park that called the cops on the bird.
Yeah, but Panda, we don't have to explain this. We know that people get fired for being racist. That's like we don't even have to address that. We don't have to address that.
All right, we got you, brother. We got you.
So what I was gonna say,
get her leash. Here she goes.
Yeah, what I was gonna say is like, I think that someone can be a racist, and I think everybody is capable of also saying racist things, right?
I am.
And me too. And I think there is a stark difference in terms of the ideology that you have and how you navigate your social interactions depending on people's race versus what I say to you as a retort. You know what I mean? Or as a get back because you said some shit to me. I think there's a big difference. So I don't think you said something racist after somebody said somebody called the racist then is a racist. Like I don't think that.
So you don't think that Monica was being racist in this situation?
I think Monica's a racist. She doesn't count. Monica is a racist.
Yeah. So then how do you talk about Monica, boo?
Yeah,
Still falls apart. You see that little curly chain in the corner? Go get that. What I'm saying
What she's saying is that that's not the good part.
Any other time y'all was saying that y'all need clarity on the replays, but now y'all don't people talk. So girl, look at
girl, go get your ball. Go play in the corner.
So,
okay?
like I was saying,
You ain't going for a walk right now.
That's not the best example.
Like, shut up for your replays, remember? Is you cool?
Ooh, my nerves. Oh my God.
So, it applies. This doesn't apply to Monica. Monica's a racist.
Cool. Look at God. All right, she is in the Matrix.
Family, what she's saying is like, hey, this example of Monica calling KK a racist.
Hold on. I want y'all to hear Mike skipping. Just skip it. Listen to you.
But what Mike was trying to say is this: like this example, you guys. What you trying to say that, hey, Monica's racist because of this action is a bad example to call Monica.
There's a
nobody.
Yes, maybe we gotta go through this chat, brother. Maybe we need a different example because this is a terrible example.
Listen, shut the fuck up. Long, go first. Nathan, you're next, and then this home nigga, you go next after that. All right? Damn. Go ahead, Long. I don't know why you stole this fat person's fucking picture. What is that noise?
So here's the thing. I don't know. So here's the thing. You can say you don't like the example, but if you've been called a racist time and time again, and your whole stance is I'm not racist, I don't think what you would do is use racism on a regular basis as a way to teach somebody a lesson. Absolutely. So like, you know, it just is, there are people who rock with Monica who will make any excuse for her. Cool, do your thing, you know, like, it just is. Like, and you're not going to see it otherwise. I definitely think Monica intentionally plays a lie. She will lie and mislead. She will try and tarnish your name. And I've watched it. It's happened to me. You know, trying to bring up stuff. No, I'm going to finish. I didn't interrupt you.
My bad.
You good, because you know I rock with you. But, you know,
you my dog.
Yeah, there's a way people cape for Monica, and I think she's smart. Smart for that. Like, she will keep doing the thing. Yo, whose little child do I have to listen to? I'm not being paid to work with kids right now. Thank you.
It's Dr. Long.
So like, we're probably not going to get anywhere, but I sure know if you were telling me a thing, it's kind of like Joe B. If I'm going to keep saying that, yeah, I'm a professor in this, maybe I should stop changing what kind of professor I am and at least be consistent. Like, if you are not a thing, you position yourself as a, yeah, Joe B done had every PhD. No, man. Yeah. And she's super inaccurate in her facts about education, but we'll talk to you about education. Like, there's just a way, like, if you're not going to keep calling me a thing, and the best way I go about showing you I'm not a thing is by doing the exact thing that you're saying I am. So, like, I could see if that was a first thing, and this is later. This is years into it. Monica does this on purpose. I'll finish here. She says, oh, I was never 3K, but she intentionally keeps a large K in her name to remind you that maybe it might be true. This is what she does.
I'm going to be honest with you. A long time ago, when Monica was around a lot more, I could have sworn she went over this story, and she was the one who told me about the 3K thing. And it was interesting because I believe when I first met her, she had the 3Ks.
Yeah, it was a Powerpuff Girl PCR.
She had the 3Ks, but then she changed it to 1K, hence the new name 1K. Okay? And then she became whoever she is now, right? Or if she's still the 1K. I don't fucking know. But listen, the thing is that I definitely remember. It's crazy because I could have sworn she told me this whole story a while ago, but she mentioned the 3K thing to me. That 3K thing didn't just pop up. Like, there's a reason why we wrote it as 3Ks.
I'm almost damn sure.
Well, yeah.
That she's the one who did that. Now, Pockets, you're the one who actually said that you created 3K.
Yes. I created that.
So did she pick that name with 3Ks?
Well, if you look at the Powerpuff Girl PTR that she had under the Powerpuff Girl name, and this was years ago, and KK posted it, it says I can't even say it out loud. I sent you it though. I will not say it out loud. But it says and you'll see it. But it's in the PTR that is in the chat as well. It says the 3 KKKs, and it says my NIKKKAH.
Yeah. Now, Sean.
Is there a cue here, or is Nathan gonna just defend her after everybody makes a comment? I just want to know because I'd like to insert something, Nathan.
You can go right after me. I just want to say just a couple more words. This is just in defense of Monica, because I fuck with Monica, and I think that Monica is like one of the most genuine people on Clubhouse, and it's just unfortunate that in 2025, 2024, that there are still, and it's unfortunate, Black fragility. And Monica only sheds a light on things that Black people go through, that America knows, and she talks about it amongst Black people, and Black people dislike that. Black people do not like a reflection shown at them about some of the nasty stuff they do. And it's not all Black people. It is a subpopulation of Black people, and Monica sheds a light onto that. She gives a narrative that needs to be earned. That, hey, look here, this is your fault. This isn't the white man's fault. This is your fault. Because there's a thing called Black.
Hold on. Let him speak.
And lastly, I want to say that there is a thing called Black fragility, and once Monica decides to talk on Black topics about things that happens in America, Black people get upset. They feel the need to defend their race, and they say things like, "This is Black folks' business." They know why that's so.
Let me tell you something in here, Nathan. I'm actually going to tell you this is a different space for all that shit, right? I'm going to tell you why, right? So we, as an RPO, we love to do a little research. For the life of me, I couldn't figure out such an emotional response to this bitch, right? Don't mean to call her a bitch, but that's just how I talk. Anyway, I actually, kind of would say, like, what's the emotional response for, right? There's more to that, though. It's a little bit different. It's not a topics and the talking points. What it's mainly about is there would be some things that she would do, some of the things that were mentioned just recently, using neggers, using things like that, whatever the case is, and knowing what you're doing, right? So it's not about just the hold on. You see the PTRs and the things so there's a difference here, right? It wouldn't necessarily even be her doing the wordplay shit, right? That's not what it was about for real. It was doing what you're doing, knowing your wordplay, and then when someone calls you out for the wordplay, right? And then being upset at the response that you got, that's kind of another major thing, that you would go ahead and act like you weren't doing a wordplay. That was always the major issue. Always. It was never about, like, come on, like, people come up in here and they be racist as fuck. I actually had to tell her one day, I'm in an elevator, but I had to tell her one day, girl, just stick to it. Like, if you provoke people, provoke people. But I'm in an elevator, so I'm break up in a second. But I think it's beyond that.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I think everything that Nathan is saying is very comical. I think it's very comical, Nathan, and I think that you are a really good troll on Clubhouse, which is part of the reason why I come to your degenerate space, because it's entertaining. So my experiences with Monica began before, like, most recently in the past year or whatever. I mean, I've had her blocked for such a long time, and I always blame GOAT, Prince and James. Like, I blame GOAT all the time. Like, you brought her into my ecosystem. The good old days when you had someone blocked on Clubhouse and you would never have to interact with them, right, if you were on stage. I miss those days. But she held rooms for days upon days litigating George Floyd, litigating other young black people who were killed by the police, Mike Brown, you just name it, she litigated it. And even most recently, Nathan and Chillism, she was arguing about Carmelo Anthony Wright, the young man accused of, stabbing intentionally that other track mate or whatever from the opposing team. I think it's not the fact that she uses the N-word or that she tries to rage bait people. It's the fact that she litigates the death of young black people over and over and over again for days upon days, when she used to host her own rooms until the MAGA conservative side actually doxed her. Like, her own people doxed her. And that's when all of a sudden she calmed down and started changing her names and things like that. So Monica is, it goes beyond trolling. It just goes to a level of.
Can you provide her address? Are you
No.
going to provide her address?
No,
That's
I don't
ridiculous.
dox people.
No, they didn't do that. I was just a picture.
Okay, yeah, that's what I.
No,
that's. I mean, it's still fun, but yeah.
I would like to know what kind of work.
Hold on, Kenya's still talking, but I don't know if she knows that she's breaking up.
I'll take it.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Oh, excuse me, sir.
King, you were breaking up, so that's why he was interrupting you.
Oh, okay. Can you hear me better now?
Yeah, so can you, I mean, we can hear you better, so just continue what you're saying.
Yeah,
and then we'll,
I think,
I actually think I need, can you hold on to that one for me? No, keep on. Sorry, guys.
No, it's okay, Panda. Olympia is better, but not as good as Sambusa. I just find her to be frustrating for all of the years that she spent on this app, harassing black people, going into black spaces, much like some of the people in the goo right now who are paying attention to her, right? I mean, I've got at least 5 people in the goo right now blocked for the same sort of race baiting bullshit that they do, and the litigating that they have about black people and how they should function. So I think you should go past her just using the N-word, but listen to everything that she says outside of that.
James, you there? Yes, I'm here.
Y'all get serious?
Chime in and add? I mean, Nani did a really good job of basically summarizing Monica. I tried to make her a non-factor for years because I recognized what I was engaging with and what other people were engaging with. So it is what it is at this point. That's why I voted she doesn't matter to me, because it really doesn't.
Yeah, listen, I understand the aspect of, listen, there's a few things going on here, right? Like, there is she's trolling, and she's trolling a select group of people for a particular reason, right? And around that same thing that Nathan was talking about, a particular type of fragility, right? But it's more than that. So I can't actually go ahead and truly say it's that, unless it actually is that. Not all the time is it that. Her persona is actually built around making sure she is as controversial and provocative as possible. So the fact that she does do that is different in this case. It's not about just something happens and, it's racist. That's not what intentionally doing something where I have an issue or I've literally had comment. I've had dialogue is so simple, just like this, as calm as it is, with her, like, girl, like, I wish you would just stand on your shit and just be on your shit. And when somebody talks to you about it, you know what I mean, and pulls it out, stop hiding your fucking hands. That shit is so annoying. That's the shit that be getting on my nerves. It's not even about all the other dumb shit that you say, because, like, that shit don't bother me. She literally walk up to me, call me a nigger in my face today, and I'm gonna be like, okay? Like, I'm gonna call the cops on your white ass. Oh my God, I hate crying about. My goodness, like, what is it? It's like, it's not that big of a deal to me. It literally would not affect me. I don't need to go to therapy, I promise, right? But the thing
thing that I don't like, the shit that is so fucking annoying, is like, if you are going to be bold enough to try to play around in people's face, fucking be bold enough to fucking say that you're truly playing. Don't act like, oh, well, you know, I was saying that, you know, I called everybody flying monkeys because I watched Wicked the other day. That's what I was hearing, right? Girl, we know that you ain't using, you know, we know what you're doing, girl. If you want to call people flying monkeys, fucking say that shit. And stand on it.
Tell the truth.
Be actually a little bit more entertaining. I'm not gonna lie.
Tell the truth. Yeah, I agree with you, Fan, and that's exactly my issue with her. It's always been that issue that she'll literally just deny that she's doing what she's doing, and I don't like that. Like, bro, if that's what you're gonna do what you do.
Like, I don't like that person. That's a personality. That's a major personality issue to me.
Right.
You know what I mean? Because if I wanted to go ahead and call you a racist, I'd trust him. Listen, I'm gonna stand on it. Don't play with me. I'm gonna stand on it. I don't care. And that would be more entertaining for me. I find it boring for me to sit around and try to guess your intentions, especially when your intentions are clear. And then now here we are trying to say, oh, I didn't mean like that because my intentions wasn't really that. No, oh my God, I need to be a little bit more careful with my word. No, that's not what you meant to do. And why did I have to waste time on telling you something that you already did? No, that shit is annoying. That's the annoying shit to me. There's racist people every fucking where. Okay? That shit, pussy popping like that, oh my God. That shit is crazy. That was crazy to me. No way. No thank you. So, yeah, that's really my issue here. I don't really give a fuck. Like, look at that comment, neggers, Negger, negging. You just don't have to use that word. Wow. Yeah. Silly.
I'm telling you, man, the shock value in the wordplay is literally.
It's not even shock value because, like, I would expect, right? But she's literally done it she's done this kind of like you know, this pseudo fake racism bullshit for so long. It's like she just keeps looking for shit. You know what I mean? But but you have an issue with the response to it, and you know what you're doing. Why do you have an issue with the response? You know what you're doing.
Exactly.
That's the shitty part. I'm not, and this is not, and I don't. Oh my God, girl. See, I'm the type of person, I'll tell you the whole Eat True Hollywood story and tell myself in the process. Like, I don't like the whole, you know, like that whole shit. Like, I just don't. Baby, I don't wish death on babies ever. If you pro-life, you're utterly lying, low IQ, pathetic moron. Danville and Montville wish death on black babies. Shake your fucking head. It's awesome. So, KK is posting a lot. Where is KK? Is KK on the stage? KK, you're posting a lot. I have any context around that last one. Let me just try to scroll up and see what we all got going on here. Ooh, Lord.
And the funny thing is, just because the problem is that a lot of people don't even understand the fact that just because you agree with some of the things or you're okay with some of the things that someone says, it doesn't make it right. But they're going to defend it anyway. And that's when the stupid shit come in for me. Because I don't give a fuck how much I like you. If you're doing some dumb shit, I'm going to tell you you're doing some dumb shit. Or the shit don't make sense.
Look at this one.
I'm fucking stupid right now.
This one, she literally reposts a book that's called Read a Book, and I guess she must have reposted the title. She actually typed it out and posts Read a Book, nigga. Hold on, I would like to just see, where did you guys comment on that? Some of you, like, who was defending her earlier? Who was defending her?
That was Nathan. I think we left. Where is he?
Anybody else want to if she's going ahead, she's writing this, her thing is going to, any of her excuses are going to be, oh, that's a book title. You see what I'm saying? That's the shit that's happening. So when you get a response from it, you're literally looking for a response. Then you complain about the response that you were looking for. That's very stupid.
I'm ready.
All right, so we
You heard it, she did.
good progress here. So what do you guys want to happen in the Discord? Because this is the reason why this room is open anyway.
Wait, refresh me. What's happening? What's happening?
head!
What's happening?
her from our space!
What's going on?
I'm trying to get Monica beat.
Why?
I don't like it.
It's a witch trial.
I know she's still mattered to anybody.
I ain't never liked her.
Like a thing.
I just don't know why she in our motherfucking Discord. She in the chat. See, I was gonna let her live. I was gonna let her live until she said something to Kirko. And I was like, oh, hell nah, bitch.
Oh, wait, you never recap it.
Like, she's not man.
Vivid, before she, you know what's funny is that before the whole thing, I actually asked her what was going on with that. What did happen in that situation? What happened there?
It was chatting with Kirko in that chat.
What problem did Jigaboo's have with Monica? What did she do?
Is that Pepe? Oh my god, bro.
Is that a male monster?
I haven't seen Pepe in forever. Yuck.
Wait, hold on. Back up. Hold on.
Pepe, yeah, she was talking to
I
my
heard
man.
you got, hold on. Pepe, I heard you got an issue with her. What happened? Pepe,
Now you don't want to talk.
What's up?
I heard you had an issue with Monica. What's your issue with Monica?
Oh, nothing. I just, we've had a few back and forth, but
Okay, well then no.
I wish you would come around the fence with it. Why not just say, I am somebody who would be flat out racist. Why can't she just do it instead of hiding?
That's what I literally was just saying, Pepe. Like, that's all I'm saying. I'm like, I get annoyed when you're like being like kind of like that pseudo racist, right? And then when you get that reaction, you're like, I wasn't doing that. No, I called everybody flying monkey in here because I watched Wicked the other day. I hate that shit. That shit gets on my nerves, literally. Now you, Pepe, if you want to be fucking racist, you're just a racist bitch. So why? You know what I mean? Who cares?
Well, I just want to
And own that shit. You feel me?
I watched the PragerU video about you fucking monkeys, and it says you guys have low impulse control. What do you guys think about that? That's Monica.
Yeah, that is absolutely her, 100%.
It is.
Oh, straight. There it goes. That's what I'm saying. There's a big difference here, okay? There's a major difference, and that's the shit that be getting on people's nerves. And then you want to walk into rooms with like monkeys and watermelon brewing water with some dumb shit. You know what I mean? And look at Pepe, what you got in your PTR?
That's me.
I don't know. You got two niggas and somebody with some man boobs. All right, fine. You know
That's
what I mean?
me.
Who cares? Oh, okay. Well, then you got you. All right. Are you the one with the boobs? Who are you?
I'm the one in
You're the one with the small B. Okay, Pepe, you got a small B. Okay, small B.
Yeah, he's the one with the boobs.
All right. You are the one. You got biddies, Pepe. Little biddies.
Not really.
Okay, well, biddies.
You want to put them all up in your mouth? Stuck in my teeth.
No, that's disgusting.
Oh, shit.
No.
Don't be disrespectful,
Pepe. Don't
Pepe.
ever.
You want those little nipples in your mouth?
No, that's so disgusting.
You're musty, Pepe. Remember that.
Yeah, that's so gross.
I don't like that.
You definitely have a dad bod. I'm glad you're working out though. But anyway, the thing is, listen, we are on the same page, Pepe. Well,
So what's Monica's thing, guys? I'm confused. So
well, she popped up recently. I thought that there was something that had went on, right? I thought that I was going to get a little tea about why Monica is out. Why is she in RPO's Discord? Okay, so
she's in our room. She's in here.
Hold on,
man.
so
Like,
background. Yeah, I know. So background, guys. So Monica used to be frequent this room. She even used to be modded in this room. And then she was going little issues with, Cleo, little stuff, whatever, blah, blah. Nothing too crazy. Literally, yeah, pretty much everybody. She had a little court case, whatever, a little fake RPO court case, whatever, yada.
Oh, yeah, that was it.
Yeah, so nothing too major. She leaves. We don't see her for almost a whole year. And she pops back up about a month ago in our Discord. And she's like, it's like the majority of messages in the past week or so has been her. So I'm thinking in my head, I'm like, damn, who done kicked her out on the street?
Somebody must have, she is lost. She's wandering around with most of why is she in RPO? You know what I mean? Like Discord, somebody must have kicked her out. So I really personally wanted to hear the tea. I thought there was tea behind this. But apparently there was not tea, guys. Believe me.
No, I'm confused because I think that somebody told me a tea the other day that there was tea, that she was kicked out of another room, or she's not welcomed in some other room right now, because she's been in the actual rooms, and I know me and Fro were talking because she keeps on like addressing me in the chat, but I never respond to her. Like I just don't say anything.
So it's not. So here's what her explanation was, and I know this is about there was a situation. Do you remember there was a situation where
founders is beyond me. Huh? I think how they found founders is beyond me.
Well, she used to come on with like her real name, like everybody else, years ago. So people like made PTRs of her like surrounded by like black guys, like on a porno set, and her holding black dildos, all kinds of stuff. It's fun times.
God damn, you guys are terrible.
Interesting. Does anybody have the possible picture that's her? I could have sworn there was a picture that was her. I have to go back and I have to look up just like, I have to figure out something, because I could have sworn there is a picture of her somewhere out there. But everybody said it was fake though.
That's what I heard too, but I guess it was real.
Huh?
Kirko does nothing wrong.
Kirko does nothing wrong, I don't understand. At least not anymore, let's be for real. So, yeah, I don't know what people are kind of on, or what. Okay, so hold on, sorry. Let me go back to that story. Tati, what happened in the Discord for her to be coming at you, Kirko? Because that sounds wild to me. That sounds wild. I'm going to move over there soon, but not now. We can do that there. Yeah, so we're,
I mean, technically it wasn't crazy. Hold on, let me go back.
Okay. Let me go back.
I don't even remember which chat it was in. I think it was in a regular chat. Okay. So she actually said something to Kirko. Let's see. Topic ideas. Kirko, which child was it in? Do you remember?
Was it violations?
Oh, I see it. Yeah, so she sent a message to him like, actually no, it started because she put in the violation, she put a K's or Aboriginal's profile in there and said, hey, can this RPO profile unblock me on Clubhouse? I can't access the replay if a mod has me blocked. And since I contributed time, commentary, and links, I think it's fair to be able to access the replay. And so Kay responds and says,
okay,
girl...
so, go ahead, sorry, my bad, go ahead.
Yeah, Kay responds and says, girl, we were just in the book reading room. You're not blocked, but I might take the offer. Fro says, laughing my ass off, see, ... I said, now that you mention it, I will. Kay said, yeah, she's reaching at this point. Fro says, you get the centering we give, not the centering you want. And right now, it's Monty in the middle of a block party. Go Monty, like literally.
That's crazy.
Monica goes, you were the only moderator that I could not message. I apologize that I assumed instead of inquiring. I knew / known you as Fade, not Aboriginal. Kay goes, you don't know me, girl, bye. Then Monica responds to Kirko. He literally hasn't said anything. She goes, Sarah reacts to one post, Kirko the scientist, you doing the most. And then he drops his song, Do the Most.
No, he didn't. No, she didn't.
So then I said, don't address him. He can laugh and react as much as he wants. If you were worried about it, you would have shut the fuck up by now. You're clearly seeking attention. And then I put in violation, Monica begging for attention and addressing my man. And then I pinned it.
Okay.
And then she said, you asked me to stop mentioning you. I agree. Requesting it be reciprocated. Dazzy Diesel, I don't know who that is, said, is that you, Kirko? Shit's lit. Referring to his song. He said, thanks. I said, don't mention my man either. She said, last reply is yours. You seem to need it. Kirko goes, chill out, shorty, you acting goofy. Mr. Prince sends the eyes. Monica goes, stop making her jealous by talking to me, Kirko. Billie Jean puts a picture or whatever and says, this is such a fun channel. Monica goes, tell me precisely what I owe you, T. Lee, and Panda. What's the price of admission to be the lone Alpine researcher at RPO? Everyone. I need to see if I can afford the cost. You go, huh? Fro goes, why are you back? What is the last house you got ostracized from? I said, you clearly need to be medicated. Go snoot your opioids for the day, honey, and then try again. She goes, the masculinity mansion, but Sig and I are cool. It's like a weird, bitch, you're weird as fuck. And that's how I was like, oh, why is this hoe here? And that's when I came in the room to ask that question. And that's how we ended up here.
Okay. Fair.
I think there is one other point to mention. Like earlier this morning, Shorty ass came in the room asking what everybody's issue with her is. So it's also you were asked to be mad that you literally got what you got. That dead ass happened.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah, it's just this. Yeah, all right, I get it. All right, so what should we do about the Discord thing? It's up to you guys. I don't really give a crap.
Ban her from Discord. I know multiple people have her blocked so they can't actually see her comments. But when you could just push one button and ban someone, why not? You know? So I don't know. I say to each his own. You know, if a lot of people want to have her in the chat, if they feel like she's good for the chat, cool. I was just wondering why she was there, or if like
you guys shouldn't block her. You guys shouldn't block her.
She was a valued member of the Discord, because I don't feel like she's adding much value, so that's why the question was prompted.
But she's the squeaky toy everybody gets to play with. That's why I fuck with her.
We don't need any toys.
No, Pepe, why would you say that? I don't know why. You know, I just make fun of her and mock her, and then she gets mad and calls me a shrimp dick or something like that, and then I make fun of her even more. It's just...
But see, that's not racist exactly. That is just...
She can't be racist to me.
What could be your... Okay, but do you have a... All right, never mind. It's okay. All right. So if she's saying something true, then is it... All right, never mind.
Yeah, it didn't hit.
I'm just playing with you, Pepe. I'm just playing. Sorry enough you got titties, all right? Okay. So, you actually don't F with her. You said again she didn't have much of a problem.
No, we get it. I mean, I've always teased her and made fun of her, but like I don't... Yeah, I'm not like mean to her. I don't dislike her. But I trolled her all the time.
So you're the better racist because you say things explicitly?
Yes.
Instead of
why not beat
saying
around
it
the bush?
implicitly.
Yeah.
Do you guys have like MAGA rooms where you kind of talk about who's the better racist? Or...
I used to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And who was voted as like the most racist out of like
There's
the
probably
entire group? You?
Probably Cardano, but he left the app, and then me.
Yeah. I think you still hold the cake.
So there is an audio of her actually using the N-word. Let me just see. Let me just hear it real quick, and I will beat that. Oh, dang, I didn't even mean for things to get silent. Do you guys want to listen to it? Oh, let me see. Because I can't really... Let me see.
Did she really?
Shit? I don't know, but let's see.
She doesn't even cuss.
I definitely heard her cuss. Hold on. Let me see something. Let me go on music mode. Sorry for the bad audio for a second. Hold on, guys. Here we go. Hold on. Do you guys hear that? Is there anything even happening? What's happening?
No, we can't.
I don't hear anything either. What the heck? Hold on, let me see. Hold on, let me see if I can just... Here we go. Here it is. Wait, hold up. Did y'all was something that late? That's it? Hold on. That's... Wait, what did you just send me? Did y'all just hear that?
No.
Did you guys hear that? Okay, hold on. So, just let me get back to music mode. Because what the heck was that? That didn't sound like anything. Hold on. Music mode. Alright, I'm on music mode. Let's do this. What the heck? Why does it not want to play? Oh, shit. Alright. Working on my end? Can somebody else do it? Can anybody else play this clip? Because I got the clip, I listened to it, and it didn't say anything. Literally. I set the audio to music, but I don't understand why it did not work. It literally won't play when I'm on music mode. Nancy, can you play it? Huh?
Yeah, wait. Yeah,
it's in the chat. Yeah. It's in the chat.
Okay.
Oh, wait, let me finish.
That's funny.
You have it, right?
What? Yeah.
All right.
if you want.
I would, except I don't use that word.
Huh? What? Oh, you would. Wait.
She didn't say nothing. She said she would.
Yeah. Wait on. What?
Yeah,
that's what I heard too. I was like, wait,
I'll
what?
play it again.
That's funny.
You can call him a nigger if you want.
I would, except I don't use that word.
Huh? What? Oh, you would. Oh, that's it. I would wait.
Yeah, she didn't say it. I didn't let it finish. That was a whole clip. So it was only
I did tell you she doesn't cuss, and I've never heard her say the N-word. She just like says things that people say the N-word say, but without calling people the N-word, which is kind of just lame.
No, she does it the way that like let's say I said Princey my nigga, right? She'll repeat what I'll say in like quotations, you know, and she'll say it, but she'll avoid like directly saying it, you know. It's that bullshit that you were talking about, Panda, right? Like she won't outwardly, and then she'll fight it and argue it. She'll repeat it after people.
Yeah, that's some corny shit. You're right here. Yeah, she ain't say it. Shit. Well, BKK, how you? I thought that was something. She said she would, but she does not use that word. What the hell? So yeah, that's pretty much it. I mean, what are we doing here? All right. She's just annoying, like at this point, in Discord, and I think that the whole thing about it is that she is what was I gonna say? She's annoying, and nobody likes her in the Discord, and so we're just gonna tell her to chill out on the messages. That's it. Let me just make sure, because that's really why we're having the room, that she's annoying in the Discord.
But we already got rid of Monica. She still sent messages.
Yeah, she's in the Discord. She's back in the Discord, so that's what we're kind of looking for.
Put her out of there too.
Huh?
Put her out of Discord.
So what do we do?
We
ban her?
We already got to tolerate white woman Dominica.
Let's take a vote.
Oh,
I'm gonna make it.
it's gonna be easy. Let's vote.
And we're voting. Hold on, sorry, I'm gonna open up this. Oh, my child just gave me a new one. Hey, this one
Good night. Sister Fro, Brother Gamma.
All right. So, I think that the main thing is to just, tell her to shut out the Discord. She's doing too much. And that's it. There we go. Good shit.
I know we're voting to ban her. I'm into white women. I'm gonna end that one.
Okay. There you go. All right, guys, we did good.
Everyone
all right,
vote.
should we mod it? Yeah, everybody vote.
Just vote and click yes. All we need is 100%.
Yeah, they're already getting through done with.
Frank, your vote matters. Ozzy, your vote.
Everyone vote. Everyone in the goo vote as well. We're trying to make it as fair as possible. So if you can participate in the goo, it'd be very helpful. Thank you.
JLB might be her burner page.
Let's see what these votes are saying. Is everybody voting? Let's get that vote going. So you have 7 votes. Let me see. Let me put yes, we should, just because so I can see. Oh, damn, y'all are, that's a lot.
Who is Daniel? We don't even know who Daniel is. He's got a red ticket. He doesn't count.
All right,
Daniel, why don't you
guys.
come up here and tell us why no?
All right, guys. I think that the people have voted.
It's 90-10 right now. 92, 93 to 8.
All right, people. Gotta go.
I won. Yeah.
Daniel.
Yeah.
Red ticket to Daniel.
All right. we'll give her a little bit of notice. And then
one for the blacks.
T, where's T?
Put us on the board. 1 point up for the black.
No, we're gonna make sure that this is known all throughout. But I personally don't give a fuck.
It made it worse. How?
It just proves that. It proves that for what's that? 50 years has gone by, and the argument of black men, certain type of black men, not all of you, is the same. It's not a good look.
So how does that make the argument worse?
Cause what you mean? What the fuck was your argument? You played that to do what?
You told me, since you're the one that said it got worse.
It's worse because it just shows that ain't nothing changed.
How does that make the argument worse?
You would think that 50 years would go by and niggas wouldn't be complaining about black women not wanting to be with them because they trying to make a way for themselves, or black women being feminists or wanting rights and all. Y'all still complaining about this shit 50 years later. That's the problem.
But you're just saying we should just shut up.
Basically.
Oh, okay.
Well, I don't know about shut up, but if you was here when Daniela was here, she said, you know, if you just speak it into existence and just do it, then it'll happen. So just go with the flow. I keep telling you that.
They've been speaking
So you're saying shut up too.
55 years.
I'm not telling you to shut up. I would never
Go
tell
with
you
the
to
flow
shut
seems
up.
like shut up, but a nice
No, but see, here's the problem. You never speak. You never speak. You never speak. You don't speak about your true feelings. You only let's see. You only pussyfoot around with the problem that you're actually dealing with. You never get to the core of the problem. It's always out here in the Himalayas. And here's a prime example. You had to go back to 1970. You made us listen to something from 1970 to try to prove a fact in 2025. I mean, if people are still holding on to their ideology versus trying to move forward, there are other men that have moved forward and they're no longer there. But these other men, these left behinds, you know, you're causing a rift. You're not helping the situation.
Yeah, you're saying shut up. Stop rabble rousing.
We never tell you
You're saying stop rabble rousing. Look, I get it.
I wanted to chime in. Brooklyn said it hasn't changed, and I'll take the opposite stance. I think a lot has changed. I went to undergrad, and there was a lot of us. It was a mostly white school, but there was a lot of us, and we stuck together, and we helped each other, and we wanted to see each other graduate. Man, and my brothers met their wives during that time, and everyone, I feel like we grew together, we grew up together, and there was never any. I don't feel there was animosity between male and female. We all wanted to win. Shit, I felt that way in high school too. I didn't really see any of this of the 70s that we just listened to in my own household. My parents both worked. There was never an argument of someone not wanting someone to do something, regardless of be it my mother or my father. They both pushed each other forward. I watched my mother get her bachelor's. My father didn't go back, but he had a very good job. He was an engineer without an engineering degree. This man could fix anything. He was more on the electrical side. So, I mean, I think a lot has changed since 1970. So I got to disagree with what Brooke was said. Anybody that's sitting up here saying what those guys were saying, I would disagree with them. And I don't know where you're hearing men talk like that. I don't hear men talking like that anymore.
You know, because Clubhouse, Devon, you are in you guys be in safe spaces. If you get the fuck out of Puka Rec for 5 minutes and just go in the indie room and they talking about it, or this is exactly how the niggas sound. Exactly. And it's worse because then they adding on the CDC studies and the fucking 80-20 rule, so it's even worse.
Yeah, but those
That's
things
what I'm saying.
talk about their own personal fails.
these guys that were just talking, were talking about the stress that they were getting from society. You're talking about niggas on Clubhouse that are fucking failures.
I'm not talking about just niggas on Clubhouse though, Patty. I'm talking about niggas. It's the black manosphere. This is their talking point on every fucking app you go on.
Other illusions will serve the mind to discover the truth with. But none of this shakes or even threatens the philosophy of Thelemann. On the contrary, it may be called the rock of its foundation. The issue of all is evidently that all conceptions are necessarily unique because there can never be two identical points of view. And this corresponds with facts, points of view close kin, and thus there may be a superficial general agreement, as there is which is found to be false on analysis, as has been shown. From the above, it will be understood how it comes that there are no trances of knowledge, and this bids us inquire into the tradition of the grimoires, that all knowledge is miraculously attainable. The answer is that, while all trances are destroyers of knowledge, since for one thing they all destroy the sense of duality, they yet put into their head the means of knowledge. We may regard rational apprehension as a projection of truth in dualistic form, so that he who possesses any given truth has only to symbolize it. In terms of the intellect to obtain its image in the form of knowledge, this conception is difficult. An illustration may clear its view. Architect can indicate the general characteristics of a building on paper by means of two drawings, a ground plan and an elevation. Neither but is false in nearly every respect. Each is partial, each lacks depth, so on. And yet, in combination, they do represent to the trained imagination what the building actually is. Also, illusions, as they are. No other illusions will serve the mind to discover the truth which they intend. This is the reality, hidden in all the illusions of the intellect. And this is the basis of the necessity for the aspirant of having his knowledge accurate and adequate. The common mystic affects to despise science as illusion. This is the most fatal of all errors. For the instruments with which he works are all of this very order of illusory things. We know that lenses distort images, but for all that, we can acquire information about distant objects which proves correct when the lens is constructed according to certain illusory principles, not by arbitrary caprice. The mystic of this kind is generally recognized by men as a proud fool. He knows the fact and is ardent in his presumption and arrogance. One finds him goaded by his subconscious shame to active attacks on science, gloats upon the apparent errors of calculation which constantly occur, not at all understanding the self-imposed limitations of validity of statement which are always implied. In short, he comes at last to abandon his own postulates and takes refuge in the hermit carapace of the theologian. But on the other hand, to him who has firmly founded his rational thinking on sound principles, who has acquired deep comprehension of one fundamental science, made proper paths between it and its germans, which he understands only in general, who has finally secured the whole of this structure by penetrating through the appropriate trances to the neshamic truths of which it is the rightly ordered projection in well sown, well fertilized, well left to ripen, is ready for him to reap. The man who truly understands the underlying formulae of one root subject can easily extend his apprehension to the boughs, leaves, flowers, and fruit. And it is in this sense that the medieval masters of magic were justified in claiming that by the evocation of a given demon, the worthy Octinamos might acquire the perfect knowledge of all sciences, speak with all tongues, command the love of all, or otherwise deal with all nature as from the standpoint of its maker. Crude are those credulous, critical who thought of the evocation as the work of an hour or a week, and the gain thereof to the adept, not the pure gold, certes, not the stone of the philosophers, but ye, yet a very virtuous weapon of much use on the way, also a mighty comfort to the human side of him, for the sweet fruit that hangs upon the tree that makes men gods is just this sun-ripe, soft bloom-veiled globe of knowledge. Understanding the nature of knowledge, the culmination and stasis of the intellectual faculties, has been discussed in the previous essay. It implies a contradiction in terms. Understanding is the resolution of this antinomy. It is the chief quality of neshama, intelligence, an idea insusceptible of true definition because supra-rational and only appreciable by direct experience. One can say at most that it is independent of any of the normal modes of motion of the mind. It is a significant illustration of the truth of this Kabbalistic theory, that women often possess most excellent intelligence, while totally incapable of the knowledge and reason on which logically it is founded. The Mahdi, at first onset productive of bewildering ecstasy, ultimates in this understanding. One may say, therefore, that understanding implies a certain semiotic quality of apprehension. Duality is perhaps not absolutely abolished, save in the superstructure of the state, but it assumes a form which would be absurd to call dualistic. It will be noticed that violation of logic is essential to every true effort to convey the conception. This fact lies at the root of all Trinitarian symbolism. The scheme is geometrical in idea, and even arithmetical. Is shown by the attribution of Bina to the number 3. That the solution of every dyad in a triune triad is misleading, insofar as it purports to interpret the phenomenon in terms of intellect, and only useful as it may train the reasoning faculties to supersede themselves in a sublime suicide upon the altar of the mystic intuition. Though this, after all, is a mean imitation of the proper process, for it is firstly unscientific in method, and secondly, illegitimate in its denial of its own validity. The only correct and adequate mode of the attainment of understanding is to shut off and inhibit the rational mind altogether, thus leaving a tabula rasa upon which the entirely alien faculty de novo and sui generis can write its first word. But then it will surely be said, what is more unintelligent than this supposed intelligence, than this formless, even delirious ecstasy which sweeps away all shapes of thought? No sane man would deny this premise. But the explanation is that this ecstasy is, so to say, the throe of birth of the new faculty. It is surely natural for an observer to be startled for the moment by the discovery of a new universe. Ananda must be mastered manfully, not indulged as a vice in the manner of the mystic. Samadhi must be clarified by sila, by the stern virtue of constraint. And then appears the paradox that the new law of the mind has come not to destroy but to fulfill. The understanding takes full cognizance of all that vast material which the reason was unable to build into any coherent structure. The contradictions have disappeared by absorption. They have been accepted as essential factors in the nature of truth, which without them were a mere conjurier's effects. It will be clear from all these considerations that there need be no surprise at this primordial paradox. Skepticism, absolute in every dimension, is the sole possible basis of true attainment. All attempts to shirk the issue by appeals to faith, by mystic transcendental sophistries, or any other spiritual varieties of the three-card trick, are devoted to the most abject destruction. One cannot find the lady by any other way than that of the knight errant, of the great fool, the way of the eagle in the air, whose sacred number is the sacred 0. Yea, also, not being all and all being Pan. The only due address to Godhead is in the dual form. For all must be destroyed that all may be begotten. Chastity. Those works of ancient and medieval literature which more particularly concern the seeker after truth concur on one point. The most worthless grimoires of black magic, no less than the highest philosophical flights of the Brotherhood, which we name not, insist upon the virtue of chastity as cardinal for the gate of wisdom. First we noted this word virtue. quality, manhood, integral with virility, chastity of the adept of the Rosen Cross, of the Grand Knights of Montsalvat, is not other than very opposite to that of which the poet can write. Chastity, that slavering saints his lust without the walls, muse at his gone, preening himself that his lewd lips relent, or to that emasculate frigga of Alfred Tennyson, the academic schools. The chastity, whose magical energy both protects and urges the aspirant to the sacred mysteries, is quite contrary in its deepest nature to all the vulgar ideas of it. For it is, in the first place, a positive passion, in the second, connected only by obscure magical links with the sexual function, and in the third, the deadliest enemy of every form of bourgeois morality and sentiment. It may assist us to create in our minds a clear concept of this noblest and rarest yet most necessary of the virtues. If we draw the distinction between it and one of its ingredients, purity. Purity is a passive, or at least static quality. It connotes the absence of all alien admixture from any given idea as pure gallium, pure mathematics, pure race. It is a secondary and derived use of the word which we find in such expressions as pure milk, which imply freedom from contamination. Chastity, per contra, is the etymology, castus, possibly connected with castrum, a fortified camp, some note. The root cas means house, and an house is Beth, the letter of Mercury, the magus of the tarot. He is not still in a place of repose, but the quintessence of all motion. He is the Logos, and he is phallic. This doctrine is of the utmost Kabbalistic importance. Chastity, per contra, as the etymology castus, possibly connected with castrum, fortified camp, suggests that may be supposed to assert the moral attitude of readiness to resist any assault upon an existing state of purity. So dear to heaven is saintly chastity, that when a soul is found sincerely so, 1,000 liveried angels lack it. Sang Milton, with the true poet's veil-piercing sword vision. Service is but waste unless action demands it. The Sphinx is not to be mastered by holding aloof, when the brutish innocence of paradise is always at the mercy of the serpent. It is his wisdom that should guard our ways. We need his swiftness, subtlety, and his royal prerogative of dealing death. The innocence of the adept. We are at once reminded of the strong innocence of Hippocrates, his energy of science. Chaste man is thus not merely one who avoids the contagion of impure thoughts, and the results but whose virility is competent to restore perfection to the world about him, Thus, the parsival who flees from country into her attendant flower witches loses his way and must wander long years in the desert. He is not truly chaste until he is able to redeem her. An act which he performs by the reunion of the lands and the sun. Chastity may thus be defined as the strict observance of the magical oath that is in the light of the law of Thalim. Absolute and perfected devotion to the holy guardian angel and the exclusive pursuit of the way of the true will. It is entirely incompatible with the cowardice moral attitude, emasculation of soul and stagnation of action which commonly denote the man called chaste by the vulgar. Beware of abstinence from action. Is it not written in our lection? For the nature of the universe being creative energy, Orteus blasphemes the goddess and seeks to introduce the elements of a real death within the pulses of life. The chaste man, the true knight-errant of the stars, imposes continually his essential virility upon the throbbing womb of the king's daughter. With every stroke of his spear, he penetrates the heart of holiness and bids spring forth a fountain of the sacred blood, splashing its scarlet dew throughout space and time. His innocence melts with its white hot energy. The felon fetters of that restriction which is sin. His integrity, with its fury of righteousness, establishes that justice which alone can satisfy the yearning lust of the womanhood, whose name is opportunity, is the function of the castrum or castellum. Is not merely to resist a siege, but to compel the obedience of law and order. Every pagan within range of its riders, so also it is the way of chastity to do more than defend his purity against assault. For he is not wholly pure who is imperfect. Perfect is no man in himself without his fulfillment in all possibility. Thus then must he be instant to seek all proper adventure, and achieve it, seeing well to it, by no means should such distract him or divert his purpose. Being his true nature and hamstringing his true will. Woe, woe, therefore, to him the unchaste who shirks scornful the seeming trivial, or flees fearful the desperate adventure. Woe, thrice woe, and 4 times woe be to him who is allured by the adventure, slacking his will, demitted from his way. For as the laggard and the dastard are lost, so is the toy of circumstance dragged down to nethermost hell. Sir Knight, be vigilant, watch by your arms and renew your oath, that days of sinister augury and deadly charged with danger which ye feel not, to overflowing with gay deeds and bold, masterful, of manful chastity. silence. Of all the magical and mystical virtues, of all the graces of the soul, all the attainments of the spirit, none has been so misunderstood, even when it all apprehended as silence. It would not be possible to enumerate the common errors. Nay, it may be said that to think of it at all is in itself an error, for its nature is pure being, that is to say nothing, so that it is beyond all intellection or intuition. Thus then the utmost of our essay can be only a certain wardenship, as it were a tiling of the lodge, wherein the mystery of silence may be consummated. For this attitude, there is sound traditional authority for Hippocrates. God of silence is called the Lord of defense and protection. But his nature is by no means that negative and passive silence which the word commonly connotes. For he is the all-wandering spirit, the pure and perfect knight-errant who answers all enigmas and opens the closed portal of the king's daughter. Silence in the vulgar sense is not the answer to the riddle of the Sphinx. It is that which is created by that answer. For silence is the equilibrium of perfection, so that Hippocrates is the omniform, the universal key to every mystery soever. Sphinx is the puzzle, or puselle, the feminine idea, to which there is only one accompaniment. This is what happens when you...
If you've hit that point where
always different in form and always identical in essence. This is the signification of the gesture of the god. It is shown more clearly in his adult form as the fool of the tarot and as Bacchus, Deiphilus, and without equivocation when he appears as Baphomet. When we inquire more closely into his symbolism.
All right, Big Mama. All right, Big Mama.
Wait,
All right, Big Mama.
and get it
Now,
over.
you gotta speak
Like,
for
this is
yourself.
ridiculous.
You're the only one getting
Because I wanted to say.
All right, Big Mama. I'm gonna land, and then you got it.
What's
So
up?
basically,
Because I'm
I'm gonna land
this
real
thug,
quick.
this
I'm gonna land.
this homo thug the fuck out of here. Because if he stuck with me, I'm going to go the fuck off.
Lost.
All right, here this bitch go. I'm gonna go off on you. I swear to God. Let me tell you something. I'm not even talking to your bitch ass today at all. I don't even acknowledge you. You're awful. Get the fuck away from me. Don't say shit to me. You know, your mother's gonna die. Your mother's gonna fucking die in your fucking arms, you bitch ass nigga. Stop talking to me for real, seriously. Anyway, like I was saying, hurry the fuck up. You're losing the whole audience. This is ridiculous at this point.
So basically, there was a wonderful one lost. No, I get it though, but you gotta understand what's interesting is that First Lady is a part of the governmental system, and she's letting Brooklyn ankle bite the shit out of me and overtalk me.
I don't even agree with you all of the time. What are you talking
It
about?
works towards their mutual goals, right? The mutual goal is to just get a nigga to shut up because they don't want to be responsible for what they've done to the black community. And it's unfortunate that even in this environment, this plays out. And it's sad because we will always be compared against the white man. And it's not about the black family. It's about some competition, which we're going to give credit. We're going to give credit to Playboy because he mentioned the ego, the driven ego. You want to compete with the white people in the white man's home. It's crazy. But yeah.
So, first of all, you didn't even give a premise as to why you even played the video. I just took a stab at it and said that all of the
watch me trying to shout her down and see what happens, right? So I'm going to interrupt her submission, and let's see how long before I get hit with a baton and, sent to the goo. Now, let's just see if we have equal, privilege. Oh, there it is. Thank you. Have a nice... I'm done. I'm done. I'm going on mute.
That was the proof. You just proved that real easy, Concrete.
Very easy. Thank you. I appreciate you, bro.
Been on stage all day.
All day and
look at this captured man that helps them out, Thug.
And this is what I'm talking about. This is why it doesn't make sense to have gender wars, because at the end of the day, you're not going to be honest. I'm just saying. I have continuously.
That's on both sides.
I have continuously fought for. No, I'm just talking about when he accuses me. I'm talking for myself.
Yeah, gotcha.
Because you're accusing me of doing something that I haven't done. I've interrupted any and everybody. I don't discriminate, sir.
You didn't do it. How am I accusing you of something you haven't done if you said you just did it?
I didn't do it because you said it's a part of an agenda.
Yeah.
I don't have an agenda. That's not my agenda. Well, whatever you have concocted up in your brains is not my agenda. My agenda is to make sure that the space is moderated appropriately. That's my agenda. Get it right.
But First Lady, to be honest, right, he just proved what he was saying. Like, he was sitting there speaking while Brooklyn was talking over him. But the minute he decided to do it to her, you came off your mic faster for him talking than you did for Brooklyn. You didn't say not one word while Brooklyn did it.
Oh my God! Complete competition.
No, she was telling him to hurry up. She wasn't trying to stop him. She said, please come on. You keep going around the same thing. I agree with that. Okay, so I'm not going to stop her from saying that because I agree. He was just wanting to be a contrarian and actually do it. That's the difference.
My whole thing is everything that I've said. These three niggas have fucking proven me right. I don't understand how on both sides it's not happening. When fucking these niggas have proven me right. As soon as they get an opportunity to blame a woman for something they do, I don't even
First of all,
you gotta be accountable sometimes, yo.
You're not a woman, first.
At some point, you gotta be accountable for your actions.
So there's that. Watch your mouth. She's a woman.
For the record,
moving
away from concrete.
But she's a woman. So
MJ, stop trying to show daylight between us, brother.
No, it's not daylight. It's not daylight, brother. It's not about that. Moving on the conversation.
It might be added to the
concrete in the window.
Just gonna say I'm not gonna talk to a homo thug, but what I will say is,
Brooklyn, damn, why you doing that? No,
give it to him, Brooklyn.
I want to make
over his ass. Don't give a fuck about what he had to say.
The only thing that I wanted to say, I'm sorry, MJ, but the only thing that I wanted to say was, Concrete never explained why he even wanted to play the.
Know your fucking position.
Right? He's being ignorant. You are being a bitch, and this is what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I don't
this
care
is the
about
shit
you, bro.
that I be saying. You are so busy trying to be a fucking woman. You are competing with me. You can't do what I do because I don't talk as much as you do. It's not going to take me as long to get my point across. That's my point. So you're being a whole asshole right now. That's what I'm saying. All of this time, we've been on this app alone, but not to mention all over the fucking internet.
You never have intelligent conversation on this app. You do the same thing you're doing now.
With women.
You don't have nothing intelligent.
This homo that want to fight me, motherfucker. fucking concrete want to argue with me, and they just don't. They want to do all of the talking because they're fucking gossip girls.
This is what you do.
This is not what a man does. That's my point. Instead of you competing with actual men, you compete with women. You're hoes, and that's why we don't respect you niggas. Period. Point.
You don't like men. You don't like men. Why do we care about what you think? You don't like men. You are traumatized.
Just as much as you do. I like dick just as much as you do.
But you don't like men, though.
To be honest with you, I like dick just as much as you do.
You like lust. You like sex, but you don't like men.
I like dick like you like dick. That's what I like.
I hope you help her with her healing, instead of like helping her like crack.
And then, if I could just say what I was saying before I got interrupted. So what is actually happening? This is according to the Federal Reserve economic data. The trajectory for Black men median weekly real earnings between 2014 and 2024, an 11.5% increase, and the 8.4% increase. So we've actually gone from 76% of white men median weekly earnings to 78%. So we have an incremental movement in the right direction as Black men. I think that, but relatively speaking, to Hispanic men, it's actually 18.1%. So, and Asian men is 20.6%. So other races have growth trajectory than Black men, but we are creeping up on white men in particular. Yeah.
Okay, can I go? All right, so the big difference I'm hearing from the clip and the conversations that are happening now is that in the clip, they kept saying things like the revolution. They kept talking about the race problem. They kept referring to that we're in certain conditions because white people are actually oppressing us. Niggas is not talking like that now. Niggas is actually at war with their women. That's what they're saying. Concrete literally said that earlier. The war against women. But when I tried to get him to talk about like having any type of conflict for white people, when he created the scenario of the white people taking damn near half of what he has, and he said he's not even going to speak up about it. He has no smoke for them, but he has this animosity for Black women. And niggas, like, you do look like bitches. I'm being honest, you do look like bitches. Like, you're afraid to fight the real challenge, and you want to fight your own woman, the motherfuckers that are holding you down. It's stupid.
So this woman worship. Hold on, MJ. Hold on, brother. This woman worship is the problem. You guys have inverted roles to your own detriment, to their detriment. You've been so conditioned and abused with their verbal abuse because obviously they have no respect for you. Obviously they have no respect for themselves. It's just a psychological operation from Big Mama down to little boys, little niggas, and y'all have taken the bait and y'all have fucked over it. And I understand nobody wants to be on the outs with the women because, it's so wonderful being with women, obviously, so soft and delicious. So I get it, but at some point you've got to regain your self-respect, stand up when you pee, and, have a voice for yourself. And I understand that y'all have been so captured and conditioned, but hey, look, if you want this for your sons in the next generation, then go ahead, maintain the status quo. You captured men. It's unfortunate, but you should think beyond yourself and say, hey, do I really want this for the next generation? So why don't you think that way about white? Anyway, all right, brother. 1 second, brother. I didn't interrupt you while you were speaking, brother. I didn't interrupt you while you were speaking, brother. So the whole point. 1 second, brother. All right, brother. Now you're using more excuses. Anyway, so the whole point is very simple. We can have a conversation about the betterment of our community, or we can continue to do what we've been doing, which is bullshitting each other, trying to gaslight each other, everybody capitulating to the overbearing demands of a miserable, broken, group of women. Sorry, not interested. Won't do it.
Okay, so you're talking about bettering the next generation, but you don't want to challenge the oppression that we're facing as far as like in housing, as far as in hiring for jobs. You don't have, like, that's not part of any of your conversation. You don't care about that being improved. You're actually fine with us being in second class, in a second class position as far as that is concerned. But you just want to fight with women.
Are there any uncaptured men that would like to talk?
Across the board, where you're fighting with women of other races, you kiss white women's asses on here all the fucking time.
What's the actual?
You just want to fight with your own
problem.
Any non-captured men that want to have an honest discussion and not this weirdo? Anyone that's not like captured?
I have a
Thank you, Doug.
Hold on. Before
hold on. I'm gonna just say this briefly.
I was gonna speak before.
Hold on a second.
Concrete cut me off, bro. Let me just get this one out. It's real quick. 5 seconds. I find it interesting that Mud said that black men are, going after black women when black women are not the enemy, which is the absolute truth. But many black men feel they should be going after other black immigrants instead. I thought that was interesting. Keep going. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just, to Mud's point, like, bro, I got great respect for you, Mud, for as long as I've known you on this app. But I disagree, bro. There is no white man holding me back. I ain't got no smoke for that motherfucker. I got smoke for the Jew. That's who I got smoke for. That's the person that I see as my option. Hold on a second. I'm just going to get this out because I just don't have that white man narrative anymore. I'm a 4-time felon. I'm also a Columbia University graduate. I got 4 working businesses, and I'm doing extremely well. 10 years that I've been free from a federal prison. I don't see any white man in my path. Nowhere, right? What I do see is black women that are incentivized to fucking keep me down. What I do see is on my place of employment, I see black men in supervision that are trying to make it hard for me. There's no cracker in my way. I also see the Jew that is in my way. That's who I see. So I just disagree with you, bro, with all this white man, smoke for the white man. I got smoke for the Jew. I'm done speaking.
But hold on. I mean, who created the conditions for you to be to have that route of federal prison time?
Hold on. I created that. I took the wrong decision to commit a crime. I did that. I decided to commit. Oh, no. Excuse me, sir. You're not going to paint a narrative. That's not.
No, I'm not. I'm just asking. Go ahead.
You're not asking. You're trying to paint a narrative. I'm telling you straight up and down. Every decision that I've made in my life that wound me up in prison, I made that. There was no conditions. My mother and father took care of me, but I chose to make another path for myself. That's what I did. Oh, I'm not sitting here going to try to make it seem like the white man created the school to prison pipeline and got mine there. Hell no, nigga. I was always academically inclined through my school years until I decided to commit crime. That's why I had one of the highest crimes that were committed against Goldman Sachs and the Barclays Bank of Britain. That's why. It ain't got nothing to do with the white man. It is the Jew that I got to smoke with. I'm done speaking.
And so why is it the Jew and not the white man?
It's the Jew because the Jew has co-opted our country's government. It has rooted itself in our country and has taken over our economics. The Federal Reserve is not a government bank.
Lord have mercy.
It is a Jewish-ran and owned bank. That's why y'all keep muting me because y'all a bunch of ignorant motherfuckers that keep doing it. I'm done speaking.
So my question to you is, when you say that it's the Jew, I mean, by proxy, right? Would you say that the white man is working with the Jew in that narrative, or you think the Jews are just working like in a vacuum?
No, the white man has to maintain power. His person of power is the Jew. So he has made a closed door agreement with whatever that was, because I wasn't in the room when they shook hands. But whatever that agreement is, he is allowing the Jew to do all the things that he's able to do today. In media, in production, in Israel, all of the things that the Jew is, because the white man is allowing him. There is no Jew that is running this country. There's the white man that's running it. The Jew is just at the passenger seat.
I'm so
giving it hell.
confused. So then I have a question to you then, right? So you're telling me, and I just want to make sure I'm not misquoting you or misunderstanding you. You're saying that the Jew is basically like a pawn on the white man's chessboard, right? It's like they're trying to maintain
That's not
power.
what I'm saying. That's your analogy correct. You're just not listening.
No, you said they had a handshake. You said a handshake,
brother.
You said they had. I'm trying to understand
the question.
Because you're saying that the Jew and the white man had a handshake, and that the white man allowed you to be in all these positions of power, like in the media. That's what you said.
They're not positions of power. They're in positions of influence.
Of influence, okay.
The Jew is the white man. What are you talking about?
And that influence leads to power, correct?
No, sir. That's your narrative, not mine. No, sir. I agree.
So influence doesn't lead to power. Okay. So then let me make sure I get this understood. The white man and the Jew had a handshake, and the white man is who allows the Jew to have the influence that the Jew has, correct?
But the Jews are white. That doesn't make sense because the Jews that are in power are the Jews. They are white.
Okay, what the difference is this. When you just walked in, the narrative that a person that I was disagreeing with Mud to the point where he was, nobody's got smoke for the white man. They always got smoke for women. So I was saying that I disagree that I don't have smoke with the white man. There's a different white man in America today. That white man is the Jew. There is no white man that is holding me back from anything. There is no white man that is telling me that if you say this about me, you're anti-Semitic and you're going to get cancel culture or fired or some other wild bullshit. White man is not doing that. It's only the Jew. And that's who I got the smoke with. And that's what
you're saying. The white man is who? You're saying the white man is who enables the Jew to have that level of influence.
No.
That's what you just said.
But you keep trying to.
I'm not trying. I'm only going off of what you're saying. What you said.
No.
Everybody on the stage heard you say it.
You're not only going by what I'm saying because you keep adding things to it. Like, I think you're saying this, and you're coming up with your own narrative. Stop doing that. Just take what I'm saying.
You said that the white man and the Jew had a handshake, and that the white man allowed the Jew to have the influence they had.
Tell me he's right, then he'll be happy.
Okay, you're right, Lancelot. You got it.
I'm saying that though. That's verbatim what you said.
You're right, bro. You're right.
Alright, man. Now y'all being sarcastic and facetious. It's all good, man. That shit weird. It's weird that niggas can get on stage and then when somebody tries to hold you to what you said, all of a sudden it's just telling you right. That's
just
weird.
Said you're right.
Is symbolism the first quality which engages our attention is doubtless his innocence. Not without deep wisdom is he called twin horrors, and this is the